One web novel author named Yoo Ilshin was in the restaurant, but as always, he worked on his tasks. But today he had a bad day and nothing new came from him, although there were already certain deadlines tomorrow. Suddenly a message came on his phone, and it really shocked him because he did not know what it could be. The man was very sad, so he decided to delete some extra apps he had on his phone. After a few minutes of searching, he came across a very interesting application that looked like a small box, but he did not understand at all what it could be. The man was surprised because he could not remember that he had downloaded this application to his phone, then decided to click on this app to find out what it was. And when he did that, there appeared some very big scary chest with teeth and a tongue. Then a text appeared, inviting the man to come inside and saying that the game was called Godmaker. When the download finished, some strange black ant made of horrible pixels appeared and gave the man a big shock. Then some text appeared, but the man could not understand because there were so many different symbols and the text was very crooked. He didn't understand at all what kind of stupid game it was, but he had nothing to do, so he decided to play this stupid game anyway. It was interesting what to expect from him. Because of this, he pressed his thumb on the screen of his phone to make this strange insect move. As it turned out, it was a short story, and readers could not understand because of the difficulty, and no one could win. The events took place in a city where there were many scary monsters with red, burning eyes. They were holding weapons in their hands and shouting loudly. They all ran towards the man standing above to make a strong attack and destroy him as he was in their territory. Although there were a lot of them, it was not very scary. The man wasn't scared. He just stood there and raised his finger in the air. There was a lot of energy around his finger, and it seemed that this man was like a god. He said that his finger was holy, and after that, the magic and energy of the entire solar system and all the planets lit up in his eyes. After that, the unknown yellow divine power started killing all the scary monsters, and they couldn't just do anything because it was unreal painful. However, not all monsters were destroyed. Behind the man stood a large, terrifying monster that was several times larger than normal monsters, and it was preparing to strike the man. After that, he hit the ground with his big hand at the place where the main character was. The blow was really very strong, and it seemed that the man was already definitely dead. But when he raised his large hand in the air, he saw that a very large crater had formed after this blow. But the man was not there. Suddenly, a man appeared in the air above the monsters and greatly surprised them. It seemed that he had been dead for a long time. At that moment, he showed his magic god finger from the very beginning and directed it towards the monsters, who were very angry and didn't understand what was going on. A lot of fire appeared around, in the middle of which were these terrible monsters. The bugs couldn't do anything because the man's magic was stronger. After a while, he managed to get down to the ground to get a better look at the situation. Now they were all destroyed and nothing threatened him. Looking down at the ground, he thought that this could not be an ordinary end, and something was waiting for him ahead. After that, he began to improve the light to understand what was around him, so he could see the situation better. It happened as expected. In front of him stood a giant monster that was very kind and that looked like some very scary dragon. It was clear that this monster would be difficult, but the man was not scared. He only created a magic sword with his divine finger and prepared to fight this dragon. When the terrible monster saw this, it began to scream very loudly at the man and began to run in his direction to destroy him. Seeing this, the man held his sword in his hands and prepared to strike a powerful divine blow at this terrible creature. But suddenly the events are transferred to the spacious office of the author of web novels, which was very concentrated. There were a lot of messages on his phone. His friends were worried about him and did not understand what was happening to him in this period of his life. Ilshin was very tired from writing all these web novels, so he asked his friends in the chat for a short vacation, because he needed a break from the whole world. But after that, he will return home. Ilshin's conversation was about the same application, Creator of Gods, which was supposed to change everything around. The phone understood what the man was saying. They thought he was just crazy. But despite this, he still said that he needed to step away from business for just a little while. Due to the terrible events that have been happening lately, humanity has been under a great threat from terrible monsters, and it has been as dangerous as ever. But thanks to the appearance of hunters, this disaster turned into one big opportunity. As it turned out, the monsters used the divine energy and materials that were given to humans as the only chance for survival. Because of this, many hunters were created, and they were all divided into classes ranging from G to SSS. G-class abilities were generally not much different from normal humans, and because of that, it wasn't clear why. Once a certain class was discovered in a hunter, changing that class occurred in very rare cases. One girl with dark hair was putting up posters urging other people to join the hunters and help them save the world. The dark-haired girl looked at the poster and wondered if she understood that not everyone was given the opportunity to become a strong class hunter. She was saddened. It seemed to her that she was very far from this class. So she shifted her gaze and looked at the piece of paper in her hands. It was an application for a change of class. Song Miri hoped that she would be able to get a better class and achieve great success. But she lost hope every time, because she understood that this was the 10th rerun and nothing was successful. Song Miri wondered if all her hard training was worth it if she just wasted her time. Suddenly, someone interrupted her sad thoughts and asked if everything was okay with her. After that, Miri turned around and saw a man in front of her. She thought it was another fan who wanted to know her rank, since she was already popular at school. As it turned out, it was the same author of the web novels. He held a piece of paper in his hands and asked the girl to treat him with understanding, because he never did that. But this made her very angry, because it seemed to her that the man was somehow mentally ill or even very dangerous, and because of this, she could have some problems. Suddenly someone started calling him. He apologized to the girl for this and began to take his phone out of his bag. The man began to worry very much and said that he urgently needed to answer this call and began to run quickly to the side. Song Miri did not understand what was happening around her at all, and what did this man want from her at all? But her thoughts were interrupted by a woman at the table who asked if she was number 49, named Miri. Miri confirmed this, and the woman asked her to go into the examination room. The young lady went to the big room where she was supposed to get her results of all the exams and retakes. After receiving this, she very quickly went outside to take a better look at it and compare it with the previous results. She looked at the piece of paper that had her rank written on it and saw that it was again a B, just like last time. Frustrated, she destroyed that paper because she realized that she had failed to achieve a better rank again, and her story was repeating itself again. It seemed like it was the final end for her, and she wouldn't be able to get a better rank. Suddenly, she was very surprised and looked at her smartphone because something very strange was happening. It was an emergency message from the security service, saying that a divine gate had opened on Soul Street, and a spiked bull had come out. Because of this, all A-class hunters who were nearby were called to come to the scene. This message really surprised the student very much. She could not believe that a spiked bull could appear on their planet. After that, the events are transferred to the same street. One reporter reported that this terrible creature appeared unexpectedly for everyone and low people all around. Because of this, complete chaos was created in the city. The situation got out of hand because the local security agencies found out that this spiked bull was a demon inside, and because of that, he could very easily destroy the entire city. Ilshin was right at the scene of the events and held one little girl's hand to protect her. They ran very fast, but suddenly the girl fell to the ground and scared the man very much. Frightened, he went up to her and asked if everything was okay with her, because she was crying very loudly. But before the little girl could say anything, they saw that there was a giant dark shadow above them, and because of that, they were even more scared. It was the same terrifying spiky bull that was standing before them, and it seemed that he would deliver the final blow to them right now. The man was very scared. He understood that they no longer had any chance to escape, and because of this, he pressed the little girl to him to protect her. But suddenly, at that moment, something very strange happened. because a lot of lightning and energy began to appear around this demonic bull, and because of this, it began to scream very loudly. Then the same Miri appeared in the air with a lightning bolt in her hands, and it was clear that she was the one who dealt a powerful blow to this monster and saved people's lives. The giant animal was really very surprised. It did not understand what was happening at all. And who was this stupid girl who stopped him? Noticing that everything was fine with the bull, she began to worry very much, because she struck a very powerful blow that was supposed to destroy the bull. But she didn't want to give up, so she started using even more lightning bolts to hit him even harder. Using the lightning combined with the storm, it sent this powerful blow straight towards this giant animal. After she did, she landed on the ground to survey the situation. She wasn't sure if she managed to do it all because the scary animal was really very strong and could survive this blow. You couldn't see anything. There was very thick smoke from the fall of this giant monster to the ground. At that moment, two red eyes appeared in the middle of the smoke, looking straight at this girl. After that, the angry bull got up very quickly and started shouting loudly and headed towards the girl to destroy her after this terrible blow. The superheroine was very scared. She did not expect such a turn of events, and now she understood that she needed to defend herself. The giant monster quickly hit her with his strong arm. The girl did not expect this, so she missed this blow and flew to the side. She flew a little further and hit the asphalt, completely splitting it. It was a really powerful blow that could have killed the girl. Fortunately, she managed to survive, but she was very weak. And now she had many times less strength than at the beginning. There was a lot of dust in her mouth and she started coughing because of it. However, despite all this, she began to get back on her feet. She thought that this monster was of a stronger level than Class A. Unexpectedly, she saw the same man in a tracksuit holding a little girl in his arms. The superheroine was very scared. It is clear that there were other people here. Behind her was the same terrible devilish bull, which did not want to give up and was even angrier. But she was more concerned about people. She understood that it could be very dangerous for them, and they were weaker than her, and could die. The situation was getting worse. She had a very important decision to make. After that, she stood in front of the people and told them to run away from the scene very quickly. The superheroine didn't know how long she could hold off this scary creature, so she asked people to run as fast as they could. When the monster saw this, they began to scream even louder and headed in her direction to finally destroy the one who interfered with them. She knew she had very little chance, but in her head she was thinking about people and knew she needed to bide her time. But at that moment, the lightning bolts that were in her hands began to suddenly disappear. The girl was frightened. She realized that her strength was weakening. Meanwhile, the angry bull was already close to her, and it seemed that he was going to destroy her right now with his big horns. Being scared to death, she started calling her father and mother, because she realized that she had no chance. In her mind, she remembered how once, long ago, she sat and cried, remembering her parents. She couldn't just leave it like that, because on that day her parents died due to the terrible creatures that invaded the planet. Filled with hatred, she promised herself that she would destroy all these monstrous creatures. Hearing these words, the woman who was next to her turned to the angry girl and said that she had no right to have such thoughts. The woman's eyes were burning with blue paint, and she said that Mira has no right to think about revenge, and she should concentrate. Parting with her memories, she gathered her strength and began to create a new magical sphere. At that moment, the crippling pain of all the civilians who died because of the monsters echoed in the middle of his head. A very strange blue sphere began to form around her, completely enveloping her body and spirit. It seemed as if God had moved into the middle of her body, for very strong lightnings began to issue from her eyes, and she began to scream very loudly. It felt as if she was unconscious and unable to control her actions, because now all thoughts were about revenge and nothing could stop her. Raising her hands in the air, she began to create a sphere many times larger and stronger, in the center of which was lightning combined with the dark energy of pain and suffering. Fear completely gripped her body, and she directed all her strength and energy straight at the head of the monstrous bull that wanted to strike her. This impact was extremely powerful, and within a radius of 5 kilometers, all people could see and feel the power of this energy. A few hours passed, and everything around was in order again. People took to the streets and began to thank the superheroine en masse for saving their city. Everyone was really amazed that she managed to do that. Reporters who wanted to shoot video also arrived at the scene, but the guards did not allow them to do anything. Suddenly, the Wonder Girl regained consciousness, and she realized that she had succeeded in defeating the spiked bull. She was very surprised, did not understand how it could happen, and what it was, because she did not remember anything. The power she felt a few hours ago was truly amazing, and she had never felt such power before in her life. It seemed that she had set a new record. Then the same man in a blue suit and a little girl approached her. He leaned over to the superheroine and thanked Mira for saving her life. But she said that a man shouldn't do that, because it was her duty, and that's what any other hunter or hero would do in her place. She also added that she was glad that the people were all right, and that she managed to save them, because that was the most important task. After thanking his savior very much once again, the man in the suit went his way, not believing that he managed to survive such a terrible attack. But the girl in the helmet was only pleasantly surprised, and said goodbye to the boy and the little girl. Suddenly her emotions changed, and she was very scared that now she might be in big trouble. After all, this man thanked her by calling her name, and because of that he knew more unusual people. Then some voices appeared in her head, telling her about the mighty power of the index finger. But the girl was only frightened, not understanding what it was. The man understood that today was indeed a very difficult day for them, and because of that he decided to go home. But Mira only had one thought, because she did not know who this man really was. After a few hours, the evening came, and the events were brought to the big bridge, where people in love usually spent their time. But the main character was not in love, and he had a completely different mission in this place. Standing near the bridge, our hero began to think that today he could really die, and his little niece could die with him. And all these things that happened to him today were because of that stupid phone and what he did in it. It seemed to him that this terrible phone attracted only failures and troubles. And after that, he swung. Events returned to the past. A few days ago, the man was sitting in a restaurant. There were not many people. It was an ordinary day, and he was working as usual on his laptop to write a new web novel for his readers. However, today he was in for a setback, because he had no new ideas coming into his head. But tomorrow he had work deadlines. Suddenly his phone started making strange noises. It startled him, and he looked at his phone lying on the table. He had a really big problem with concentration. But despite this, he did not want to continue working. Instead, he decided to delete the unnecessary applications that were on his smartphone. After some time of searching, he came across one interesting application that he saw for the first time in his life. This surprised him, because it seemed to him that he had never downloaded this application to his smartphone. The author of the web novel decided to open this application, and suddenly a photo of a box with sharp teeth appeared. After a few seconds, a text also appeared, welcoming him to the program called Creator of the Gods. The confused man did not understand what it was. It seemed to him that it was just some kind of game. A few more seconds passed, and the game fully loaded. Some ordinary small black ant appeared in front of him. The strange ant produced some text that was very crooked, but which had very terrible symbols. It all annoyed the man. It seemed to him that it was just some stupid application that could not even work properly. Everything was so confusing that he didn't even know what he was supposed to do in this game, so he decided to just try tapping on the screen. However, after he clicked on the screen, the black ant simply died, and it seemed like the whole game was over. But suddenly a gold coin quickly started to come out of the phone. Seeing this, the man was unreal scared. This gold coin flew at a very high speed and hit the protagonist directly in the head and flew further to the side. After that, she hit his laptop screen again and smashed his keyboard. Suddenly a text appeared in his program that the ant was dead, and 1 gold coin was issued as a reward for it. Then also that the man was 1 step closer to becoming a god. After reading this, the man couldn't believe that it was reality, because now he had a gold coin in his hand that had just flown out of his phone, The thought arose in his mind that he might now have some abilities. He could be a hunter. Shocked by the text and its absurdity, he decided to go to the same building where he was taking the exam for his rank and class level. The woman who received the people loudly told Mr. Yoo Ilshin to pass. When the men sitting behind heard the man's name, they began to laugh very loudly, because it was indeed a very terrible name. Suddenly the woman smiled and congratulated the boy, because as it turned out, the test showed that he had awakened the hunter in himself. Hearing this, our hero was very surprised because he could not believe that this could really be reality. It seemed that it was all just some kind of joke. In his head, he imagined how he could now become a powerful hunter of the best rank and everyone around him would be in awe of him. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a woman who continued and said that he was G-class. He felt that all his optimism disappeared somewhere because he realized that this was the lowest rank, and he was not much different from ordinary people. But the woman did not stop. She continued to speak. She said that he had the ability to create matter, and it was a truly unique ability that was unique to humans. The main character continued to read the entire text that the woman gave him, because it seemed that something was wrong. At that moment, the woman at the table asked the man if he wanted to become a hunter. He was interested in the offer and asked how much it cost. She explained that it was really very cheap and only cost him $1,000, and it was definitely worth the money. However, he was surprised when he heard the price. He thought it was just a waste of money and refused to sign up. All his dreams suddenly disappeared. He felt that he was too naive and all that was left in this life was just to write web novels. After that, the tortured man went home and sat down to work on his laptop. It was already in order, but at one point, it was 2 a.m. on the clock. It seemed to him that he was just wasting his life in vain, because now he had very little time left for sleep. He was tired from work, so he decided to take a little break from his work, and because of that, he took the TV remote in his hands to distract himself a little. The news was just playing on TV. It was a message that one S-class hunter, Beck, was there today. Yoo-hyun began cleaning his dragon-level dungeon, and the information just appeared that this strong hero of ours came out victorious from that place as well. With this good information, mankind is 2 steps closer to their salvation and they will have less problems. But the main character was really very bored watching this news, so he switched the channel where there was a skin cream advertisement for the S-class. The woman advertising this cream said that it was the only choice to protect her beautiful skin from horrible monsters. But the main character was very artificial, because he was no longer bothered by all this terrible information about S-class heroes. He understood why everyone was talking only about these people. Hate filled his mind as he was just an ordinary G rank and was many times weaker compared to these hunters. He wanted the day to be over as soon as possible because it was really horrible, so he decided to just go to bed. But suddenly the phone, which was on the table, began to make some strange sounds and its display lit up. After that, there was some very strange message, and the screen started to glow even more brightly than before. The man wanted to ignore only these messages, because he had a really terrible day today and was too tired to read what was written. But curiosity captured him, because he did not understand who could write to him at 2 o'clock in the morning. Because of this, he decided to open his eyes. Messages began to appear more often, and the phone began to ring. This made our hero very angry because he understood how this could even be possible. After a while, he sat on his bed and sent his phone very quickly to get even more gold coins thanks to this app. After each touch, the black ant died, and thanks to this, he received even more coins. The author was not in the mood at all, because of which he pressed the screen as fast as possible to relax at least a little. A lot of coins were falling on the ground on which it was drawn, but the author of the web novels did not care, because he pressed the screen only because of his anger. He did this for a long time until the sun began to rise, and then he finally managed to fall asleep. He slept very sweetly, and had very good dreams indeed after such a terrible day. But suddenly his dream ended. He woke up and began to rub his sleepy, tired eyes. Suddenly his attention returned to what he had accomplished. He looked on the ground and saw coins, and on each coin was painted the number 100. Taking one coin in his hands, he was very surprised, because he understood that the number 1 was written on the former coins. But for some reason, this one was written 100. Unexpectedly, the phone, which was lying on the bed, started learning again and making some very strange sounds, and this attracted the man's attention. When the man opened the app, he saw a greeting for the nameless god, who could now open the god store because he had fulfilled all the conditions. A very strange red box just appeared in the air, and there were 2 buttons with the text yes or no. This made the main character think, because he understood that he had to make a choice. He really did not know what to choose, because the day did not understand that it might be necessary for him to choose this way. But still, curiosity got the better of him, and he knew he wouldn't know until he tried. Then he confidently pressed his index finger on the phone screen and selected the yes button. After that, already strange actions began to take place. Some strange energy began to appear around the phone and began to attract you with a magical light. Then the events moved to another place where 2 guards were standing. In the middle of the room was a man who wanted to thank the president of the Hunters Association and all the distinguished guests who had arrived. The man in the middle announced that a hunter had finally appeared in their country and had managed to open a hunter's shop. "You'll hear it." The other costumed guests rejoiced that it finally happened. They were really impressed with this information because they understood that now they could buy items and skills that were many times better than their normal classes. At that moment, the man in glasses clapped his hands and asked the new guests to enter the middle of the room. Then the large door opened and 2 people entered the room, a man in an expensive suit and a woman in a pink cat. After some time, the saleswoman realized that the man in the suits was an S-class hunter named Kong Wu, who managed to unlock the hunter shop. The woman next to her was also an S-class hunter named Song Min, and she had come here to conduct a very important auction. A man with pink hair and wearing glasses greeted the new guests and invited them to walk further into the middle of the office. In the middle of this large room sat a very serious man. As it turned out, it was South Korean President Jean Havant. The man once again thanked all the guests who came to this celebration, because they all had very little time due to their influential professions in this world. The men were very happy, because they understood that finally there was a hunter in Korea who had access to the hunter's shop, and it was really wonderful. But suddenly he let go of his hand and asked the other guests to enter the great room. As it turned out, these were the same 2 hunters who managed to get the hunter's store. Because of this, all the people were shocked, because they understood that they were standing in front of very refined persons. The man in glasses was very worried. But in spite of this, he asked the hunter to show him the shop they had managed to reach. All politicians, judges, and other influential people were truly amazed. They understood that a historic event could happen right now for them. Khan agreed to do so, and after that began to create some very strange yellow sphere in his hands, which was supposed to activate this very shop. The movements began to create a large release of air, and all the papers that were in this room began to fly around. Politicians were also very impressed by this. After some time, all this effect became many times smaller. So the people were very scared, but they were more concerned about the president and asked him if everything was okay, and the president confirmed it. After that, the strange yellow sphere ended and the politicians took their seats again, mostly looking at the superhero. The president was puzzled because he saw nothing but all this commotion and frightened politicians who did not understand what was happening. But then his assistant asked him to be calm, because the store was seen only by the person who activated it, and another person. The woman in dark clothes said that now they would use her superpower called telepathy, so that everyone could see a little something. After that, when she used this magical effect, all the people were very surprised because of their own eyes. The same hunter's shop appeared in the air. You can see different items and different prices for them. It seemed that all this was unreal. The men looked at it and were very much surprised, for it was some kind of magic that shone all around and showed strange objects in the shop. The man in the suit was very happy and said that he saw here all the objects that he had heard about in the myths and legends of monsters. After looking at the lightning god's grace item, he became very worried, already realizing that it was worth $30 billion. But the man next to him said it was really worth it as the item was very valuable. But suddenly their conversation was interrupted by the main president, who asked all the politicians to be attentive and listen to him. He explained that all politicians should be very careful because these decisions are very important for them and for their country. He added that because of this shop they could have big problems, and because of that they need to keep it all secret. To launch the project, Mr. Khan needs at least a few S-class hunters as security. But the woman who was nearby was not satisfied with this information because she was completely forgotten and no one talked about her anymore. Then the events are transferred to the same man from whom the greeting appeared, because he fulfilled all the conditions for activating the store of the god. Seeing 2 buttons, he chose the yes button, wondering what might happen right now if he did. However, after that, when he did, everything just disappeared somewhere and things started to get really weird. He didn't understand what was going on. He felt like he was the same hunter as Kang Woo, although he understood that there was a big difference between G and S class. At that moment, a store of God appeared in the air. He had 372 gold, and there were many different objects, but no names could be read. The man was very frightened. He could not understand what it was and how it could be possible. It seemed to him that all this was some kind of prank, because he could not even read all these names, and everything seemed very suspicious. Looking at all the price tags, his head began to spin, because these were really very expensive items that he didn't have money for. However, suddenly his phone unexpectedly began to meet very strongly and give out some unknown gold stars. Despite all this, he was upset when he realized that he had only earned 300 coins in the entire night, and the prices in the shop were many times more expensive. Having said that, something strange started to happen inside the app as the store just started moving from top to bottom. The prices of goods began to move very quickly and suddenly began to stop on their own, and now the man could afford to buy these goods. He was interested in this offer because he understood that now he could get to what this store was hiding. The desire to know what was inside clouded his mind, and he did so, but then a message appeared that he had purchased the blind eye of God. After looking at the item blind eye, he began to worry very much, already realizing that it is worth $30 billion. But suddenly, a description of this product appeared. Everything happened too fast. He didn't even have time to read what was written there, when his eyes turned white. He started screaming very loudly and was very scared. Now he could not see anything at all, and it seemed to him that he had died. Frightened, he simply let go of his phone and it fell straight to the ground, bouncing off the floor in the other direction. His eyes saw nothing at all. It seemed to him that he had now become blind for the rest of his life. This thought caused him even more fear. He wanted to find the phone to try to see something, but he couldn't find it because it was lying on the ground. But because of his blindness, he could not see anything, so he hit his little finger very hard on some object. Pain and anger overwhelmed him. He began to scream loudly, cursing everything that was in this world, and most of all this blindness. Suddenly, things changed dramatically, as his eyes became normal again, and he could now see everything around him. He took a deep breath. He couldn't believe that it was over now because it was unreal scary. He was even more surprised because he realized that he could read everything that was written on all these items and on his phone. All the goods were very strange and related to God, and also the price was very expensive, and the man could not afford it. He couldn't quite understand what it was. It seemed to him that it was some kind of dream, and he just continues to sleep. When he looked at the items below, he was filled with fear, as he understood why they cost so much money. He felt like he was some kind of superhero from his web novel, but disappeared when he mentioned that he was just a regular G class, and no one knows about him at all, and everyone just talks about S class. A new idea came to his head, which stopped his thoughts and prompted him to take some action. He began trying to find all the items he could afford to buy as they could change his destiny. He started scrolling through all the items that were in the store to find something really good that he could afford. After a few minutes of searching, he stopped at the mighty finger of a god that could destroy everything. He was really interested in this offer because it seemed very good. He had no choice either, so he decided to buy it and see what could come of it. After he bought this item, his hands began to simply disappear, leaving only some strange smoke. As usual, it was built on the fact that he bought the mighty index finger of God. His mind was conflicted. He couldn't understand what this very strange power could do. Suddenly, some new idea in his head struck him very hard. It seemed that he had found the answer to his question. The air conditioner, which was in his room, suddenly turned on and began to make strange sounds similar to the words, "Finger of God." To do this, he automatically turned off and spoke again about the mighty finger of God. But now it could be better understood. However, suddenly the action happened again, and the air conditioner turned on and started talking about the mighty finger of God. As it turned out, all this was done by Ilshin. He would point his index finger towards the air conditioner and manage to turn it off. As he did this, he felt a very powerful force within him, with which he could control all his belongings that were in his house. He decided to run it on other objects, so he pointed his finger in the direction of the television. He managed to turn it on without the remote. Scared to death, he couldn't believe that this was actually possible, as he now possessed a super magical property. He glanced at the finger to see if everything was clear in order. It seemed to him that it was now a remote control for all objects. He couldn't quite believe that it was really true. So he kept turning various items in his apartment on and off with his finger. It also worked on other gadgets. He managed to turn on his laptop and fully control all its actions. But then he laughed because he understood that he would not be able to write a web novel with the help of his divine index finger. Suddenly, he was interrupted by the phone that was lying on the bed and started ringing suddenly. He got a call from someone unknown. It was some all-powerful director he didn't know. Frightened, he picked up the phone and greeted his acquaintance with a trembling voice. The man began to shout loudly that what was being dumped on me was incredibly funny, and he had been laughing for 10 minutes. The director added that he did not expect this from our hero, Ilshin. Meanwhile, Ilshin is surprised because he just wrote about his last actions. He understood how it could be funny. In a frightened voice, he asked the man if it was true or if he thought it was not a lucky draw. The director confirmed this and said that his story has really huge potential, but said that there is one big problem with this story. The frightened man said he would fix the problem immediately if the principal explained it to him. But the man explained that the reason was that he had not yet seen the continuation of this beautiful plot in his mail. The director said it was really beautiful and asked the man when the next chapter was coming out. However, our hero was very scared because it seemed to him that the director was playing a trick on him all this time. After that, he promised that in 2 days he would write a continuation and send it to his mail. It seemed to him that killing these little ants created a plot for him, so he had an even greater desire to play this strange game. He did his best to earn a lot of coins, but he also added that he did not hold evil against all these ants, and in general his love for animals was boundless. He continued to press on the screen of his phone, really enjoyed the job as he was just working hard on his script. Nothing stopped him. Around him, even more coins were flying out of his phone. It was like a dream. Coins became many times more. They scattered all over the room, but the man didn't care, because he wanted to make as many coins as possible. But suddenly all the coins that had the number 1 on them began to glow, and the number 100 began to appear on them. It seemed that it was simply impossible, because they changed their value, and because of this, the main character got rich many times faster. All attention was on this coin. I understood that the other coins began to disappear, and one big one appeared, because they understood that small coins turned into one big one. Unfortunately, there was only one large coin on the floor, as he was not in business very long. Sadness appeared in his eyes, because the items in the store were worth about 1 billion, and even the cheapest item cost 1,000 coins. Flipping through all the items in the store, I came across one interesting item, which was called the Grace of the God of Growth. It sounded way more useful than some billion coin items. The word growth made his heart beat faster and caused him great enthusiasm, so he decided to collect 1,000 coins and buy this skill. Then he began to work many times faster and now used 2 fingers, unless he collected as many coins as possible. At that moment, some strange message that the man could not read. There were some incomprehensible symbols in it, and a big red ant appeared on the smartphone screen. The man pressed on her with his fingers, but for some reason she did not die as usual. The ant moved from side to side, did not want to die, thus surprising the main character because he had never seen such ants before. It was an insect, it didn't look like the others, and because of that, the man wondered what he had to do. He sent this little animal closer. Now it began to occur to him that it could be the boss. Enthusiasm took over him. Maybe now he only had one desire to destroy this main boss because he can get more coins. As soon as he fell asleep on this ant, it quickly walked to the side and evaded its death. All this began to annoy the man, because he could not get into the annoying inheritance and destroy it once and for all. He was becoming just crazy. His desire to destroy this little ant grew exponentially. Now he wanted to do everything possible to get his way. His fingers began to press down on the phone screen as fast as possible to do his best. But then something strange began to happen that struck the man. He believed that it was possible. After all this wave of attack, he realized that he had not managed to hit the red animal even once. He couldn't understand how this red ant could be so fast. It seemed almost impossible. He just stared at the screen of his phone and was silent, because now he had no plan on how he could pass this level and get his reward. The big red ant moved aside and stood on the right in the corner, and on the left stood all the black little ants who seemed to be servants. Our hero hated this game. He promised to kill all these game characters and lay all their families and families. He was doing the most important thing in order to get a reward. After some time, as the main character began to poke at the screen with all speed, coins began to fall out, and a message appeared that the number 801 was dead. There was a message that this ant was really a boss, and because of this, the nameless god's karma became 800 units higher. Our hero poked at his screen for a very long time and earned a lot of money. After a while, a message appeared that if he managed to get another 200 karma points, he could get the status of a golden god. And after he gets the title, he gets rewarded for all his hard work and time. But this man had been working for more than 16 hours and was too tired, so he just lay down on his bed and fell asleep. However, what was not expected was the voice of the message saying that the blind eye of the god had been activated. The great chest said that the nameless god was stalking his victim at the number 404. Then the events are transferred to some very strange cinema where the projector was showing a film. This big hall was empty, and the big wall where the movie was supposed to be was just white paint and nothing. However, as it turned out, our hero himself was sitting in the middle of this hall and was looking at a large blank screen on which the film should be. After realizing all this, he was very scared, because he did not understand where he was and who was with him in the cinema hall. Fear gripped him because he did not remember how he crossed the cinema. It seemed to him that it was all some kind of terrible nightmare that he dreamed. Suddenly, something began to blind the man. It was some very strange light that shone directly into his eyes. After taking a closer look, he was very surprised because he realized that it was simply incredible. It was the same big scene in which some movie started. The main character didn't care about everything that was happening around him. He decided to just relax and wait for the end. After many hours of work, he couldn't take in information very well and his brain wasn't working well. It made him look like a zombie. An unknown being was walking through a large dry desert and pondering the power of the black tribe's god. The mysterious character thought of a god trying to kill him because of his desires, which in his opinion made the god more of a demon because of all his sins. As it turned out, it was a big scary ant that looked like some kind of mutant. The scary animal understood that it didn't have much time left, so it must tell everything that happened to its friends. He continued to walk. And after a while, he came across a tunnel in a big mountain with a very strange inscription at the top. The giant monster was very angry at this situation. He understood that he had to act very quickly because he had very little time. The monster entered the middle of this cave, with a lot of blood behind him because he was very badly injured after the fight. It was normal to walk through it. He held his greatsword in his hand to at least somehow keep his balance and not fall. In the middle of the cave, it seemed many times larger than outside. It was very dark, and there was an eerie atmosphere. Some other strange animal was sitting inside eating something with a metal fork. But suddenly a giant monster stuck his sharp sword into this food and blood splattered all around. The monster was very hungry, so it was easy for his opponent, despite the fact that she did not belong to him. His gaze was stern and his teeth were very sharp. No one dared to say anything to him for his insolent concession. After a while he entered a room where there were a lot of monsters sitting at tables and eating food. Seeing a large number of monsters, the Red Boss was very happy, because he understood that he still had every chance for victory and revenge. Everyone in the room was very surprised to see someone who had entered their cave. Very quickly he struck his sharp sword on the ground, told them to listen carefully. With his creepy hair, he said that he found out where all their food went, because it was all destroyed by the god of the Black Tribe, and it is a terrible beast. But luckily, he managed to escape. But now they had to do something before this terrible god attacked them and destroyed all their families and their land. The dining monsters were surprised by what their friend was telling them, but they did not interrupt him and continued to listen to him. Suddenly everyone started laughing at me. They said that he was only a coward, to beat him from the field. He should have stayed there until the end and died at the hands of this god. The red monster was shocked, but suddenly someone behind him shouted for all the monsters to shut up. After that, suddenly all the animals that had dinner were fast asleep, like in the army. Then they were ready to follow orders. An old monster with a stick in his hands entered the room from behind. It was clear that it was their shaman. When the big monster with the sword saw the shaman, he bowed to him and greeted him. The old animal saw the monster's number 808 in front of him, thought about this whole story. The old monster said that he felt the presence of evil and revenge, which the monster number 404 told him about. The weary monster explained that everything that was said was indeed true, and unfortunately, they were unable to defeat this evil creature. Unexpectedly, he raised his red paw in the air and said that this was their land, and no evil PO had the right to be on it. Because of this, they needed to sort out and attack him. Monster 808 began to cry, because he understood that the old sage believed him, and that brought him hope. Suddenly, he just started crying. And I seemed to be delaying some very important information that I had forgotten to say. The old shaman came closer to the tired monster, took his search into the air, and asked for nature to return to him from the village. The red ant was very surprised, because she understood that all his wounds began to heal, and at one moment he felt a lot of strength. The shaman praised his warrior for his efforts and said that he could now lead them on their journey against this terrible god. He was very confident and said that he would destroy with his own hands the spirit that came into their territory and took it over. All the other monsters were very motivated and said that they would be with their shaman until the end and help him kill this dark god. They united in one great force and were ready to listen to the parade to their great shaman, to destroy everything around and prove justice together with him. Suddenly our hero woke up covered in sweat. He was very frightened because he had just seen this nightmare. I did not understand at all what it could be. It felt too real to him. It seemed like it could really be true, but he wasn't sure. There was an eerie atmosphere, because he did not understand whether he was dreaming about ants or whether evil ants were dreaming about him. Suddenly, messages with strange text, which he could not read because of symbols unknown to him, began to arrive on his phone again for about a week. He opened the app again and was surprised to see that the evil red boss was back on the screen. His blood was boiling. It seemed that he had never been so angry in his life as he was now. It made him want to finish this boss right now, not forever. But his anger disappeared when the phone said that nature is against anger and is only for peace. Looking at his smartphone, he saw that the same red, evil ants from his dream were standing there, talking about the need to restore justice. This until the death of my husband, or it seemed, was simply impossible, since it was all just an ordinary dream. At that moment, something unexpectedly jumped out of his smartphone very quickly and flew straight into his head. This blow was so strong that his head swelled up, and for a long time he did not release from shock and pain. But suddenly, blood began to flow from the place where some very strange object had flown. As it turned out, it was the same old shaman who stood in the middle of the evil ants and directed some unknown magic towards the man. He also added in his old voice that they are fighting for nature and for justice. The shaman delivered another powerful blow directly at the man and said that nature refuses the evil of the gods. It was more painful than the previous one, due to which the man grabbed his head and began to scream very loudly in pain. All the other evil monsters were very happy, because they realized that their sage was really extremely strong, and they were very happy to have him as their shaman. The big monster, who was in torn clothes, said that it would be a really very important day for them, and after the victory, they would all go home and celebrate the victory for a long time. He smiled and greeted the old sage, but the old shaman said nothing and just stared. Suddenly, a powerful yellow light appeared in the air, and the old shaman said in a frightened voice that all the monsters were running away very quickly. No one understood what was happening, as this strange light flew straight to their shaman and hit right in the middle, sending out lightning. The big red ant raised its head in the air, saw that there were 4 more of the same strange objects. He was very frightened and said that they were coming. This powerful light began to hit even harder and destroy their warriors. The monsters did not expect this and began to run back. As it turned out, our hero simply punched the screen of his smartphone with all his might and thereby killed monsters. After each of his blows, a message appeared that the monsters were killed. After a wave of such blows, he managed to destroy the monsters numbered 404, 808, and others. He didn't want to stop. He was spitting hate, and he kept hitting the screen of his broken phone with all his might. His eyes were glowing. It seemed that he was no longer in control of his actions. He didn't care that the phone was showing messages about the death of monsters. His blows were so powerful that a kind of thick smoke went from his phone all over the apartment. After a while, he regained consciousness and began to cry bitterly, realizing that he had just completely destroyed his phone due to his anger. But at that moment, a greeting from the game appeared from the broken phone because he managed to get the title of Golden God. As the thick smoke began to clear, he saw that coins were scattered all over his room and now he was really rich. But he didn't care about that, because his phone started making some very strange sounds that got him interested. The message that the karma of the nameless god was 1,000 points. After reading this, the main character was surprised. After that, the greeting appeared again, because he had now received the title of Golden God and had many opportunities. A picture of death appeared, and it was said that it was a title that could be obtained after 1,000 karma points, and with this title, the luck of the nameless god would increase in future battles. After carefully reading the text, Ilshin was surprised. He realized that now he will have a lot of advantages in the next battles. Then he laughed, because he did not expect that he was given the status of a brutal killer, because in his opinion, he was the kindest person on this planet. The coins lying on the floor began to move strangely, and it felt like they were starting to gather again to increase in size. But suddenly, among all those coins, a ring appeared which strongly attracted the man's attention. The puzzled hero came to take a better look at this strange object, so he took it in his hand, but still could not understand what it was. After a few seconds, its light began to decrease several times, and the atmosphere around it became oppressive. From this ring, which the man liked very much, it was something like the smell of a fresh spring forest. This smell was relaxing and made you forget about all your problems. Because of this, it seemed from one character that it was the best anti-stress. But it was still a ring, so the man tried to put it on his little finger. After doing so, he began to feel some very strange aura and smell that began to spread throughout the room that he had never experienced in his life. All fatigue disappeared, his skin became many times better, and it seemed that he was completely reborn. At that moment, some strange sounds started coming from his phone again, which got him very interested, but no one knew what it could be. The blind eye of God was activated, and it began to analyze the ring that was on the hero's hand. However, it did not take long, and after 3 seconds, the analysis was completely completed. But the man did not understand what it all could mean. As it turned out, it was the ring worn by the monster number 808. The monster wore it to preserve the life force of the giant forest. It was the best choice to improve the performance. Luck smiled on the main character. He was very glad that he had this ring, but he also wondered if he was working the blind eye of the god on other items. Turning his gaze to another object, he wanted to analyze it as he had done with the ring. But it wasn't that easy. With a lot of effort, he finally managed to activate the blind god's eye. And after a few seconds, a complete analysis of his TV appeared. Analysis said the TV was 1 year old and had 3 months left on the warranty. An analysis of the laptop appeared, thanks to which it was possible to understand that Ilshin had already used it for 1 year and 2 months, and 6 months remained until the end of the warranty. The main character continued to analyze all the different objects that stood in the room. It was very interesting to learn useful information. Having made several dozen more analyses, he stopped because he was already quite tired of a large amount of unnecessary information. In his head, he began to realize everything that had happened to him during the last time. All these thoughts tired him, but unexpectedly a very interesting thought came to him. During the last week, his life had changed, and already now he possessed new abilities and was very different from ordinary people. Because of this, he wondered if he was still the same ordinary G-class, because now he had every chance to move to a new level. He developed courage and bravery. He was sure that he could not be a miserable G-class, and because of this, his class must be known. On the same day, he went to the same building where the class was evaluated and asked for a re-evaluation. The woman was very surprised because she understood that the man had recently visited her, and he could not raise his rank and class during this time. However, the man said he wanted to reassess, and he was confident he would succeed. Suddenly, the woman's head changed. She said that the first test was paid for by the state, but you have to pay for retakes yourself, and they cost $1,000. After learning about this amount, all the boys' optimism disappeared somewhere. The woman at the table also added that they needed to make a decision quickly, because they had a lot of people today. He still had hope that he could change his class, but now he was just not sure, so he promised to come next time. Deep down, he was upset because he realized that he had wasted too much time, and he needed to find out the prices first, and then go and ask for a change. Motivated the man too much and gave him false hope that he would succeed. Sadness continued to overwhelm him. All his ideas began to lose their meaning. He thought he was just crazy, and all that was left was to write web novels. Looking around, he was surprised to see that there were indeed many people there, although they did not appear to be strong. With all this chaos in his head, he completely forgot what we needed to write, so he decided to forget about monsters and hunters for a while. But at first, he did not want to shift his gaze and began to search if there could be anything interesting in this place. At that very moment, his phone began to beep and said that the blind eye of God had been activated. Ilshin was surprised because he did not know that this program could analyze people. Looking at one man from the front, his analysis said he was in his 30s and suffering from chronic fatigue. Then he looked at the pregnant woman and the analysis worked as usual and said that her name was Kim, she was 24 and she was pregnant. After that, he looked at a man, showed him that he was 41 years old, his name was Kang, and he had severe kidney problems. The man continued to do this for a long time, but suddenly he was surprised to see something very strange in front of him. He looked at the upset, black-haired girl who was standing next to the poster inviting hunters. Her name was Song Miri. She was 19 years old and she was very depressed due to certain life circumstances. But the man became interested in the girl because he did not understand why she was so upset. Because at her age, all the girls were very cheerful, and it was also suspicious that he couldn't see her full name and full information about her, so he decided to come closer. The man was also surprised that the blind god's eye showed some emotion in humans for the first time, which meant that this person was not simple. He decided to approach this girl to find out better what was going on and who she was. He was going to her, but he did not know what he should say, and he did not know how she could receive him, for he was a stranger. He wanted to stop because the situation could be very bad and nothing could go wrong, but he was very curious, so he kept moving towards her. He was already very close and stood with his back to Mira, feeling someone move towards her. There was no way back, so he apologized and asked her how she was feeling right now. When he asked this, he was very scared, or he thought that the girl was going to hit him right now. He thought she heard his question, so he asked her again, at which point she turned to him. When he looked into her face, all his confidence simply disappeared. It seemed to him that he had simply gone mad. However, she only got very angry, since she was not in the mood today anyway, due to the fact that she did not raise her rank. It seemed to her that this hero of ours was very dangerous for her, and because of this, she activated magic in her hand. And there was an impression that she would strike him now. The frightened man understood that the situation was really bad, and because of this, he asked her to stay with him with understanding. Against the girl, she did not listen to him at all. Her magic grew even stronger. The atmosphere became worse. The man understood that it was necessary to come up with something, so he said that everything was fine with him, and he was not strange. In his smartphone started ringing. He apologized to her and said that it was very important. In his head, he was infinitely grateful that the phone had saved the whole situation for him, because now he had a little break. When he looked at his phone, he was surprised to see that his demon sister was calling him. His emotions changed a lot. It seemed that he didn't care about Songmira anymore because he was busy with something else. At that moment, Ilshin began to run quickly to the exit and said that it was an urgent call and he needed to answer it. Sun Miri did not understand what it was and what this strange hero of ours wanted from her at all, because they did not know each other. Then the events are transferred to the city center, where there was good sunny weather. Our smiling hero was on the street and asked for your favorite niece on the phone this time. But the person on the phone was serious, because she said that the man was lazy and poor, and he was only cheerful because he smelled money. The situation was bad for him, so he asked to stop doing it, and to the fact that he was already at the place where he is waiting for his niece. After finishing the conversation, our hero exhaled because he never liked talking to this terrible girl, and he did not envy her future husband. Then the events are transferred to a large, bright park, but surprisingly, there were no people. The man was sitting at the other end of the park with his little one, who was very happy to see her uncle. Ilshin also loved his little niece very much, but he could not believe that it was his sister's child. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a little niece who asked what the dark past meant. The question came and he became serious because he realized that he had something similar recently. Holding his head, the man said that he had one incident today. The little niece looked at her uncle in surprise. However, she was very small, but she didn't mince words, and because of that, she asked her uncle what the word incident meant. However, the man did not care about this question. He just looked at this cute girl and wanted to touch her cute cheeks. He cupped her face with his fingers and said she was very, very nice, but his niece didn't like it. She quickly slapped the man with her hand and asked him to stop because she was uncomfortable. Despite this, the man continued to do it. And at that moment she became very serious and shouted at him not to do it. Realizing his concession, he felt very sorry, but now he needed to make up for this situation somehow, because his niece was very angry. Unexpectedly, all his thoughts stopped when a very strange message appeared in the air. As it turned out, it was the blind eye of God that automatically activated and began to analyze his little niece. A few seconds later, the analysis revealed that her name was Chae Sonyen. She was 5 years old and she wanted chocolate ice cream. And so he realized that this was the perfect chance to make amends. So he asked Sonyen if she wanted some chocolate ice cream. He also added that this is a wonderful ice cream flavor that will melt in her mouth incredibly. After this incredible description, the little girl began to salivate. All her problems seemed to be solved and she wasn't so angry with her uncle. Therefore, after some time, they went to an ice cream shop, where a girl met them and warmly welcomed them to their shop. Sonyen pointed her finger and said that she wanted this particular chocolate ice cream. Ilshin was not surprised because he already knew that she wanted it. With a smile, he said that he would buy everything she wanted right now and put his hand in his pocket. He collected all his coins in a handful and put them on the table and realized that he did not have enough for 2 ice creams, so he only asked for 1. The saleswoman was very surprised when she saw all these strange coins that the man put on the table in front of her. After that, she started collecting these coins and asked them to wait a little because a little unpleasant situation arose. This woman made ice cream in a glass, but our hero was not satisfied with it, because it seemed to him that she put the smallest portion that she could. He thought it was all just discrimination because he paid her in coins, even though it was all really unfair. Unexpectedly, he had a very cool idea, and he realized that he could solve this very problem with the help of his divine finger. He pointed his finger at the same machine that he used to give ice cream and began to use divine power. He didn't care that there was a girl standing there, and she could be in trouble because she treated him very badly. At the same moment, the divine finger of the drivers and the ice cream machine started working very badly and dispensed too much ice cream for one cup. Therefore, Son Yen ended up with one very large and beautiful ice cream, which she was very pleased with. Ilshin also felt hungry, so he tried her ice cream once, but she refused him. He thought all the little kids were so greedy, so he decided to leave his niece alone. They sat until the evening in the park and admired the sunset. It seemed like a really beautiful day, but at that moment, the whole beautiful atmosphere was destroyed. The phone in his bag started making strange noises and loudly warning of great danger. This message really shocked the web novel author. He didn't understand what it could even be because he had never received anything like this before. Suddenly, the message that the title of the killer was activated, and now our hero began to worry even more, not understanding what was happening around. Then it was also reported that due to all this, his entire fighting prowess had increased beyond belief, because circumstances had forced him to do so. The atmosphere was getting worse and worse, because it seemed that now the man heard some very strange voice speaking from nowhere, and the color of the sky changed rapidly. The unfamiliar voice continued to speak and asked to be allowed to destroy all these difficulties that our hero was going through and become a real demon. The sounds of tension were getting worse. They startled the little one, and her big chocolate ice cream fell to the ground. No one understood what was happening, but everyone was already very much afraid that there must be some good reason for all these messages. After that, they looked up at the sky. Something really terrible started to happen there, because it split, and from there you could see two red eyes looking at all the people. Suddenly, the head of a giant monster and all its other parts appeared, looking directly at Ilshin and his innocent niece. The man was nothing compared to this gigantic monster, so it seemed to him that he had no chance at all in this case. Events flash back to where Song Miri has started meeting people and asking them to run as fast as possible because the situation is getting worse. The giant spiked bull roared very loudly, heading towards her at full speed to completely destroy this terrifying superheroine. Against the main character, it was clear that this terrible monster did not come here to destroy the girl. He came here because of him. He looked deep into his eyes and seemed to see some incredible understanding and fear at the same time. The anti-giant bull wanted to settle all his affairs with this girl for the first time. Meanwhile, the man analyzed the data of this animal and found that this animal was over 400 years old, barren, and came here to destroy the nameless god. After that, the events are transferred to some other place, where the man was standing near a fence, and where there were no people. He looked down and kept thinking about the analysis he had managed to make. He understood that it was really very difficult for him. After thinking a little, I realized that the name Nameless God belonged to him in that strange game, and all this could not be just an ordinary coincidence. He reminded me of the girl who tried to protect him at the cost of her own life. It seemed that it was really a very noble concession. After the spiked bull died, all was not well, as very strange events continued to occur. So, after all that, a message came to him telling him that his abilities had been upgraded by 1 level. As a reward, he can buy any Luhansk right in the store for free. This message came right after the big scary bull was dead. So he also realized that it was no coincidence. Because of his stupid smartphone, he had a lot of new problems and problems that were dangerous not only for him, but also for other people. He swung, and it seemed that right now the man would throw this phone into the deep, long river that was below him. He was about to drop it, but suddenly his phone started vibrating, and it caught the man's attention because he knew what it could be. A strange text appeared which he could not read again because of the very strange symbols in the middle. So he decided to stop with his plans for now and better learn about this strange message, as he was very curious. What time the drivers brought to another city, it was some kind of strange gate, in front of which stood two guards who did not look like people. The guards were asking some god for something, got a very strong blow right in the face, and it felt like it was the last blow. The second unknown creature, who was with his friend, was even more frightened, began to understand that now he has many times more problems, due to the fact that he can bend at any second. As it turned out, it was the evil red ant, which was removed with red paint and which was indifferent to all other creatures. The trader of the only cave was a girl in a white dress. She asked God to save them from terrible monsters who want to completely destroy their families. She was also an insect, but she had human features because she was very beautiful and cute. But now she was scared to death. However, suddenly an evil red ant came even closer to her. The animal was very happy because he finally had to find the holy virgin of the black tribe. The big monster was very serious. He said that no one would be able to escape from the soldiers of the great empire. The weather was nothing to him, the soldiers who were very happy because they succeed in everything. The terrible monster took a few more steps towards the Holy Virgin. It seemed that this was the end, and the girl had no other choice. She looked at him with her model's frightened eyes, and it seemed that it was the last thing she saw in her life. Suddenly, a message appeared on the man's phone asking whether the nameless god would like to pray to him. This situation was very similar to him. It seemed to him that something really similar happened to him today at lunch. He also felt very small today compared to a spiked bull. Our hero understood that he needed to think very carefully because it was a big responsibility, and after that there could be terrible consequences. The little attitude looked at him with its big eyes and asked for help. I felt very sorry for her because today at lunch he looked the same. It seemed that it was all over, and right now a big scary monster would destroy a small innocent creature. A big scary monster asked the Holy Virgin to accept the fact that she becomes a tribute to His Majesty. The giant mutant was sure that the mass would succeed. He looked up and was very scared. After 1 second, his body was gone. Some very powerful magic beam appeared, and a lot of blood appeared. The wards began. Some strange, powerful lightning should be given. As it turned out, this big red ant died because a man pressed his finger on the phone screen, and after that he destroyed the whole army of these monsters. All these creatures were very valuable. Therefore, after their murder, a lot of gold coins appeared and began to float to the ground. Meanwhile, the Holy Virgin was perhaps grateful to her hero and asked that the nameless god call her his true name. This surprised the man because he did not expect that some unknown creature would ask him for his real name. But this little creature was very what it caused, so the man decided to give his real name. When the little animal found out about his real name, she was very happy and said that she worships him and will do so for the rest of her life. Then there was a message that the author of the web novel managed to get the title of Merciful Savior, and at the moment he owned 2 titles. But the man did not understand how he could be a merciful savior. Thanks to this status, the man's karma was changed. And now as a reward, he will receive 100,000 gold coins. It was a really impressive amount. The man became optimistic again and no longer wanted to throw his phone into the river. And until now, he had more than 100,000 coins on his balance. He decided to immediately open this very store of items and find some good product that he could buy. After a few minutes of searching, one item came up, which was called the Blessing of the God of Growth, and the item was worth thousands of gold coins. A man thoughtlessly bought this item, and suddenly some yellow substance flew out of his phone. It was some unknown substance of theirs stored in a strange glass form. The main character didn't know what it was, so he decided to use the blind eye of God to promote all this. It was a substance that was sold during the training of the Constant Seeker. The truth is, ordinary mortals will take it. Then they will improve their potential to the maximum level. Everyone wanted to improve the potential to the maximum level, so the man decided to sniff this substance. The substance seemed really very strange to her, but still decided to be her because she wanted to look at her maximum potential. Answers, but he felt no taste and no smell, and it seemed that this divine substance did not work at all. Anger gripped him. It seemed like it was just an ordinary energizer that added a little power for a short period of time. But he once again looked at the results of the analysis and read that the more he drinks this substance, the better he will be. Then it even disappeared somewhere, and he decided to believe that it really works because so far he only has one small glass. So he started buying these divine substances en masse and drinking very quickly if you look at what will happen to him. However, even after many glasses were empty, the man did not feel anything in himself, and it seemed that it was all a big deception. But at one moment he completely lost the ability to stand and suddenly fell to the ground feeling some kind of pain. There was a message that this man's abilities were increased several times, and the assimilation with the God store was increased. The main character just passed out and fell asleep for a while and couldn't even move because he was under a very strong effect. After some time, he managed to wake up, but he was very tired and did not understand what was happening at all. He also had a very bad headache. He was also surprised because he realized that he woke up in his bed and did not understand how he could be here at all, because he remembered how he was on the bridge. Until now, no one in the world had invented a teleporter. Because of this, he was very scared because he did not understand who brought it to his apartment. Suddenly, he heard some very strange sounds that were similar to some hissing, and strange red ants started climbing under his hand. It became clear that these strange red monsters with small wings were making these strange sounds. They were no longer ants, but what twisted creatures. Seeing all this, he was very scared and got up from his bed and began to throw off all these terrible creatures from his body. It was from the message that thanks to his titles, the battlefield was improved. But he didn't care. He was interested. Where are you from? Where so many of these creatures appeared in his apartment. Hoping to leave his room, he began to turn the lock and open the door, but he was unable to do anything, although everything was always in order. Little monsters wanted revenge, so she used her ex-wife who wrote all her organs to cause maximum damage to the man. There were tens of thousands of them. They climbed, dragged, and bit the man on all parts of his body. It was only possible. Realizing that he would not be able to get out through the front door, he began to look to the side and began to think about something. It seemed that he had no choice but to live only on the 3rd floor, so it would be safe for him. Evil ants. They poked around the body, but he didn't care because he was focused on his plan, and it seemed to him that he was perfect, and he would succeed in everything. Suddenly, he began to doubt his idea. It seemed to him that he could get many injuries as a result of the fall, and in the end he could even die. But he actually knew what it was, and with all his might he crashed into his crown. He fell to the ground and lost consciousness in a few seconds due to this strong impact. The atmosphere was getting worse. It seemed that it was the end. Suddenly his eyes and was very scared. It seemed to him that he was in a trap where there was no way out from these terrible, but suddenly and once lit up with a red light. He got very angry and a strong steam started coming from his mouth. He pointed his mighty god finger at them and began to create some very strange magic ball in the air. After that, a very strong sunbeam flew on these ants and began to destroy part of their wax. It was very painful for them, so they wanted to run away from the scene. Suddenly the insect was very scared, and it would seem that it was simply impossible because this hero of ours destroyed their general with only one blow. They vowed revenge for their kind new general, so the archers began to prepare their bows and flaming arrows. After that, at the command of one important ant, they all simultaneously began to release their old ones that burned in the air. All the blows were accurate and landed directly on the man. A wild one of these arrows flew into his eyes, his mouth, and other parts of his body. It hurt a lot and he started screaming in pain. One red ant was very happy and asked if the nameless god liked receiving all these blows. He also added that it was the power of the United Empire. All the other warriors were very motivated. The main ant said that the ending and him can't do whatever they want with this horrible person. Felt very sick. Because of the bites of these terrible animals, he could not even breathe normally and suffered greatly because of it. It seemed to him that he finally lost this battle against terrible monsters. But suddenly, he saw something in the corner. There was a spray against all insects. This spray gave him a new idea. It seemed to him that he had a new chance. After that, he decided to gather his strength to make the last attack. His eyes widened, and he began to slowly rise to his feet. But the main monster didn't look at it anymore. It seemed to him that they had completely won the winter. He wanted to tell his king that they could celebrate. At that second, the man lying on the ground began to turn into a powerful god, because his years began to burn like a sun. When the terrible monsters saw this, they were very scared and realized that it was fatal for them, and they needed to run away from the battlefield urgently. But it was already too late, and they started disappearing right now because the man used the magic of his divine finger again. Monsters understood that it was the power of God, and they were simply powerless, and they had no chance. Everything around began to think to the man. It seemed that he had finally got rid of all these terrible monsters, but he was too. It seemed to him that right now he was in his own fire, and his body could not move at all because of everything, and he was just in one position. Unexpectedly, a message came that an evil high-class god named Silent Nightmare had sent a gift to the man. All the man could control were his fingers, so he decided to accept the gift because he had no other choice. He couldn't feel his fingers too well, so it was very hard for him to do it, but he still managed to press the button. Yes. In this, I began to feel my body again, and his finger began to shine with some kind of red light, and some magic started to go around. Our hero carefully looked at all this. He saw something like this for the first time in his life. After that, some time passes, and it was a sunny day outside. Events are taking place in a big city. Suddenly, a mountain outside the city began to attract some blue lightning and strange energy. It was one of the most powerful blows to the earth, after which some strange smoke began directly from the core of the earth. As it turned out, Sun Meyer provoked this blow, but it seemed to her that it was completely useless because he could not help her. She remembered that in the fight against the spiked bull, she used some other power. This power was really too powerful, so she wanted to do everything possible to awaken this power in herself and become stronger. And it seemed that when she does that, then her revenge can finally be completed, because she can fight against monsters of a higher rank. But suddenly something very strange from a wet look to the side because what she saw surprised her already. She looked at the big city that was in front of her, and it seemed that something was wrong because she felt strange waves. Meanwhile, the apartment of our hero because of a strong fire that he caused with the help of his finger. But regardless of the fact that he was a gift, nothing happened. And he got very angry because now the situation was only worse. At that moment, a message appeared that the man had successfully mastered the gift he received from the silent god. But after reading this, our hero only got angrier because it did not help him at all. Suddenly, he pointed his index finger in a certain direction to start using the divine power again. But to use this energy, he needed a lot of strength and air, but now everything around him was in smoke, and he couldn't breathe normally. You hear it right after he used it, he fell powerless to the ground. Now he didn't even have the strength to get up, and it seemed that this was finally his end. But he didn't want to die like that. In his opinion, it was a really terrible death, and he would die as a loser known to no one. At this second, the man activated the blind eye of God to start analyzing some object lying on the ground. Unexpectedly, the same woman with a helmet, around which there were a lot of lightning bolts, came to his room. He did not understand who it was, but through some analysis he found out that it was a 19-year-old girl, and she was in a state of shock. His energy was falling with every second. His eyes were closing, and because of this, he might not be able to see normally. But he was absolutely sure that it was the same mysterious girl. After that, some time passed, and the events were transferred to the hospital, where Ilshina's sister and her little daughter were. The little girl was very surprised because she did not understand what had happened to her uncle, and did not know that it was definitely him, and Ilshin confirmed that it was him. After that, the little child hugged him and asked him to take care of himself more, because then she won't have a song to play with. There must have been some very quick movements in this chamber. It was his sister. She was very angry and asked the man how he could call himself tired because she had been cleaning his entire apartment for several hours after all that garbage. She continues to scold her brother for his rash concessions. Meanwhile, their daughter stepped aside because she saw something interesting, and it seemed that someone knocked on the door a long time ago. She opened it and asked who was there, but there was no one there. When she came out, she saw that there was already a very large, lush bouquet of flowers. Sun Yen decided to take this bouquet into the room and then show it to her. When she did it, all adults stopped arguing. Ilshin was very confused. You did not understand at all from whom this strange bouquet could have come to him. On this large bouquet was written, on which it was written that Ilshin would get well soon. The boy thought that it was from his director. Meanwhile, a Supergirl girl who was standing not far from the hospital where her husband was lying. The man is very glad that everyone left him, because now he had peace and could rest properly after everything. The aunt was surprised, and it seemed that the man had some strange power, because when she fought against the terrible side, she managed to use the maximum energy. Especially when she was carrying him to the hospital, she felt a very strange force coming from his body. It seemed that the man had a chance to improve and has strength, so she has been watching him for 4 days, but so far she has no ideas. At one point she became very scared as she felt as if she was a real stalker. Besides, it was very dangerous here on the roof because everyone could see, so she thought it would be better to go home. But at the last moment she saw something that caught her eye. Suddenly our hero woke up and started doing some strange things to himself under the blanket. Looking directly into his eyes, they were scared that they were just white and had the feeling that he was unconscious. After that, the events are transferred to a completely different place, where there was a big magical tree, and with them there was a strange little house where the fire was burning. Strange insects turned to her Holy Virgin to think about her decision, because a lot depends on it. Svetodio held some strange magical atmosphere in her hands. Other insects returned to her and begged to make a different decision because it was a sacred treasure of their tribe. However, the Holy Virgin answered in a quiet voice that she had already decided everything despite the fact that he saved their tribe. According to the words of the sages, this treasure was passed down from generation to generation and was very important for their tribe. But despite this, they need to remember the one who saved them from the terrible army of the Empire. She hoped that if they gave the most valuable thing they had, he would surely forgive their sins. Meanwhile, Ilshin in his ward was angry with all these ants and promised to destroy them all and punish them for their actions. Miri's sleep was filled with fear, so she didn't know what was happening with the boy, and maybe it was something very dangerous for him. All she could see was how he was screaming very loudly and beating his bed with his hands. It was like some kind of attack. The man did not understand how the ants could get to him because he was tired and injured. Just as it turned out, it was not the red ants that he always fought against. It was the saint who worshipped the nameless god. After reading this, the man was even more surprised. Then there was a message that the believers had made a gift for their god, and the nameless god could gladly accept it. After that, he smiled and became very nice to himself, because in his opinion, gifts were given only to very respectable people. He was really interested in what the believers could give him, so he accepted the gift they had prepared without any problems. Holy Virgin, you once looked at him with your eyes and held in your hand some strange gift that you had prepared for God. After all, the message that the tribute was successfully transferred, and suddenly some holy stone flew from the phone. This stone is really very small. As it turned out, it was the fruit of the world tree, and it is one of the 7 fruits that the world tree gave. The man was wondering what he should do with it, so he decided to smell it. But he didn't have any terrible smell. After that, he carefully read the message about the holy tree and its importance of existence in the whole world. And the most interesting thing was that this tree could improve his endurance, and thanks to this stone, he could become many times stronger. Then he decided to taste this holy fruit as much as it should become his stronger after it. A few more seconds passed, and suddenly Yuna began to feel some very strange effect with you that he had not felt before. It seemed that some powerful lightnings appeared inside the heart and hit his body hard. Because of this, he screamed and cried very loudly. Very long time. She stood on the roof and watched everything that was happening in the ward. She did not understand what it could be. Very strange things began to happen to the boy. He seemed to start hallucinating and felt very dizzy in his head. It was as if he had eaten some mushrooms. He had never felt so bad in his life. He started to sweat and he had a runny nose. It was unreal, terrible feeling after this war opened his mouth and loudly that this fruit was unreal bitter. He began to cough because of this terrible taste. It seemed to him that nothing in this world could taste as terrible as this fruit. It seemed that there was no effect. But suddenly he saw a very strange glow around his body and was surprised. He began to throw off all his bandages because it seemed that his internal situation with the body was changing a lot. I looked at my body and couldn't believe it, because I realized that all his wounds had healed and he was completely healthy. The girl was also very shocked because she could not believe that this was possible, because only yesterday his body had very strong wounds. And it seemed that all this was some kind of magic, because even 5 seconds ago his body was covered with burns. She wonders who this man really was because she has never lost such people in her life who could restore their bodies so quickly. And suddenly his phone started making some strange sounds again, and this attracted the attention of the main character. There was a message that the function of God's blessing was activated. I have become looked at my God with good eyes and rejoiced. The man could not believe that he could bestow blessings by accepting only his gifts from his believing creatures. But he was only interested in what these strange little creatures wanted from him, since everything seemed to be in order. The insects were disappointed because they gave their God a very powerful gift but did not receive any response from him. But at that moment, something started to fall. It was something like snow. No one understood what it was because they did not have winter. The little insects didn't know what they needed to do with it, so they tasted it and were very happy. They had never tried anything like this in their lives, and because of this taste it seemed simply incredible to them. After they tasted, their wounds unexpectedly began to disappear, and they began to feel stronger and that they were before. One old sage began to cry. It seemed to him that it was just some kind of miracle because all his problems disappeared. They couldn't believe that this was really possible and pretended that God had blessed them, and they thanked him for it. After that, the man received 101 points thanks to the fact that all believers were satisfied with this gift and thanked him very much. Also thanks to the square sugar bag, he receives more than 10,000 coins. In this world, there was a completely different system. 1 point of faith was counted as 100 coins. The man was happy. And after that, he began to treat small insects much better. After that, some time passed, and the events took place in a strange room in broad daylight. It was a store where there were many streets. All merchants tried to attract a large number of customers to earn money. One big man moved to the side, and there was another big bald man and pushed him with his shoulder. They began to have a conflict because the man understood what he wanted from him and why he was pushing him with his shoulder. Ilshin was also at the scene, and it occurred to him that this place was too dangerous because there were very strong people here. He wanted to find good places for normal people like him to sell their items and get some money. He continued his search, and after some time, he finally managed to find some quiet place. But it was some kind of abandoned city where there were no people at all, and it looked quite creepy and crows were flying above. Because of this, bad thoughts began to come to him, and he began to worry whether this place was good. He opened the door to this mysterious room and asked if anyone was inside. The cute girl who was inside smiled and greeted the man in her shop. This surprised the man. He did not expect that there could be such a beautiful girl here. Then he explained that he came here to sell some items. The girl asked if the man was a hunter, but our hero explained that he had shown abilities, but that he had not received a license yet. After that, the woman handed him some strange pieces of paper and asked him to fill in everything correctly. The woman suggested that he sit down and think carefully about all the questions that were in this form. In this form, there was a question from "Where are you?" the author of web novels, where these subjects made the main character think, because he could not just write that he got them thanks to a normal game. The situation was really difficult for him, but he understood that he needed to do it in order to repair his apartment. Someone started ringing the doorbell and entered this suspicious store. It was some kind of luggage of big, strong people. The man in the middle asked the woman how she was feeling, and the saleswoman replied that everything was fine, thanks to their patronage. Ilshin often used his blind eye of God and learned that these men were 30 years old and had weak muscles. However, the author of the web novel seemed to be very strong. He listened to their conversation. The men said he brought some very good items. After that, he scanned the man in the middle. As it turned out, he was using low-grade fire. The analysis did not help the man in any way, and the situation became even worse because these men looked at him suspiciously. The hero understood that they were really very dangerous for him, so something had to be done. The saleswoman was shocked because she saw a set of mithril armor in her hands. Ilshin also scanned this armor and found out that it was made with metalol, but it looked very strong due to the fact that it had a coating on it, and which was effective for another 4 hours. The saleswoman was really amazed. She couldn't believe that this item could be so precious. The big man said that they spent a lot of time to find it. The man in the middle said that they would take that woman only 3 million for this precious object. This price was very expensive, and it made the woman wonder if she was doing everything right. In the end, she agreed to this offer and asked to wait until she brought the money. The main character could not just sit idly by and ask the woman not to rush so quickly to give them money. In a frightened voice, he said that it was a fake and that the product was not even worth 10,000. After he said that he regretted his words very much, he felt like he had caused too much trouble right now. Everyone in this room was shocked because they did not expect that this quiet boy could say something like that. Then the stocky man lifted the man up with one hand and asked him what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Another member of the gang standing behind suddenly snapped his fingers and transformed. Their eyes began to glow with color, and it seemed that Ilshin had absolutely no feelings against them. The frightened hero understood that he had no choice but to use his divine finger. He directed the power of his finger directly to the armor that was lying on the table in front of the saleswoman. At this very second, the dirt was completely destroyed. The woman was shocked because it seemed to her that it was impossible. The men realized that they had failed to implement their scam, so the big stout man began to attack Ilshin. It seemed that the man finally died. He simply closed his eyes and waited for his death. But suddenly the man standing in the middle called to stop and not to make hasty concessions. He apologized to the hunter and apologized for... They wanted to attack him. Ilshin was surprised but said he accepts their apology. Then the men left the room, and without fights and quarrels, it seemed that the situation was completely completed. The saleswoman started to cry. She thanked the man for his strong help. She asked if he was one of those strong magicians. The woman explained that they had magicians who hide among the interference of people and who do not need big treasures and the respect of others. But even after the explanation, the man did not know what to the woman because he understood that he was definitely not one of these sorcerers. But fortunately, the topic of conversation quickly changed because the saleswoman mentioned that the man came to her to sell some items. She turned very pale. She explained that this item only had 12 mana, and even if she overpaid for it, it was still a D-class item. She said that she was very sorry because she was not going to buy this strange item. It seemed to the man that this ring could not be like that, so he decided to do its analysis again. Chased away all the same information that was there before. But suddenly a note appeared that it was better to give this ring to Song Mira, who was not far from him. The man knew to the end who Sun Miri was. It seemed to him that she was the same heroine who possessed the mastery of lightning. Meanwhile, the girl stood outside the house and followed all the events. She wanted to appear invisible. She wore a mask and a dark cap so that no one would recognize her. She wanted to find out what happened to the men because he healed too quickly. In addition, she managed to find out that the man went to one of the sales stores. Because of this, he must be hiding something. She wanted to get to know him better, and it seemed that the man could help her improve her powers. Unexpectedly, the same 3 people from the gang came out of the building. The girl quickly hid behind the wall. Now she was absolutely sure that she was. She was also afraid that if her sister found out about it, she would not be angry for a joke. Suddenly, a man approached her and said that he was very glad that she was here because he had a small present. Then, after some time, the events are transferred to some big building where there was a lot of blue energy. One professor was working on his laptop and was incredibly shocked because he just found out that it was a 7,000 mana blow. Song Miri was also incredibly impressed because with the help of this ring, she managed to improve her strength several times. She constantly thought about that man, and it seemed that he was her only chance to improve her abilities. She was very scared when she heard Ilshin's voice behind her. It seemed to her that it was impossible. The man took out the ring and said that the girl would accept it as a sign of gratitude for her rescue. After that, he ran away very quickly. He was really ashamed of his concession. At that very moment, the strange ring that was in the hands of the superheroine began to glow with green light. And it seemed that it was a sign of fate because this hero of ours, just like that, without any reason, he gave her this powerful ring with the help of which she improved her result. A man in a suit who watched all this began to applaud the girl for her strong blow. He said that it was really incredible and she became many times better in her field. But the woman standing next to her said that Song Miri should not be too happy because she still had a low class. The man in the shirt was divorced because the woman, as always, spoiled everyone's mood with her pessimism. He also added that he really wants to work with Miri because he will need her strength a lot, and they could be a good team. At that moment, that evil woman with dark hair turned to her again. Her tone suddenly changed. She started threatening her if she interfered with her doing her business, and then she didn't care about her sister's words. She was convinced that she would be able to become better than her sister if that man would help her do it. Meanwhile, Ilshin was sleeping in his bed, but he had a bad dream. It occurred to him that someone was asking the general to carry out Jim's order, and they wanted to create an army of 5 million. This time they will be stronger. Thanks to this, they will be able to destroy the monster that saved the Dark Tribe in the final fight. A big red monster approached some unknown object and said that he was waiting for an order for the general. As it turned out, this terrible monster was a representative of the Ten-Blade Emperor and was very powerful. At that moment, our hero started screaming very loudly and quickly woke up. He was very scared. Fortunately, he managed to understand that it was just a stupid dream that he had. He was very scared because he already had a lot of problems because first of all his whole room was completely destroyed. But then he remembered that all the monsters in this dream were very similar to the real ones that attacked him. The last time he almost died when there were 100,000 of these monsters. But now his enemies are going to increase the number 50 times. He began to worry a lot because now he didn't know what to do, since it would be an incredibly strong army against him. But suddenly someone texted him on the phone. It was some stranger to him. It was some caller with the nickname Silent Nightmare, asking the man if he wanted power. This person scared the man. It seemed to him that he was some kind of maniac, some other. So he asked who he was. But the Silent Nightmare did not give him an answer to this question. He already wrote that a man needs to destroy 100 people of his race. But the main character was disgusted to read about all this. He did not understand at all who was writing to him at such a time. I didn't want to simply block him and not communicate with him anymore. But when the Silent Nightmare began to find out, I was very scared and asked to wait. After that, some strange blue screen appeared and the Eye of the Blind God was activated. It scared the man because he didn't know what it was, and it looked somehow very strange. Then the same terrible scale appeared in front of him that he dreamed of in a nightmare today. It was the General Kamakiri of the main character, and said that they were destroying him thanks to their giant army, and would bring his body to the great emperor. The man realized that he saw this very message in his dream, some very strange timer that read about 72 hours and it was 4 days. The man realized that the situation was becoming very strange, and he did not like the atmosphere at all. He looked at his little creatures that were in the phone, and they were also very scared. It seemed that they would surely die. Realizing that he would not be able to avoid a great battle and wanted to prepare for it. Hole in his room that Sun Mary made when she saved him. The man was very focused, but unfortunately he was unable to use his analysis, and this made him very angry. Then there was a message that he himself had been successfully analyzed. It was a really brilliant plan. He started reading the analysis about himself and got very angry because the analysis showed that he was bound to be a loser. It seemed to him that this was a really very stupid ability and that, and the whole analysis was completely false. After that, he tried to find other ways and bought everything possible that was in God's store. All these products were really very different and had very cool names, but in reality they were useless. It seemed to him that this store was in a big boom because now he got a lot of different abilities that didn't help him at all. Thanks. He remembered his past situation, and he thought he should have just thrown his phone in the river and then he wouldn't have these problems. But now he was at a complete standstill because he did not know what he needed to do because time did not stand still. Suddenly, one man wrote to him about his works. He wrote that he had already received money for the work, and because of that, he will be forced to write a web novel. Otherwise, everything will be very bad. Scared of losing his job, the man wrote that he has been having a lot of problems lately, and because of this, he has no opportunity to write short stories. But the man wrote that he still expects a novel from him. Different thoughts filled the man's head, but now he started thinking about energy. Realizing that this was the only good idea, he loudly shouted that he urgently needed energy. In general, he had too many problems, so he realized that now he needs to drink a lot of energy drinks and work a lot. I had this message that the assimilation of God was increased by 5 to 10%. And the personal right of you was strengthened many times, and this was a good sign. The main character began to activate all possible titles and statuses to maximize his productivity. He worked really hard and used a lot of energy, and didn't even think about sleep. After several tens of energizers, he was really very tired because he had no more energy and needed to sleep. But his peasants were useless. He finally managed to finish his work, and now he had one less problem. All that was left for him was to simply dump his job back into the horrible man who was pressuring him. Events continue. Where was Sun Miri? She was walking around the city with a cake in her hands. But suddenly the cheerfulness disappeared somewhere, and it seemed that it would be very strange if she herself came to Ilshin's house. She wanted to make a good impression about herself, and then her husband would not refuse her home. And still it was scary, or it seemed that the man could take her visit very badly, so she was very worried about that. Her husband lived on the 3rd floor, so she did not want to use the elevator, so she took the stairs. She found the apartment of the author of the web novel and was already standing in front with her cake in her hands. Meanwhile, our hero was just lying in front of his laptop and with many bottles of energy. He couldn't even get up because he was sleeping. The girl was scared, but she still decided to take this step because the future depended on it. She rang his doorbell and began to wait for an answer, but there was no answer. It surprised her. She couldn't believe that there was no one in this apartment at all. But when she took a closer look, she realized that the door to his apartment was open. She was scared because she didn't know what was going to happen to Ilshin. But despite that, she still decided to go to the apartment. His room was really empty and only in the wall was a very big hole that she made. Then the events continue in the office, where there was the same man who demanded a web novel from his author. Time is up. But the man didn't drop him any script, and it made him very angry as he didn't have any work. At that moment, one hand very quickly and forcefully put a large amount of paper on his desk and startled him. It was Ilshin. He was pleased because he managed to do this job and managed to impress the angry man. It was really a very large amount of material. The customer was incredibly impressed because it was even too much. After reading some parts of the material, he burst into tears. His heart broke into pieces. It seemed that he turned into a baby. He looked at the author and was proud of him. It seemed that he was simply a divine author who wrote the best web novels. Some time passed and the sun began to set. Many people and their partners began to appear on the street. The main character was tied to a chair. The men who were nearby were really surprised how he managed to sleep in such a situation, and it seemed that he worked all night without stopping. Ilshin was very deep. He only occasionally muttered some very strange things under his breath. Suddenly his poor eyes opened quickly, and he loudly asked for a double portion of steak. The man looked very terrible indeed, and with his appearance he frightened the strong men of the gang. But at that moment he woke up and realized how bad the situation was because he was kidnapped by bandits. In addition, he had no idea where he was and why it was necessary to kidnap him. The man with the fire in his hand laughed and said that it was really incredible because no one else would fall asleep in such a situation. With the help of analysis, the man found out that he had a very weak fire. The other members of the gang were also angry and wanted revenge, but as it turned out, they had a very weak body structure. This information really impressed the man, because on the outside, men were very strong and dangerous, but as it turned out in the middle, they were weak. Then he realized that these were the same swindlers he met in the store. The bandits were glad that the man finally recognized them, but the man who was tied up was not at all happy because he did not like this situation at all. So he asked what they needed. The man in the middle said she wanted compensation for destroying their merchandise, and luckily they accept card payments. But Ilshin joked and said that unfortunately he lost his phone and could not pay them anything. Suddenly he came up to him holding his phone and said that now everything will work out for them. There was a message on the phone that time was short and the Imperial Army would soon invade. After reading this, the scammers were surprised. Unexpectedly at that second, a timer appeared and showed that there was no more time. The man shouted loudly and said that they had untied him because soon everything would come to an end. The man with the fire in his hands just laughed, but some very strange red substance started to come out of the phone. This strange red substance became more and more and attacked the scammer. The other scammers were very scared because they did not understand what was happening. Red insects completely covered the man's body. He began to scream very loudly for help, but no one knew what to do. They had seen something like this for the first time and were very afraid to approach it. As it turned out, it was an army of small monsters that were 50 times larger than last time, and this time they were more intelligent. They lined up in threes and one giant monster stood in front of them. The swindlers were shocked because they couldn't believe that they were just bugs. The man with the fiery hand asked Ilshin if he controlled all these beetles because it seemed to him that it was only his plan. As expected, Ilshin denied it. He also added that it wasn't bugs, it was bugs. Scammers did not want to give up. The man released a large force of fire directly at all these bugs. He wanted them all to burn. The fire was so strong that it touched some parts of the main character's body. He was in pain, and he did not understand how the analysis could show that it was a very weak fire. Fortunately, he managed to push away and drive back a little to protect himself from terrible burns. After this fire, all the bugs disappeared. The men were satisfied. Now they wanted to finish the business with Ilshin. This time they were even more angry. It seemed that their younger brother died because of him. The situation for the man was very bad because he was bound. And as it turned out, the men were really strong. Unexpectedly, all the big fire that Hien was holding in his hand suddenly disappeared somewhere. Then he quickly fell to the ground without any reason and lost his consciousness. As it turned out, some strange stone with red energy flew right into his head. Both men still remained in the room and were very scared. Let's understand how a small stone could stop Hyena. The two looked back and saw that the scary monsters were charging in catapults with the same magic stones. The general stood in front and looked at his enemies. He understood that the victory was definitely his. The pumped-up man lost his courage and began to run very quickly from the scene to save himself. Ilshin turned to him and asked him to untie him, but the great man did not listen to him at all. He used all his strength to try to open the door, but it was very locked. The creepy general smiled and ordered to start shooting at their enemies. Near it, many of the same magic stones began to fly quickly at the same time. Ilshin watched as dozens of stones flew straight into the head of the stocky man. Now he understood that no one could save him because even this strong fire could not destroy a gigantic army. The video is all about dead men trying to leave this place, and it made him more afraid. The atmosphere filled the room in which he was located. It was closed, and this meant that he had no way out. Realized that he made a very big mistake because the monsters were too strong, and he did not underestimate them. And all the terrible problems started for him because of this game that appeared on his phone. The general looked at the man and said that all his assistants were dead, and now he had no chance against them. The man was sure that this was the end, but he could believe that he could just bend over on a chair. The general looked him straight in the eyes and said that what he was doing would destroy him for the sake of their mighty emperor. when, as usual, at an unexpected moment, his phone started beeping again because some message had arrived. In this message, it was said that the activation of the miraculous effect has begun. After that, some strange lightning began to appear in the air and it began to increase several times. At one point, there was a very big explosion right in front of our hero, which scared him because he was expecting it. It seemed that this was his chance for salvation as this explosion destroyed a large number of evil ants. The monsters continued to fly around without understanding what it was at all. The angry general asked who was so brave to attack his mighty army. The angry general wanted to see the one who entered the fight against him during the performance of one important mission. As it turned out, it was the same girl with a helmet on her head. She was surprised because she thought that everyone was already dead. In order not to lose the opportunity, the man used the blind eye of God and analyzed the girl, realized that it was the same girl. But now she was unrealistically happy. She stood in front of her husband and said that she would protect him from all these problems. Our hero was behind her and said that he always believed in her. She promised to complete her mission to the best of her ability, and after that she hit the monster with her close one directly. One blow was not a scary monster with its lightning bolts, but the general gave up. He only said that she had no right not to attack them. Red monsters were dying en masse due to strong lightning strikes, but the general was stronger than them, so he managed to survive. He said he came here to fight against the nameless god. When the man saw that the girl managed to kill monsters, he began to motivate her to continue doing it. The general was really overpowerful, so she raised her hands in the air and started to create one lightning atmosphere. The monster understood that this girl was also a real god, because she possessed very powerful techniques. In his opinion, this was the worst disaster their imperial army had ever faced, because this god could make other people many times stronger as well. He threw off all his clothes and said that he would be a worthy general, so he would die here and now. But he was not going to die just like that. He wanted to fight to the very end and cause maximum damage. Against the girl at that moment sent this strange magic ball at him, and there was a very big explosion. She never liked any insects, especially those that attacked ordinary people. The insects that remained alive shouted that the general needed to escape as soon as possible, but he did not want to do this and remained. He then returned to the other monsters and ordered them to surrender their power so that he could continue to fight. After that, he seemed to have transferred him to some other world where everything was completely different. He stood in front of some terrible monster who had tens of thousands of eyes and told him that he would give the lives of his soldiers as a sacrifice. But his monsters were determined to save the general, so they asked him to retreat and survive. But at that moment, the general stood up very quickly and looked at the other monsters that were around. He hit his magic weapon directly on all the soldiers who were sent to him to implement his plan. People looked at all this with incomprehension, as it seemed that right now a mutation was taking place before their eyes. After that, the general became many times stronger and bigger. It seemed that he simply received strength from other monsters. Now there was a very strange, hellish aura around him, and he was no longer going to defend himself and went to attack the evil people. Ilshin did not understand how the general could kill his own soldiers for the sake of his goal. It seemed to him that it was against nature. He scanned it and found out that it was a general who killed his army for the sake of a rich man. He was 98 years old, and he was aiming to destroy Sun Miri. When the man found out that the general wanted to destroy Song Miri, he was very scared because he realized that now the girl was in danger. This moment he jumped up very quickly and ordered the girl to bow her head for disobeying his god. He looked even worse than I would because it seemed that right now he was not carrying a very strong blow to Po Mira. The superheroine in the helmet was scared because this monster became too fast for her, and in order to survive she started creating lightning. After that, she sent a large stream of lightning straight in his direction to stop him at least a little. But this time the general was many times stronger, so he defended himself from her blows with his sharp swords. Ilshin got scared and realized that the situation was really very bad. The general cut the girl's lightning into pieces with his sharp swords, although it was impossible. Seeing this, she was scared to death, because now she felt how strong the general was. She saw the general in front of her and realized that she didn't have time to defend herself from his blow. Used his powers, all his power and anger, because he understood that he had no other options than this. The bound man began to shout very loudly. He was very afraid for the girl. But unfortunately, he still managed to dodge the terrible blow of the monster due to his speed. You have it so powerful that some very strong wind went around, and some incredible atmosphere. Did the man close his eyes, or did he not want to see everything that happened with Song Miri? He wanted it all to be just some kind of prank. But when the thick smoke cleared, he saw a girl lying on the floor and undressed. He was incredibly scared. There was a lot of blood around, and her dead head was lying not far from her body. In his head, he remembered that she paid with her life for disobeying the emperor. Then the general turned to the nameless god and said that he also had to pay with his life for insulting his people and his emperor. However, the husband did not listen to him at all. That the girl paid with her life to save him. It was all too scary for him. Then a very strange eye and incredibly sharp teeth appeared. This eye glowed with lava and looked somewhere with its stern gaze. As it turns out later, it was a giant chest that appeared behind the man. It was the same chest from the game. The man was incredibly angry, realized that he was to blame for all this, but now he only wanted bloody revenge. He looked at the girl's hand and could not believe that it was really a reality. At that moment, a message appeared that all that he saw was a nightmare that had not yet happened, but Ilshin did not know about it. But reports also said that this could be fate, that could actually happen. The general was happy that he had succeeded, and now he was preparing to destroy the man. When you realized that this girl saved him whole, and she always fought for the rights of humanity in the fight against the sailors, then a question appeared about the author of web novels, whether he wanted to call back the fate of death with the help of God's law, and after pressing the button, 100,000 coins will disappear from him. Our angry hero did not think for long, and chose so. General Lisha laughed. It seemed to him that the most difficult thing was behind all that remained was to destroy the bound man. But the man had no fear. His eyes glowed with yellow magic, and he only craved revenge. At this moment, the divine right to travel back in time and change fate is activated. The girl was preparing to create her magic to protect herself from the attacks of the terrible general. She was very scared because she felt that this insect had become many times stronger, and because of that her magic might not work. The monster flew towards her with his sharp sword and was confident that he would easily complete this task. Song Miri did not expect that this insect could really become so strong in such a short period of time, but at that moment the chains with which the man was bound began to break and fall to the ground. The girl was incredibly scared, because it seemed to her that she would simply die. But she had no idea that Ilshin began to change her fate. He quickly grabbed the girl with his hand by her dark hair to save her. After that, he very quickly pulled the girl back with his hand, so that she managed to dodge the terrible blow of the monster. But the general didn't care about that. He understood that people were scared, and they did everything possible to run away from him. Miri was shocked, because it seemed that the man was chained to the chair. But now he saved her. Our hero looked at the general with his magical eyes, and his blood boiled. All he wanted was to take revenge on him. The frightened girl woke up to the fact that this man possessed truly incredible power. Our hero pretended not to know her, so he addressed her as the Empress of Lightning and asked if everything was okay with her, and the girl answered that everything was okay. The general was more scattered. Now he wanted to destroy the nameless god himself, and not the Empress of Lightning. However, the man was indifferent to the fact that a terrible monster was running towards him. He only said that the insects really ate him. The general understood why the man had no fear at all, and suddenly some magical light began to appear in front of him. As it turned out, Ilshin raised his divine finger in the air and activated it against the general. But this time his attack was stronger as he combined his divine magic together with the divine middle finger. All events took place in a forgotten large hangar located not far from the mountains. After activating all the divine magics, there was an incredibly powerful explosion. This explosion was so powerful that a very thick smoke appeared around. No one could see anything. Parts of the general's body began to disappear. He understood that this was actually his end, so he said that he was dying for the sake of the emperor. The man stood proudly and watched as the terrible monster disappeared. Meanwhile, the girl began to cough loudly through the thick smoke. She looked at him with incredible sympathy, because he was a hero who had just saved her and destroyed a terrible mutant. After the death of the general, a small knife appeared on the ground. The man picked it up and was surprised. He understood what it could be, but suddenly all his pride and courage disappeared, and he again began to be afraid of a fire somewhere. After that, a long period of time passed, and the man again found himself in his destroyed apartment. The situation for him was really bad, because his apartment was completely destroyed, and because of that, he had to rebuild it. But this time the girl helped him. She asked her husband to trust her to do it. From that time on, she called him Master. Mira wanted to like her husband. She thought that he was only strong and that she should learn from him. She made a lot of efforts and did all the possible things she could to win the attention and trust of the master. The man could never have thought that the girl would so much want to help him in the repair of his own apartment. Then he took out the same small knife from his pocket and began to examine it. He was curious how it actually worked. Little by little, his thoughts were interrupted by a girl who asked if he was a hermit who renounced human benefits. Did not expect that he did not know what to answer to such a question. It seemed to him that this girl was somehow strange. Suddenly she fell to her knees and began to beg the master to do it. She wanted him to make her many times stronger, and for that she would do whatever he ordered. But he was not happy about it. On the contrary, he had a very bad feeling about it. But after a while they clapped. He was already sitting on 3 boxes and working with his laptop, and son Miri was standing next to him, so you could watch all this. Then the man turned to the Empress of Lightning, but the girl said that he could call her simply Miri. The master asked her how long she was going to be there, and Miri explained that she would stay in his apartment until he started teaching her. This was another big problem for him. He explained that he was just a regular G-class and couldn't do anything, but the girl pointed to the finger of her hand where the ring was. She explained that this ring that he gave her made her impressions stronger. But to this blow, he quickly replied that he was just lucky to find this magic ring, and he was very glad that the girl managed to become stronger, but he definitely will not succeed in making her stronger. Hearing this answer, the girl cried. She began to beg her husband to give her at least one single chance. Some time passed, and the girl called the master to her because she had finished painting his apartment. And what the man saw really impressed him. He saw that everything around looked simply incredible. The apartment looked even better than it was at first. The man could never have thought that a girl could so beautifully repair and glue battles. But suddenly some strange thunder came to rest. However, when Polana looked out the window, she saw only the sun and good weather. Then the girl explained that she was the only one who was hungry. The gentleman praised the girl for her good work and asked if he could excuse her with lunch. The girl was happy with such offers and said that she would. To call her, the girl explained that it was an urgent call, and unfortunately she would not be able to eat together with her master. This news saddened the man, because at dinner he wanted to know more about her and about all her strange abilities. After that, the girl started to put on her helmet, but suddenly the man stopped her. At that very second, he bought the blessing of the god of growth and gave the girl 1 jar of that energizing agent, because she was incredibly surprised when she saw that some kind of glass jar came out of his phone. She said that the man was like Kang Woo, but he had no idea who he was. The superheroine climbed into the window and said that she will taste every drop from this jar, and will thank him for it. Then she said goodbye to the boy and said that she would return soon. Hearing this, the man was surprised. He stood and watched as the girl flew higher and higher, and there was sadness in his head because he needed to eat himself. 30 minutes later, the man was sitting in the restaurant and received his order, because of which he was very happy. On the TV you have in this restaurant, they started selling breaking news. It was said that an S-class monster appeared during the Parliament conference. Everyone was shocked by such events. But fortunately, it was said that the hunter alone arrived on the battlefield and began to act. But, unfortunately, its power wasn't enough because this hunter was too weak for this monster, and all he could do was just buy more time. The man started throwing up his food when he found out that the hunter who arrived at the scene was the Empress of Lightning. It was clear that the girl was more relaxed than this monster due to the fact that she did not have an S-class. The situation was getting worse by the minute, so the Hunters Association made a request for reinforcements. This TV channel promised to show all the hottest news directly from the scene of the events, but our hero had only one thought in his head. It seemed to them that it was too dangerous because the monster was of S-class. As it turned out, this mood was planned because of this. It was many times stronger than the previous ones to make a better attack. He raised his giant hand in the air and screamed very loudly. His blood was boiling. He only wanted to destroy the counties. After that, he very quickly hit the asphalt with that hand and made an incredibly deep crater. Fortunately, the Empress of Lightning managed to save the person who was in this place. She urged her to run away as fast as possible. The frightened victim cried and thanked her heroine. Mira began to calm down. She was no longer sure that she would be able to defeat this monster, since it had never fought such a monster before. In addition, she remembered the words of her older sister who ordered her not to cause to work. The terrible monster continued to destroy everything around him. He wanted to destroy as many people as possible and inflict more pathogens. The Empress was frightened, but she tried to gather her spirit to deliver a good blow. As always, she wanted to create the best shot with a large layer of lightning. She put a lot of energy and strength into her blows to try to inflict maximum damage on the monster. The blow she struck was really successful because after that, Mozart started screaming and fell to the ground accordingly. The TV reporter who was nearby was very happy and reported that the Empress of Lightning was in her best form as always. Other people came up and started to motivate her, saying that they believe in her and she will definitely succeed in everything. Fear and hesitation left the girl's mind. Now she was motivated and believed that she would really be able to defeat the terrible monster. At that moment, it flew very quickly right at the girl. It was the monster's hand. Now he acted much better because he was angrier and appreciated the strength of his opponent. The tired girl was lying on the ground after the impact. She couldn't believe that she didn't become a little bit stronger. The TV reporter was very scared. She realized that now he was all in danger and their positivity had disappeared. That blow was very painful for her. It was difficult for her to get up, but she still did her best. The words of her older sister, who told her not to be too confident and to stop, appeared again in her head. Next to her was a glass jar with some kind of magical substance that Ilshin had given her. The substance glowed, which is why the Empress was interested. The Drake was alive, and it seemed that what happened was stronger. But unfortunately for the Emperor of Lightning, it only became weaker after the blow. Everyone was scared when they saw this terrible monster in front of them. They understood that now he wanted to destroy them. But suddenly there was a demonstration. Some strange magical light began to appear, which illuminated his back and the whole earth. The Supergirl fell out. It's an energist. And now her magic became many times stronger again, and yellow lightning began to appear. She felt simply unbeatable, and was now fully prepared to fight against the monster. The people around were incredibly excited, because they could not believe that this superwoman would be able to return to them and be stronger in the event. You could see how the lightning entered the middle of their serious eyes. You could tell that only one girl was completely focused on destroying the terrible monster. But in the meantime, a terrible monster looked at the people through no fault of his own. He wanted to completely destroy them. The reporter was incredibly frightened when she saw a terrible monster in front of her. She could not speak or move. But suddenly, the giant monster looked back due to the fact that he heard some strange sounds that were trying to write to him. The Empress of Lightning was already in the air, preparing to deliver a powerful thunderbolt to him. She was like some kind of god because she had no emotions. She only thought about defeating the monster. Meanwhile, the man continued to sit in the restaurant and watch everything that was happening on the battlefield. When people found out how strong the Empress of Lightning had become, they were incredibly surprised because everyone thought she was a weak girl. The main character was also surprised because he understood that the girl was now defeating the S-class monster, and she called him her master. After the monster was completely destroyed and the Empress managed to win, the TV companies asked how she did it because until recently she was very low class. When she found out that she was live, she just smiled and asked the master if he saw how she destroyed the threat. This interview was really very popular on YouTube. It already had more than 2 million views in 1 hour. It was some kind of phenomenon, because such a popular heroine sat in an ordinary apartment with him and ate ordinary noodles. After eating it, she thanked her husband for preparing it and said that she had no one to take care of her like the master did. However, the author of the web novel seemed to be joking with you. He said that she must have had some parents. After hearing this, she was very upset and said that her parents looked in when a terrible dragon appeared. After learning this, he began to worry a lot because he did not know that the girl had such a difficult life. The devil dragon was one of the strongest creatures that ever appeared on this planet, and the best hunters of the world united, and with a very great effort defeated it. But millions of people died as a result of this struggle. Ilshin was very ashamed of his words. He just wanted to fall all over the ground. He wanted to make up for his guilt, so he asked, and if she wants to eat his noodles too because she spent a lot of energy. She looked straight into the man's eyes with confusion because she did not know why he would do it. But then she relaxed and said that of course she wanted it because there is never too much food. She took the bowl in her hands and started to eat, but suddenly a message came to her husband's phone. He was told that the nameless god received trust from other people, and because of this, his level increased. If his target said a key phrase, he would become a faithful successor. And the key phrase sounded like, "This is how I believe Yoo Ilshin." A cold sweat covered him because he realized that it was the same phrase he wrote in his own web novels. It occurred to him that the more people believe in him, the more money he gets, and it can be very profitable for him. The ants would next attack the holy and innocent creatures. Because of this, he needed to do everything possible to win the trust of the holy beetles. Then he turned to Miri and asked her if she could fulfill one of his requests. The young girl smiled and said that she is ready to do whatever the master asks her to do. He was really uncomfortable because he had never asked someone else to repeat his words before. He explained that she only needed to say, "I believe Yoo Ilshin," and that was all. Then our hero disappeared into his lap. It seemed to him that he behaved really terribly and had no right to forgive the superheroine for this. But he was surprised because he received an answer from Miri, who said that she believed him. And then she completely said the whole sentence that Ilshin asked to say. There was a smile on her face, and it seemed that she did not hold any grudge against Ilshin. The main character was sure that his plan had failed, and he would not succeed in anything. After the girl's words, a message appeared in which it was said that the man had a new stalker. The next message greeted the nameless god. He was told that the girl was his first messenger, but the man was most interested in money. Suddenly the transfer skill menu was activated it was a new skill for a man. The author of the web novel understands that now he can borrow knowledge abilities and other useful items from people with whom he was connected. He was not happy about you. All he wanted was to get a lot of coins. You have to become the richest to buy yourself the best things in God's store. Seeing the behavior of her master, she was confused because she did not understand why the man was doing this. At that moment, a small portal appeared behind her, and out of it came very small men dressed in red. An unknown being holding a chest in his hands pointed to Ilshin and said that it was the evil god of the dark tribe. The beetle and the yellow eyes were disappointed because he understood that he had to give such a terrible man the position of divinity, and he had nothing to do with him because it was the order of the emperor. The strange beetle filled himself with the fact that this man would be very useful for them, because the emperor said that he would play a very important role in the decisive battle. Meanwhile, Ilshin learns more and more about his new ability, and stumbles upon the fact that he can use lightning and electrical storm at any second. After that, relatively hand up an Ilsatichav to use the abilities of Sun Miri. From the outside, you could see how a blue light and some strange energy began to appear inside the small apartment. The magic that the man used really worked, but he couldn't control it properly. Because of that, he got very scared and started scattering it all over his apartment. After some time, There was one powerful explosion that combined the teeth with lightning energy and magic. The little bugs that were supposed to hand over the treasure to the man were almost completely burned. And now they were sure that the main character possessed a really good power. Miri was also surprised, because she did not know that the master could also use lightning magic. However, the neighbors who lived on the floor above were not at all delighted because every day something strange happened and his apartment was destroyed. Ilshin tried to improve the situation and said that all this was not very important. Then he started crying when he realized that he would have to do all the repairs first, and it would cost a lot of money. Then the drivers are transported to some other castle in the middle of which was some unknown creature who bowed to someone. I don't think she was dressed in a red dress and told her master that Ilshin destroyed their messengers very quickly. The scary monster in the red suit said that it was really bad because they had prepared a lot for it. At that moment, a very sharp and long stick flew straight into his stomach and caused him a lot of pain that he didn't expect. The girl said that the terrible monster must pay for all his sins that he committed in front of his superiors. The big thing was that no one could be seen. At the table, they said that he wanted the head of this god. How much would it all cost? These events took place in some modern Chinese temple in some environment. The soldiers said that they would definitely carry out the order in honor of their emperor. The next day, Sun Miri woke up very early to go outside to start jogging. The man, meanwhile, was watching from the side and carefully watching everything she was doing. All the actions were really very powerful because she seemed to be very fast. He understood that the girl did not use any prohibited drugs and still ran so fast because she belonged to strong hunters. After a long time passed, the girl finally stopped and said that she had finished her run. Our hero wanted to support her and gave her something in his hand. He asked her to drink it and rest after a really hard run. Taking the energizer in her hand, she drank it with joy, and our hero thought that this substance affected her in a completely different way than it did on him. Halo was burning in his head because he accepted her as a student, and because of that he is forced to somehow teach her and improve her. But so far he still can't do it. Give these potions. After a few seconds, she approached her method, asked what she needed to do this time, and the man offered to do her squats. He had an idea, and it seemed to him that with its help, he would be able to find out if she does sports and help her. After all, it was quite a while ago that he decided to activate his sleeping god eye and check the correctness of the exercises. The activation started, and however it was several times a different activation, and a message appeared that he was assessing the mental status. Then he was brought into some other atmosphere. He did not understand where he was at all. Some strange light appeared in front of the boy and began to blind him with its brightness. It was some incredible giant tiger from which a lot of energy and lightning came. After making an analysis, he found out that Song Mira S's inner strength was closed from the middle, and it was bound by an SS-class chain. Ilshin thinks that if he breaks this chain, the inner strength of the girl will be revealed. His divine index finger of God again. After that, the events are transferred to a completely different place where the sun was setting. Miri thanked her teacher for today. The man said goodbye to her and asked her to drink a potion before she went to sleep. Then the girl ran incredibly fast. It was so fast that a thicket appeared around her. The girl's strength really scared the man, or he could not understand what she could become after he broke the wings. But in any case, he wouldn't be able to do it right now, because he tried to destroy one chain, but it took a very long time. There were hundreds of thousands of chains, and because of this, it was practically unreal, because if a man does this, he will end up with it in his old age. In which case, today he just wanted to go home and relax. People were incredibly surprised and realized what kind of girl it was. Meanwhile, some unknown person in a dark suit and dark cap was secretly watching all the events. It was as if some agent wanted to know all the information about Ilshin and his lessons. However, when he came home, he became very angry because he had forgotten what the situation was there. His apartment was completely destroyed, so the chains on the tiger were not as important as his apartment. As always, at an unexpected moment, the man received a message on his smartphone. The message said that the silent nightmare was looking at him with sadness, but the others didn't think it was just some stupid joke. He thought about it and understood that this person could be the owner of that small knife that he got in the fight with the general. Another strange text appeared, in which it was said that 1,000 sharp objects are making space right now, and he is shouting not just the owner of the knife, but God. It was all a big mystery. The man left. At that moment, the man broke out in a cold sweat. It seemed to him that all these terrible monsters could read his thoughts. Fear gripped him, and it seemed to him that now he was defenseless against these stalkers until the apartment was completely destroyed. These strange messages created real chaos in Ilshin's head. The nameless god began to hate the person who wrote the message, and he did not want to give his little knife to anyone, because in this fight he almost died. A strange stranger offered more than 2 million coins to buy the god's knife. Despite the large amount, Ilshin did not want to think about it at all. The silent nightmare smiled and wrote that he was offering 10 million for the knife. It was a large sum that made me wonder how much thanks to it he could buy all the things he needed to live very well. The silent nightmare was ready to improve his offer, and along with 10 million was ready to add the right, and offered the right to an ultra-strong dagger, and no one had the right to go against the nameless god if he had this dagger. It was very difficult for the man to resist the temptation to buy his best chance. He compared himself to a samurai who has no goal and only the road. At this moment, a silent nightmare wrote that it is better for a man to take the right to a rose that can bloom at night. After reading this message, the man was surprised because he did not understand what it was all about. A silent nightmare promised that with this rose the man would become many times stronger, and never in his life felt such strength as with this rose. The man's face lit up with happiness. He was very interested to continue watching all this, because he did not know who would raise the price higher and improve. Then a message appeared that the man received an ultra dagger and received a rose that could bloom at night. These were all his rewards. He felt that these subjects could prove themselves in practice, so he decided to try them. At that moment he raised his 2 fingers to his mouth and shouted aloud the rose that blooms in the night. But nothing happened at all. This surprised our hero. It seemed to him that it was all a big scam and now he had nothing. After that, a message appeared that made the man understand that this rose can only bloom at night after reading this, because he understood that this was not said in the past conditions. But the man understood that he himself was to blame for trusting this mystical man, since he did not know him at all. However, the feeling that he was simply deceived and that he was only a victim who could not do anything did not leave him. Unexpectedly, he became very angry and shouted loudly that they had deceived him and that none of the items worked. After these words, everything started to work with a message that the Ultra Dagger was activated. After a few minutes, the main character felt extremely unwell. He began to feel dizzy and other strange symptoms appeared. Now he seemed to be turning into some kind of maniac who no longer felt his usual happiness in the air and the sun. After that, a small knife appeared in his ear. Everything around turned red and the man turned into a demon. Now Ilshin couldn't control his emotions. He just didn't understand what was happening to him. He was very scared because he simply stopped being adequate. After that, he very quickly ran out into the street with his small dagger wanting to taste human blood. After a few hours, the evening came for you, and then they brought you to the same office where Ilshin usually had lunch. One woman praised other people that they worked very well today and now they deserve a rest. The woman turned to the man and said that today she wants to go first. The old man just smiled pleasantly and said that he would not mind. The woman with curly hair offered to pack up and go home, but the old man said they still needed to cut the vegetables. But the woman said that this problem was already solved because they have a special worker for this. Later it turned out that it was Ilshin who had a very strong desire to cut, because he was as fast as possible and did not stop. Some time passed and the man returned to his home. He was incredibly tired after all the events that had taken place. He threw his little dagger on the table and said that it was a very dangerous thing indeed. And now he understood why this dagger belonged to the old general. But the main thing is that nothing terrible happened. Now he could rest peacefully after such a dangerous day. His body was incredibly tired because he ran a lot of kilometers today and cleaned dozens of kilograms of vegetables. But not everything was so simple. The monsters were watching him, and they were waiting for the moment when he would finally fall asleep. Saju was very happy when she found out that the nameless god founded, because now their plan will be much easier. All she wanted was to become better than the dark floater. She thought that if she could get all the valuable items from this nameless god, then she would become very strong. Then she would realize her plan. After that, she turned to the army that was behind her and now said that they were ready and she should go. Meanwhile, the man continued to sleep. He did not suspect anything at all. He did not care. But everything that happened was stressful, and a big rose began to climb out of his heart and open its incredibly beautiful petals. Saju was surprised to see this strange thing coming out of his heart. She understood that it was not just that, but it was probably also some magical item that had great power and potential. But her warriors decided to attack because it was a good chance because the nameless god would not just fight them. But suddenly this rose began to reveal its giant teeth. Its appearance changed very much. It seemed that it was some kind of living monster. Then she very quickly swallowed all those warriors who flew straight to the body of her master. Saju was very scared. She saw with her own eyes how this beautiful rose became a terrible monster and destroyed her entire army. The night rose only laughed and asked to attack others because now terrible nightmares will await them here. The female monster understood that this flower clearly belonged to the silent nightmare because only he had such comfortable things. She didn't want to submit because she understood that everything that was created by the silent nightmare was really unreal strong. For this terrible god destroyed almost 90% of their entire population because of your might and terror. However, she could not simply surrender to the part of the army that remained, so she said that today's events will go down in history. Hatred was in her thoughts. She only wanted to destroy this terrible flower and prove that she could stand against the terrible gods. Other soldiers stood on top and said that they would certainly repeat all her movements. The woman shouted that they need to reach the main body and not come across any leaves. Brave man, it will be fatal. Versus the monstrous monster was really very fast and big and caused a lot of trouble because of that. The current attack began to turn into a kind of escape, because the chance of victory under such conditions was almost zero, since this rose completely covered the body of the nameless god and no one could reach it. Saju was ready to sacrifice herself to destroy the terrible rose that was created by the terrible god and their enemy. She was sure that she was justified and she should act as a real leader. She threw her sharp spear very fast and hard right into the mighty rose. The blow was really very powerful because this sharp spear flew right into the middle of the body of this terrible rose. However, when a spear got right into this flower, the girl was very surprised and realized that the giant rose had just swallowed her sharp spear. Now the evil monster started moving towards this girl and scared her very much. In her opinion, it was simply impossible because her spear was the sharpest, and no one could just swallow it. Meanwhile, the main character sweetly did not guess about anything at all. He dreamed of Dream Miri. He slept for a long time until morning, and when morning came, he began to wake up little by little. When he woke up, he was incredibly surprised because he felt very full, although he had not eaten anything all night. His phone began to make strange sounds. The man took it in his hands to understand why it was beeping. It became clear that the Holy Virgin and all her assistants very strongly and loudly asked the man to save them from terrible events. He did not know at all what could happen to them. He began to worry a lot because it seemed to him that terrible monsters had already attacked them. In order to take this cash situation under his own control, he decided to activate the Eye of the Blind God. The analysis showed that the Holy Virgin and other assistants were poisoned by poison from deadly bees, but this only made the man think about how it was even real. After a few minutes of conversation, he learned that the Holy Virgin and the people broke into the bees because they wanted something very sweet, and because of them, they were bitten with a deadly helmet. The situation remained even worse because the small insects were very poor. The man was frightened and began to look for what he should do for the sake of this, so that they Suddenly, the message said that thanks to the fact that the man was very worried about his compatriots, the menu miracle was activated. It became clear that this miracle was one of the most important things of God, and he could give it to his believers so that they would get rid of all curses and diseases. Not everything was so simple, because to present the miracle of restoration to his friends, the man had to pay another 100,000 God's coins, but he had a lot of money, so he did not accept it at all. He pressed a button and through this miracle was sent to his friends in a virtual world just them. The man suddenly lost his strength. He did not understand what was happening to him, because he had just woken up. After that, he very quickly fell to the ground and pretended to be. It was clear what happened to him, which of course was very bad. The message on the phone that appeared showed that the title of good God had been upgraded from E grade to D grade. And as it turned out, the man once again proved his right to be a neutral god and to do incredibly good deeds. And other gods who also gave very generous gifts began to pay attention to the main character. In the virtual world, everything was extremely bad because their poison was incredibly strong and they vomited. Everyone was incredibly scared because they didn't understand what decision their god would make. It seemed that he just left them to die. Ask the Virgin cried and asked that the Holy God would not leave them because he was their last hope. Suddenly, some very strange light began to appear in the air, which attracted the attention of the little beetles. The Holy Maiden was extremely surprised because she did not understand what you could mean and how she should perceive it. The light became many times greater, and it seemed as if some kind of God's grace descended on them, because she had never seen anything like this before. It was some strange holy rain that washed away all the poison from them and blessed them. Seeing this, the holy insects began to thank God. The Holy Virgin was incredibly shocked. She began to cry very much. She did not understand that her faith in God really saved her, and she thanked him with all her heart. After that, she turned to all the other members of her tribe. She said that their God saved their sacrifices again. They should thank him for his salvation. Everyone else also liked this idea because they were one step closer to their death. But now they felt great, so they wanted to prove to him that they believed in him and their faith was incredibly strong. After some time, the main character woke up. He did not understand what was happening to him at all because he did not control his body and just fell asleep. Losing control, he asked himself what time it was because he didn't know how long he could sleep. At that moment, Sun Miri appeared in front of him. Our surprised hero asked what she was doing here. The girl explained that today they were supposed to have training and the master did not come, so she decided to visit him. Then she pointed her finger at one figure and asked what kind of twin statue it was in his room, as she had not seen it before. Saw it with his own eyes. The man was incredibly surprised at what a strange thing it was. As it turned out, it was a statue made by a dark tribe to their god and a sign of gratitude. It consisted of all faith. Because of this, please, your sunshine. Ilshin that it was his statue, and the girl thought that in general the statuette looked pretty good. In her opinion, the statue looked simply perfect, so she asked if she could take it to her. Ilshin thought that the statue was terrible, so he allowed Mira to take it. The master is too tired to train, so he would tell you that today he will probably be cancelled. The Empress of Lightning was not upset, so she said that she will definitely wait for training the next. The man is angry with himself because he had a lot of work and needed to write a lot of text for his. Meanwhile, in the holy world, small insects saw a strange petal appear. As it turned out, it was a plant that grew thanks to Ilshin's miracle. But then it became clear that this plant was sick. It didn't scare the man, so it seemed to him that he should again give his blessing and save him. An idea burned in his eyes, and it seemed that if he saved this plant, it could grow a lot and bring him fruits and big money. Because of that, he wanted to find some product that could help him save this unfortunate plant from death. They were tears of happiness that cost 20,000. But not everything was so simple because this object could only be used by the one who was chosen by the goddess. And before buying it, one had to complete one task. After some time, the events are transferred to the street, where a man collected cigarettes with the help of metal objects. You really couldn't believe that he would need to do all this to save the world and make the board a little better. After doing this, he got a message that his good deeds count was improved by 1 point. Then someone addressed him in a very rude voice and asked what he was doing on his territory. It was some very strange man who was many times bigger than Ilshin. His eyes were glowing, and in general he suggested danger. He explained that beginners do not need to climb on other people's territories of higher classes, because this could lead to many problems. But the frightened man did not know what to answer. He was sure that he had definitely seen the great man somewhere. The guy started apologizing and said that there was only a small misunderstanding. He thought that it was some homeless man who wanted to take his things. Then he gave the man money and asked him to buy him warm food and warm clothes so he wouldn't get cold. Seeing this, he became incredibly angry. How does he even have the right to give mercy to Choi Kang-san? After these words, he immediately understood who the man was. It was an S-class hunter who once long ago was also very poor and cleaned the yard. Now he didn't look like someone who didn't have one in the house. He pretended to be his. He was many times stronger and charismatic, said that he still will not cause much moral damage and accept his goodwill. But then, he was surprised by the fact that the indicators of good concessions will not be decided by the score. Although he wanted to help the great man, in his opinion, it was extremely dishonest because he had just given his money to a sharp man, and now he was poor himself. Realizing that he would not be able to improve his charity, he turned to the man and turned to him. After that, he held out his bag and said that he would make sure that the streets were as clean as possible. The old man began to laugh very loudly and asked who the man worked for. Our hero answered that he was a freelancer. But after hearing this, the old man began to laugh even more at this moment, which scared them very much, since they had no idea what it could be. The old man looked ahead and said that the monsters appeared because he felt with the help of his superpower. The man was incredibly shocked. He did not know that the man had such abilities. Men were very afraid of women standing far from them. They worried about themselves and other people. But the hunter was very glad, because now he had a good opportunity to show what he was capable of. The man wanted to go back to his home, but when the man saw this, he said that they should go fight together. After that, they flew up very quickly. The man was incredibly scared because he had never flown and said that he did not want to fight. But now he had no choice. He was at a great height and could not jump just like that. Began to think that it was really cool since he had never flown before and had never seen a city and a quiet height. After a few minutes, they were already approaching some abandoned garage where the monster was supposed to be. But no one could be sure that he was really there, because the man only thought that the chance was quite high. After landing, the man fell to the ground. It seemed to the man that the man was at least B class. At that moment, a large black shadow appeared in front of them, and it became clear that the old man's feelings were true. It was an incredibly large green monster named Vesvel. Listen to it. It was a big frog, but it was a hunter. It was a good opponent. But the monster was only interested in the man in the tracksuit because it was the same god everyone was talking about. This was good news for him, because he arrived before the other monsters and now he has more advantages. So he turned to the old man and asked him not to interfere. But the hunter understood what was happening and why the big monster wanted him to leave. He refused the offer, after which the monster rose to its feet and seemed ready to attack. The man responded to the words of the monster and began to attack him with his eyes. But who had the energy? His hand lit up. He was preparing a really strong blow, but the terrible monster did not react at all. The message that danger has appeared began to pass to the man's consciousness. After that, the same rose that bloomed at night was activated, and she was no joke angry. This large rose appeared on the battlefield and grew larger by the second. The S-class hunter didn't understand what was happening and what kind of flower it was. The toad monster also started looking at it without understanding what it was. The giant creature was already very large, and no one knew what stories it could become. Then the events are transferred to where there was a magical tree. Ilshin woke up and did not understand, but he was at all. What kind of place was this? Near this magical tree, some kind of fire was burning and an unknown object in a white cloak was standing. This is all that impressed the man more. He began to think that now he understood where he was. It was the Holy Virgin. She turned to her husband and asked if he had woken up. She said that he was incredible God at the events that continued greatly surprised him. The body of this girl began to disappear somewhere, and all events seemed to be transferred somewhere. Events are transferred to the place of battle. The algebra situation that was here was many times different. The brave hunter was lying on the floor begging his mother to save him. He said a giant flower had just eaten him. He smelled incredibly terrible. Hearing this, the man asked the man why he smelled so bad. Everything was from the message that the man successfully obtained the peace of this world and defeated other gods. And thanks to this, all the conditions for the tasks were successfully fulfilled. Now there were even many. As a reward, the man receives an object called generous wealth, and thanks to this, he can heal the plant. He did everything as indicated in the instructions, and it was a message that he successfully cured. And now he didn't know what to do with this old man who was just lying on the ground and was scared. An ambulance quickly arrived at the scene. She took him very quickly and went to the hospital. And as a sign of gratitude for the salvation of their small tree, the Dark Tribe decided to present another. The man in the suit was talking about Khan. He asked his friend how he felt in the hospital. The other man said that the old man's condition was better. Hearing this, the man smiled and said that he guessed all this, but not everything was so simple. Another man said that there was one small problem that they needed to discuss. He explained that he wanted to give the old man flowers, but he suddenly had a seizure. However, this did not interest the man. Then he asked how things were. At the Hunter Academy, the man in glasses said that everything was ready, and when Khan returned, they could begin. They hoped that Khan would become a good teacher for the Empress of Lightning, after which the girl would be able to improve her talents. Then drivers bring Ilshin's broken apartment. It was already quite late, but he was awake. He looked at the two statues that he had at home. In his opinion, they were terrible. The main character does not understand at all how these terrible statues could have anything in common with him. A message came to his phone. It was the Holy Virgin who turned to God again. The woman explained that the stone statue increased by 100 units, thanks to the sympathy effect. After that, she said that they had big problems. She asked her God to save the members of the Dark Tribe. It became clear that some of the members of the Black Tribe were attacked by demonic beasts. When the man found out, he became incredibly angry. Everyone does not understand how they could do this to the members of his church in pity. He turned to the other participants and told them to lead him to these monsters because he would order them. The Holy Virgin and other insects of Volodymyr were grateful to him for this, and understood that their God was the best. But the man said that he does not need good words, and he only wants to take revenge on the monsters. They all set off on the road. The road went through a dense forest. The Holy Virgin was walking ahead, and behind her were other members of the Dark Tribe. They knew the way best. The insects walked for a very long time, but as it turned out, it was really too slow because they had very small legs. Suddenly, the Holy Virgin looked forward and cried. Ilshin did not understand what was happening. In his opinion, this whole situation was very strange. He understood what affected the insects so much. There were only some very strange traces. The main character understood what was happening and works to apply his blind eye of God. Then he realized that these were traces of the same terrible ants whose eyes shone. After that, these ants appeared in front of the men. When he saw them, he was incredibly scared. Then the man was even more scared. He realized that these were not ordinary ants. They were cockroaches that were from the demonic world and could split in two every hour. He was incredibly scared because he hated cockroaches the most in his life. When the members of the Dark Tribe saw the reaction of their God and understood that now they have no chance. But the Holy Virgin did not want to give up just like that. She turned to her tribe and asked if they had forgotten. She explained that their tribe was under the protection and blessing of their holy God, and together they would succeed. The man did not know what they were talking about. He was incredibly frightened and shouted very loudly. After that, he ran back and left his tribe alone. The Holy Virgin was scared to death and realized that now they really had no hope for the cockroaches. God had left them, and without him, they had no strength to fight against their enemies. Events are transferred to the same building where there were red monster ants who were preparing a plan. The monster turned to his lord and told him about all the events that the lord was surprised by the result of demonic beasts. The red ant promised that 4 days would be enough to bring the body of the same terrible god, and the lord was happy about it. At that moment, another warrior entered the building and said that he had urgent news to convey to the lord. The lord was very angry. He said that if this news was not important, then he would completely destroy the warrior who interrupted his conversation. That it was not a new one about the same terrible god they planned to take revenge on. Now the situation in the grandfather was completely different, and there was a strange smoke going around. The members of the dark tribe now had a variety of means against those nasty cockroaches. They were all now thoroughly trained, so they could now fight against the demonic creatures. Because of all this gas and other means, most of the debit animals were completely destroyed. Ilshin covered his nose and mouth so as not to be poisoned by the stinking anti-cockroach. As it turned out, he ran home to find sprays against cockroaches, which he bought 6 months ago. Now the small insects had complete control over the cockroaches, and it seemed that this battle was completely over. They all carefully examined each one so that none of these animals managed to escape from them. But despite all this good news, the Holy Virgin was very upset and approached her god. Ilshin, you understood what happened because he had already defeated all these creatures. After that, the man heard a very loud sound on his screen that scared him beyond belief. The saint cried loudly. She said once again she doubted her God for a second. Because of this, she was not worthy to serve his church. She shouted loudly that she should be killed or punished for her terrible concessions, but the man replied that it was not necessary. The man said that she just needed to calm down. After that, a message appeared that said that he had fulfilled all the conditions for obtaining a new skill. A man could receive the thumb of the holy god, but for this, he had to pay a small sum. All these strange proposals also seemed very unusual to Sparrow, and he did not understand why it was so. However, in general, he had a lot of money and decided to try it. But after a while, he got other messages. But he didn't understand who they could be from. However, when he read the message, he was incredibly scared and realized that he had completely forgotten about it. It was his manager who invited him to meet. He said that it was extremely important. A few hours later, they met at the great restaurant, and his manager said that he had tried alcohol. Ilshin was surprised by this offer, but still decided to agree to it because it was pretty and bad. The man drank a whole handful of alcohol, and suddenly his vision began to appear. Now his vision was completely different. The manager did not understand why the man looked at him so strangely. It seemed as if he fell in love with him. After that, he turned to the man and asked what was the pace of his work today, how important it was. Realizing that the man was not working at all, he started shouting at him to make an effort and start working normally. Ilshin, in turn, asked the manager not to shout because there were other people in the restaurant. The manager said that because of him, he had very big problems at work, and he called him cattle. At this moment, the voice of the message that the demonic beasts began to attack the dark tribe. Ilshin was angry. He could not believe that it was again. Then the manager hit the guy really hard. Couldn't believe that he is playing stupid games right now when he has so many problems at work. He continued to shout at him, and the whole restaurant, looking at what was inside, went outside because they were very uncomfortable. Several more hours passed and a dark night came on the street. Suddenly a strange light appeared, coming from the earth directly in the sky. It became clear that it was the Holy Virgin. She asked all her brothers to praise and bless their Lord for his blessing. She was addressing a large red spot that was right next to her, and dark smoke was going up into the sky. Her heart was filled with magic. She promised her God that she would cleanse nature of all demonic creatures. A text appeared in which it was said that God destroyed a special skill and studied the beast. Because of this, he received about 3,000 coins. It was a dark night, and there was almost no one on the street because everyone was already sleeping in their apartments in the dark. Only Ilshin was outside when his phone received a message that tears of generous happiness were asking for help. He could choose any skill as a reward for achieving the new title of Merciful Savior, but in the man's opinion it was all happening too slowly. He wanted to speed up all these processes, so he decided to buy the most expensive skill and title that he had. He searched for a long time, but finally he managed to find something that he really liked. This is a skill called the creation of heaven and earth. It was one of the highest category, and because of this, the price of such a skill was 100 trillion. When he clicked the buy button, a message that he did not meet the conditions for using this skill. Because of this, the creation of heaven and earth will be changed into the creation of a false heaven and earth to match Ilshin's level. Because of this, many warnings appeared that this world will be partially changed. The events continue in another place where the girl has just got out of the hot bath. After that, the older sister asked her younger sister why she was working out all day today. But Song Miri could not answer properly. She only looked at the sky and said something quietly to herself. Her older sister did not understand what was wrong with her. Everyone who was on the street was incredibly scared and understood what was happening in general. The mass of people was terribly afraid that it was simply the end of the world. Men who were in suits were watching carefully the events that were happening right now. The man with red hair also did not understand what was happening and looked at the sky. Then he appeared as another man in a suit with dark hair, not understanding what was happening. The sun approached the moon at a very high speed, and it seemed that a very big explosion was about to happen. Everyone was watching it because it was really incredible. No one could believe it. The big man in the shirt began to think about the Empress of Lightning. The man standing in front asked which hunter was interfering with the affairs of the guild leaders, and the big man called the Empress of Lightning. A man with long dark hair stood naked. He said that finally their time had come. Another man asked how many people they needed. The naked man replied that the more people, the better, and the first thing to do is to start with 2,000. His whole body was covered with magic. He returned to his lord and asked him to wait a little. He said that he would definitely fulfill all his destiny. He promised to bless this world with the will of his god and to fulfill all his orders. The Earth turned to the space work and asked to answer what the current situation was on the moon. The cosmonaut replied that she left the moon a long time ago because it is too dangerous there, and all they can do is reconnaissance. Suddenly, they began to shout loudly. Their planes encountered a thick green smoke that was coming right now from the moon. The pilot replied that they had completely lost control and were following the flow of green magic. Then a second moon appeared above the planet, which was covered with a green substance. When people saw it, they couldn't believe their own eyes. Besides, they couldn't say anything like that during an ordinary day. Ilshin was planting in the park. He had an extremely bad headache. He had never felt such pain in his life. Then Miri came and said that she had returned. Ilshin asked the girl if she had already run 500 laps. His student said that she did it, and it took 4 minutes. Then the master said that she can now start doing the plank. The Empress of Lightning was very happy because you understood that the man was really watching all her exercises. In fact, he wanted to look inside her body again and see the situation with that mighty tiger. The girl stood up in the bar, but nothing was suspected at all. Meanwhile, the man activated the eye of the blind god. Then after that he had a spiritual image and goals. He was transported to this strange place again. But this time it seemed to him that some changes had taken place here. This tiger was no longer so brave, and now it seemed to him somehow very cute. Using the powerful magic of the indicated finger of the god, Y managed to destroy one chain. Despite this, there were still many chains on the tiger that bound him. But the man was happy because he had already seen some programs. The tiger understood that the man was really doing a very good thing, and licked him with his tongue. Then a very powerful lightning appeared in the middle of the park and struck right in the center. The Empress of Lightning was happy. She realized that there was a little increased, and it seemed that her master's methods were the best. She thanked the master for training her. Our hero was also glad that they came to the cellar, because now she will come to training even more, and he will have more time to help the tiger. Miri was so happy that she decided to run another 200 laps. Meanwhile, her husband received a message. The Holy Virgin wrote to him. She asked her husband to give her some name. The proposal surprised the man. He did not understand that he also had no desire to call her a saint until the end of her days. He began to think of names but could not come up with any good ones, because he understood that it was an insect that was truly holy. In addition, his manager said that he does not know how to come up with names for characters at all. And a brilliant idea came to his head. He understood that she was an ant, so he offered her the name Manhwa. The girl looked with her sweet eyes directly at the man. She was incredibly grateful to him for her new name. In her opinion, it was simply beautiful. Other insects were delighted with this beautiful name. They asked that the man also called them such beautiful names. There were too many people, and the man did not understand how he could call them all to accept this idea. After several hours of working on names and finally returned to his apartment. The renovation in his apartment was completed. Through the door, he could finally rest, but his phone started making these sounds again. Saints and believers were incredibly grateful to their God, and because of this, they evolved very much. Seeing that this is our hero is incredible because it is clear that they evolved as if in some kind of game. Due to this evolution, their experience and coins were multiplied by 2 after the death of the demonic creatures, and that only at an increased level was the renaissance of the entire civilization activated. After that, the entire forest began to change. It was like some kind of transformation. Marika was infinitely grateful because she understood that this was yet another new miracle for them. After our hero pressed such buttons, in his opinion, the situation became many times better. A form appeared inside the dark tribe where there was a little gray man. After that, it appeared that many dozens of small houses were made of wood and were intended for housing. Ilshin did not stop there. He continued to build various cultural buildings and built several museums. Manhwa again returned to her insects, and he said that the grace of their god had once again come upon them, and now they must praise him. They wanted to thank him by giving us water and food, but the man thought it was too strange. They all looked at him sweetly with their eyes, and would have been deliciously grateful for all the buildings and for the names. Besides, now this tribe was called Gayami. Hayami also means ants from the ancient Greek language, but he was also interested in the fact that all ants will be able to evolve further. But suddenly at the bottom of his screen he saw several question marks. The man was very interested to try to press it. It was the faith of a warrior. She was conquered by a great warrior who was looking for eternal life. Before his faith, bravery and power were fantastic, incredibly dangerous, and there was simply no chance of survival. The man was building this tower right in front of the faces of all the little insects. They saw it and were scared. This tower controlled blood and soul, and there was practically no chance of survival. Therefore, if small insects entered inside, they would immediately die. He wanted to put up big walls so that no one would know the insects. He didn't even think of going inside. He did this, and in front of the small insects, incredibly high and strong walls began to be built. Then he shouted loudly, and that none of the little insects even thought of going inside. The little insects thought that the man was really incredible, because it was a tower that could kill them in 1 second. One man with long hair who looked like a human didn't understand what he was doing here. In his opinion, his life was in a completely different world. Remembered all the suffering he had due to the fact that he was an ordinary insect and could not do anything against the terrible. And he wanted to be just a little stronger to help his brothers fight against the terrible monsters and protect their homeland. Now he was looking at the terrible tower that had just appeared in front of him. It seemed to him that this tower had some great secret, but in his head he kept thinking about his dead friends whom he didn't protect. Transported again to the oratory tower of evil red ants. The monsters that were inside were confused. He remembered that he was a great shaman who made a contract with the demon king, asked to be given another chance. But the emperor of evil creatures said that only death could save him, but the monster in front of him begged for his salvation. Suddenly, the emperor's anger became several times stronger. His eyes lit up or something stronger, and the atmosphere became worse. After that, he showed his hand and pointed his large, long fingers towards this shaman. After he did this, the big insect started to feel very sick. It started to turn to stone, and a very creepy portal opened up. The evil emperor began to use some dark magic and directed it at this shaman to take his life. No insects could achieve their goals, and it seemed that he was forced to do everything himself. The insects began to say that they needed one more chance. Then it was normal to show the emperor all their strength. But the evil monster did not believe them. The insects bowed before him and asked him for one possibility, and then they would show everything they had not shown before. Suddenly, some purple magic appeared in the middle of the big building, and a wild voice asked its emperor not to flood. The terrible monster smiled because he realized that his beautiful goddess had returned, and now the situation was better. She came out of that great portal and frightened all the little insects with her creepy appearance. They began to bow and greet her. "Welcome back." The creepy god folded in front of the temps and said that she had just finished performing his task and now turned back. She said that the emperor would become a mighty god and asked him not to worry, because she would take care of everything, and all that was needed was simply to prepare for victory. The only problem she had was a dark tribe of insects with their evil god. But suddenly her voice changed, and her appearance also changed. She swore by her name Arachna that she would make those voiceless insects disappear from the earth. She also added that she had a brilliant plan with the help of which she implements all her ideas. Suddenly an incredibly scary monster appeared, and with sharp claws and teeth, his eyes glowed with red paint and a strange smoke was coming around. This giant monster looked really powerful and was not like the other monsters that tried to destroy the dark tribe. He was read as Korosos Mostum. Just by his appearance, he made everyone feel fear. Arachne greeted the giant and ordered to remove the curse from the face of the earth, and he can use the needle. The evil goddess held in her hands a needle called the Terrible Plague. The giant mosquito was glad. Why a good item. You realized that it was really a very good weapon for him. But he had one, but he wanted to make one contract so that its terms were also fulfilled because it was very important to him. Meanwhile, the husband was sitting in his apartment yelling at his laptop because of big problems. He remembered the words of his director, who promised him to end his work with him if he remembered the words of his director, who promised him to terminate the contract if he did not quit his job. If it is even more people to the man, or he had very important problems, but he could not concentrate. The main character will do everything possible to wake up at least a little in his work because it was extremely important to him. Despite his promise, he picked up his phone. Jim was wondering how things were going in his virtual insects. It was already very late, so they slept quietly in their small but very comfortable and cozy houses, noticing something strange cheap garden in this world to see what happened to him. Yes, because there were some sounds. Sounds from an object lying on the ground. This object also moves from side to side. After that, the man with the new hair lifted the object very fast and high. He only thought about his muscles, and he wanted to improve them at any cost. This mysterious hero surprised Ilshin because he was somehow very strange and could lift objects that were many times larger than his body. After doing the analysis, it was possible to find out that this was the first warrior of the Hayami tribe, and he trained with this power to protect his people. Now the main character felt responsible for these little insects, and was interested in what else he could do to improve their lives. Nothing better came to his mind than to give the same bank of energy and strength to this and the only warrior of the Hayami tribe. The warrior caught this strange bottle with his own hands, and did not understand what it could be because some kind of magical glow was coming from him. He understood that it could be a gift from Yoo Ilshin, but it was unexpected because he had been alive for an hour. Tears on his face, the warrior understood that God was watching over him and taking care of him. It seemed extremely important to him. He thanked his God for giving him this bottle. After that, Yoo Ilshin decided to go back to editing his text even though he really wanted to sleep. But at that moment, the same terrible mosquito appeared through his window. He contemplated the evil god and all his actions, and understood that it was the same god who destroyed 3 of the 10 mighty swords of the best warriors of the imperial tribe. But the terrible bloodsucker smiled because he understood that now his conditions will be fulfilled, and he will definitely kill the god. He replied to the creepy girl that his condition was that he wanted to taste this evil god. Your wife smiled and said that he could certainly do it, but the most important thing was that he completely destroyed him. The evil goddess also added that the blood and glory of the evil god will belong to Cowsucker Bridge after he successfully completes his task. The evil cowsucker put the object that Arachne gave him on his sharp knife and smiled, because now it's time to implement his plan. He wanted to drink the blood of this rich man to become many times stronger than the emperor and rule the monster ants. He flew to the main character. He was filled with courage that this was his step to victory. The bloodsucker looked at us. The tired look of this rich man laughed, and it seemed to him that he was pitiful and one of the weakest opponents with whom he once fought. He quickly inserted his needle into the body of the nameless god. Now it was only necessary to wait for the result. He drank as much blood as possible to fill himself with the power of this god and become incredibly strong. Monster Comker could feel how the energy fills his body. Then he becomes stronger. It was just a terrible feeling. In his opinion, with this power he will not be able to achieve everything he wants. And this evil god did not even guess about anything, because he was fast asleep. At that moment, the man quickly hit his head with himself because he felt that someone had bitten him. After this bite, he quickly woke up. After the blow, he looked at his group and saw that they were all covered in blood. It became clear that it was a mosquito, but he couldn't understand where it could have come from at such a late hour. After this course, he began to feel strangely cold, even though he was warmly dressed. Suddenly he sneezed very loudly and forcefully throughout his apartment. A runny nose was on his hand and face. It was terrible and very disgusting. The man did not understand what was happening to him. He decided to go to the bathroom to wash up and wash his hand of this disgusting nasmarka. When he went to the mirror, he saw that there was some drawing of an evil demon on his face. It scared him, so it looked very scary. The message that he now had the plague and the curse was activated. His condition became many times worse because he sneezed even harder. This curse wasn't a clock because it caused a runny nose and a lot of fatigue. But Ilshin didn't have time for that. He understood why it was necessary to do something about it. Other curses began to activate at the same time, and the man began to feel even stronger pain in other parts of his body. Everything was so terrible that he simply could not walk, and took his phone in his hands and began to look for an item that could cure him of this. Yesterday, searching for a few minutes, he came across a holy object that should have cured him, but he was not sure about it. He had no choice but to buy it, so he quickly clicked buy. After that, he was debited with 50,000 coins. The main character wanted to do everything possible to get this medicine as soon as possible and become alive again. After all, the feeling of pain destroyed him from the inside and did not allow him to concentrate on his work, which was now his highest priority. After that, the events are transferred to a completely different place. It was some big hospital on a sunny day. A man was in this hospital. He said that he was a warrior who was chosen by an organization of believers, despite the fact that this religion had no prospects, and he did not care about it. He believed that God does not exist because he did not see any miracles, and after that, he managed to rise from G level to C. The same man with dark hair returned to his army and said that sacrifices are needed to come to this terrible world. He turned to a divine warrior named Kim Thai. After all, he was one of the best in his field. He asked the warrior if he would be able to complete his task without the path of death, because it was all for his sake and for the sake of God. And in general, these organizations had charitable ideas. Kim promised that he would complete this task. After that, he put on his hood and headed to the hospital. While in the toilet, he took off his dark hood, and it became clear that he was bald from the top to the mirror and promised to fulfill his task for the sake of cleaning this world. His face also had the imprint of a demon, and his body had a lot of dynamite and other things that could destroy a building. In the meantime, a taxi arrived at the hospital and a very sick Ilshin got out for him. For him, it was his last hope. He was trying to get to the hospital because his legs were working at the moment. It was still a new task. He needed to save people to improve his status and level, but he thought it was just a terrible joke. Meanwhile, a man with dynamite in his hands took hostage one employee of this hospital. He shouted loudly that no one should move. "Brave man, everyone will die." The Empress of Lightning arrived at the scene as usual, She was already creating lightning and asked her husband to let the nurse go. The nameless god was shocked by what was happening in this place. The bald man saw the demon burn on the man's face and asked if he had come here to do one of the tasks as well. Then the man shouted loudly for the man to help him. The Empress of Lightning did not understand what was happening and what kind of help and what tasks were being discussed. She did not understand what the master was doing here and why he had a demon on his face while the bald man was asking for help. He looked him straight in the eye and shouted loudly for him to act quickly. He ordered him to make another sacrifice so that their god would quickly come to them and help them. The Empress of Lightning intervened in their conversation. She said that he was wrong because this man was a master and was a very good person. Kim broke down even more. He explained that the demon seal meant joining their team, and he could feel the aura coming from this stupid man. Miri began to create more lightning and became angry when she heard that Kim had insulted her master. They continued to quarrel with each other. Meanwhile, Ilshin felt sorry for himself even worse. It seemed to him that he would die right now. The bald man threatened to blow up this hospital if the girl wanted to hit him once with her lightning. In his opinion, the girl was a coward because she interrupted the process of cleansing this world. He shouted that it was very important. Meanwhile, Ilshin decided to use the blind eye of God to analyze the man and better understand the whole situation. A few seconds later, it was a message that he had successfully read the memory of the subject standing right in front of him. Flashbacks to where Johan asks Kim to get rid of his victims after they experience extreme fear. Johan looked into his frightened eyes and said that it really takes a lot of sacrifices for God to finally reach them and ask if he can cope with this task. Johan addressed him as a brave warrior who is doing a very noble mission for the ascension of God. He continued to look at him with his beautiful eyes until he heard confirmation from his warrior that he would do it. Ilshin's head, he wanted to kill the Empress of Lightning, but then he would die in any case. Bald man has no more patience. He shouted loudly that he is doing this for the sake of the god of chaos and was about to press the button on the bomb. His finger was extremely fast. It seemed that these were the last seconds of life, after which a massive explosion should take place. The nameless god suddenly became normal again and began to think Adequate War realized that he needed to stop him and began to use his holy finger. It was the last hope that his mighty divine finger would stop this whole terrible situation and save hundreds of people. Magic appeared in his eyes. He was focused on his index, divine finger, and on all his strength. The bald man pressed the button. He was very happy because now his mission will be fulfilled. The master shouted loudly that now is the time of the Empress of Lightning and her magic. The nameless god managed to stop the bald man from a terrible disaster. His bomb did not work thanks to divine power. Now the bald man was incredibly scared because he saw the face of the Empress in front of him and realized that the matter was really very bad. The girl acted as quickly and carefully as possible and therefore began to use storm magic. A bald man was electrocuted. He was in a lot of pain after this shock. He fell to the ground and smoke started coming from his head and other parts of his body. After that, he lost consciousness because she hit him with very strong electricity that practically killed people. She turned to her master and said that this man now did not threaten anyone. But when she saw what happened to her master, she was afraid. The man was just lying on the ground unconscious. It seemed that he had died because he did not show any signs of life. At that moment, a giant, scary monster with purple eyes said that it was finally time to die. The main character was very nervous. It seemed that he had no chance. Besides, it was a message that the curse of necrosis was activated. The Empress of Lightning made it possible for the man to wake up. She loudly addressed him, but he did not answer. Only the seal on his head glowed green and made this atmosphere even worse than before. After that, the events are brought to the place where there were evil monsters who tried to kill the nameless god. Naba stood behind the evil woman and asked her to allow him to destroy this logo of God. But she said that he did not need to interfere because the curse of the plague had already begun to work on the god. She said that you need to calm down and just wait for some good news and hope that everything was successful for them. Naba was not sure that her plan would really work. She said that the evil god was incredibly strong and had a lot of medicines that could save him from this disease. The goddess got angry and said very loudly that this disease does not depend on him, not even a living place. She was convinced that her plan only works. Meanwhile, Ilshin did not tell where he was. It was some strange white place. You couldn't see anything at all. He only remembered hearing a familiar voice before the curse was activated. But now he didn't understand where he was. Besides, there wasn't much water under it yet. But a much older voice caught his attention and asked if the evil god dared to wake him. It was some incredible giant monsters that were hundreds and dozens of times bigger than him. They said loudly that they cursed the man for eternal suffering until death. Soon he had to begin to suffer and ask for death, because the suffering was striking in other numbers. The terrible green monster continued to say that he would use this person as fodder for his shark. But the nameless god did not believe all this. It seemed to them that the monster knew a lot. But behind these terrible creatures began to appear a big rose that was even bigger than them and scared them with its creepy appearance. Meanwhile, the task the man was supposed to perform was unexpectedly completed, and somehow he managed to save 12 times more people than he needed to. But at that moment, his eyes began to open. He couldn't see well, but he understood that in front of him was Song Miri, who was asking him if everything was out of order. The frightened man woke up. He could not believe that all this was just an older dream. The girl said that she was incredibly glad that the man woke up. The master felt something strange that was in his mouth. After that, some green energy appeared over his body and began to completely restore him. It seemed as if the man drank the elixir, although he did nothing and only slept. The message was that as an additional reward, part of the divine power of the terrible monster would transfer to him. Then a crowd of people surrounded Song Mira and thanked them for saving her, and said that she was truly the strongest and bravest hero on this planet. The man realized that he had better leave this place, so he told the girl that he would call her later, and she would meet him. People continued to gather around this superheroine and did not pay attention to the fact that the man who also used divine power simply left the scene. After some time, the events continue in the office of Johann, who watched the videos from all the surveillance cameras in the hospital dozens of times. Johann assured that this Kim Bomb definitely made a very big mistake that cost him his life. A stout man sitting behind said why it was very unfortunate and promised to improve the situation as much as possible. Johann turned to the guild leader and said that he was giving him 4 days to fix this whole complicated situation. Johann needed the leader of the guild to destroy all those hunters who were at the scene of the events and bring one more guest to him, but which man was the guest in question? Johann was disappointed and said that it was because of these stupid questions that he would never receive the blessing of his god, and asked if he understood which guest he was talking about. After that, he turned to him and said that even if God shines like the sun, he will never pay attention to him. Why was he an ordinary insect in this whole game? Johann continued to mock him by telling some stupid stories, but the man didn't care. He thought that Johann was just crazy. The main character finally reached his apartment, but it took him a long time, and the sun had already begun to set. He couldn't believe that he survived also. After Hua's elixir, he got more strength and started to feel much better. Then the phone was unlocked and I saw that they are very much asking the man for his salvation. This interested Ilshin because he did not know what it was about. I'm sorry for writing to the god, but the medicine he gave him last time was very needed. The only warrior of this tribe was lying on the ground and was almost unconscious. Seeing this, Ilshin was scared. He could understand what was happening all this time and what problems they could face. It is not normal for me to speak. He just lay there and was incredibly tired after everything that had happened to him, which was enough to write to the holy god. As it turned out, this warrior decided to pass all the tests that were in the warrior's tower. He wants to do it to protect his fire. In the middle, it already looked completely different. It was several dozen times larger and very dark. The only soldiers managed to destroy the high fence around the tower and open the heavy stone door. However, when he went inside, a voice said that Ilho began his test, and a great many lights were lit up all around. The first stage of the warrior tower officially started. The condition was very simple. He needed to climb the ladder and reach the next level. The brave warrior understood that it would be really difficult, believed in himself. He wanted to reach the very end of this tower and prove to everyone that he was really the strongest. Besides, thanks to the potion that God gave him, his level went up, and now he was stronger than he was before. Because of that, he had more chances and he got good armor. Now I am sure that he will definitely do all this and prove to everyone, and above all to God, that he can protect this land. But at that moment a giant stone ball knocked him off the road. Our warrior only thought in his mind that he did not see it. The giant heavy ball continued to clatter down the stairs and drag the brave warrior's body behind it. Better, after the first level, he lost his hopes. Then he began to feel terrible. All his optimism suddenly went somewhere. This bullet was just so heavy that it destroyed almost all the bones that were in the body of this warrior. And because of that, he had nothing left but to ask his God for salvation. Because of these, he remained lying near the big door of this tower and could not do anything else, because other small insects did not dare to go inside this tower. The man felt extremely sorry for this warrior. He began to remember the same black ants that he destroyed at the beginning of this game. It was a shame for him to think that these ants suffered as much as the only warrior Il is suffering right now. Ho! Then a message appeared that after 10 seconds Il-ho will be dead. After reading this, Ilshin was very scared. He did not want to lose his best warrior just like that. He wanted as quickly as possible to give him the blessing of the god of growth so that he would continue to live and not die, because Il was extremely important to him. But even doing that didn't help, and the timer hanging in the air kept going, and the nameless god only had 8 seconds left. With every second, the man began to worry more and more because he understood that this was an urgent problem. But suddenly a good idea came into his head. He mentioned that he received an award from owner Chian Nangan. Meanwhile, there were only 5 seconds on the timer. It was a category of special right and divine medicine that cost only 100 coins, and the man quickly bought it without thinking. In exactly 3 seconds, Il-ho had to finally take a look, so the main character did everything possible to save him. Now his pointer was glowing green because of the medicine he had bought, and he wanted to touch the wounded warrior with it. When he touched the body of the wounded warrior, this energy transferred to his body, and he also began to glow with a green light. After a few seconds, the main character rejoiced because he saw that his brave warrior survived and stood on his feet. Realizing that God heard his prayers and saved him, Il-ho began to cry and thank him for his endless help. But without me, God began to scold him for entering this tower, although he forbade everyone to do so. In his justification, the warrior said that he wanted to do it in order to protect the fire. He said this and was still standing in this tower. The door was locked, so Ilshin decided to open it with his thumb, but after he touched it with his strong finger, no change took place, and the door did not open, which surprised him very much, as he knew what could have opened it then. Message that the entrance to the warrior's tower was closed and could be used once every 40,000 years. And to leave this tower, the hero needs to go to the 50th floor of this tower and go through all its levels. The warrior did not know what to do. He looked with his sweet eyes at God and asked, and what is he now forced to do, so that he has no choice? Did Ilshin get angry? Or did he understand that now he had a new problem that arose because of the warrior's stupid desire to prove something to someone and protect the fire? Ilshin bought 2 more electrics, but suddenly he heard a knock on his door and wondered if someone was standing outside. The nameless god quickly drank the elixir of power and asked for Il-ho also had a drink, and said that he would be back soon because he needed to check something. He was angry because this holy elixir tasted like ordinary red. It outraged him. He thought it was a big deception. After that, he opened the door and saw a big man in a suit in front of him who asked the man if he was Yoo Ilshin. The big man introduced himself as an elite scout of the Grandpedia Guild named Kim Dark, and it was a great honor to meet him. A big man with glasses said that soon the man would become a great hunter and asked if he had a little time to talk. Shocked by the size, Ilshin replied that he had some time for the Velicopedia Guild. Meanwhile, the boy warrior dropped the holy elixir in the game and waited for the nameless god who was supposed to join him. Now yesterday came with a stronger than the first time, and it seemed to him that thanks to the support of God in his efforts, together they would succeed in overcoming this tower. The fire lit up again in the evening and announced that all the tests were starting from the beginning again. But this time Il was very careful and expected a big stone ball that was supposed to start rolling down like last time. As expected, the giant ball began to roll down with great speed, but this time the warrior was ready for it. His whole body was filled with some magical fire, and he was glowing with divine magic now. He wanted to destroy this orb. With just one of his blows, he completely crushed this giant stone ball, which was many times larger and heavier than him. The warrior himself did not fully believe what he could do, so when he did it, he was really shocked. After it fell apart, it was reported that the candidate Il successfully passes the stone trial, and because of this, he will be awarded the stone's blessing and moves on to the wind trial. Kim Dark offered the man an annual salary of 300 million, and if he wants, he can go with him to their guild right now and sign all the necessary documents. After hearing this amount, our hero seems to have lost his control because it was several dozen of his annual salaries, and he definitely wanted to do it. If he received this amount, he could write his books and not think about deadlines and managers. And he could also buy a lot of gifts for his niece Song Yeon. The big man also added that they will give them a lot of interest from the material and the rewards received in the fight against monsters. Ilshin thought that this was the end of it, and now he can start investing and saving money. Kim saw that the man was distracted from the topic and did not think. Already saw that the man was distracted from the topic and asked if he continued to listen to him. The dreamer apologized for not listening to all his conditions because he was thinking about what he could do with that money. At that moment, he accidentally used the blind eye of God and began to judge the man sitting right in front of him. As it turned out, the man was a servant of the god of chaos. Now Kim became more angry and said that he would not get such conditions anywhere else. When he realized that it was all a lie, Yoo got angry because he was already thinking about who he would buy what gifts. At one moment, all his dreams collapsed. But he understood that this man was many times bigger and definitely stronger than him, so problems could arise. In his rough voice, if the husband had any problems, Ilshin began to worry and answered that he would probably celebrate with them later, because he did not have time now. Kim was not satisfied when he heard this answer and did not ask if the conditions were not suitable for the man, but our hero replied that he just needed to finish a few works. Then Kim replied that if he had worked together with them, he would have received several tens of times more money, but Ilshin said that he was not doing it for the sake of money. Then the shopkeeper apologized and said that he was very sorry for his words. Then he added that the owner of the guild would like the man to come with him, and because of that, if he has time, everyone would be very happy. The man had no choice. That's why he asked if you could go to the toilet for a few seconds because his stomach started to hurt very badly. Kim understood that the situation was somehow strange because it could all be a hoax, so he simply adjusted his glasses and said that he would wait for him. The man went to the toilet and was shocked by the appearance of this man, because he had never met such a man in his life. In addition, he evaluated the man with the help of the blind eye of God, and the results were really bad. So the situation was becoming... He was sure that he had already heard similar words somewhere because this pumped-up man served the god of chaos. That the bald man who was in the hospital with a lot of bombs said that he was doing all this for the god of chaos. He didn't know who he had to call because one of them would definitely not be able to deal with this flinty man. At that moment, a large, strong beam made a hole in his wall and flew through his phone, which he was holding in his hands. This man's eyes lit up and he asked in a rough voice who he was going to call because he had no chance anyway. Ilshin understood that he definitely had no choice because this man was now stronger than at the beginning of their meeting. The man calmed down. You asked in a calm voice who he was going to call. Ilshin explained that he needed to call his manager. But the man did not believe the man. He only looked into his eyes and tried to understand why he was deceiving me. After that, he hit the man very quickly and hard, some red magic appeared all around and Ilshin began to cry out in pain. He hit the wall in his bathroom very hard. After that hit, he realized that Kim was even stronger than he thought. Cheloveka Kostiumi did not understand why she chose him. Because in this situation, everyone could fight because this hero of ours could not do anything at all. Then he took the man by the neck with his hand and decided to draw him like this to his guild. The man's strong hand squeezed the man's throat and it was hard for him to breathe, but Kim didn't care. He asked if the man was in pain and explained that if our hero had listened to him first and not done stupid things, everything would have been fine. To push our man even harder and said that if Ilshin does something, he will get even more problems. The air became less and less and it became harder to breathe. So the man's eyes slowly closed and after a while he completely fell asleep. The message that the goal was to save the only believer and the earth from death and the reward for the mission was 100 points from Sun Miri. After that he suddenly opened his eyes. He couldn't believe that the Empress of Lightning was saving him again. When Kim saw this, he praised the man for holding on for a long time, because an ordinary person had long ago switched off or even died. It was possible to somehow stop the man, but the difference in Vassal was too great, and because of that he just hung in the air. Suddenly his eyes lit up with a blue glow and the situation began to change, and he heard some very strange voices. It was the voice of a single warrior who stood on a stone mountain and asked his god to take some of his power. He begged his god to do everything possible. After all, not only his fate, but also the fate of other people on this planet depended on this. And after that, the energy transfer skill was activated. Then in real life, he started to have a lot of power and energy started to overwhelm him, and the message showed that the power transfer operation was successfully completed. Il's power was in his blood. So now he felt much better and stronger and was ready to fight. Seeing this, Kim was surprised and realized that something very strange was happening right now, and he did not expect it at all. His whole body glowed with magic, and he very strongly and quickly threw away the man's hand that was holding his throat. Kim had never seen anything like this in his life. It seemed to him that this man was a hunter who could create divine matter. The man's body just got stronger, and he gained a lot of muscle. Then Kim understood why everyone in the guild wanted so badly to capture him and bring him back alive. The man started to take off his jacket and said he was very glad for that because he didn't like to know easy missions. And now he would have a good chance to fight him. His blood was buried, he became more and more angry and wanted to stop all these games and stop this god once and for all. Unbuttoning his shirt, he signaled to the man to attack him first. Kim had no fear and was confident that he would succeed. Enraged, Ilshin rushed at the strong man with his fist, which glowed with red light. However, Kim dodged this blow and on the move of his opponent because his blows were really strong. He also added that if the man inflicts more such blows, it means his entire apartment and will only make himself worse. Kim's body also began to increase in size, and some red magical energy began to appear around him. His confidence and strength grew. It was his turn to deliver a powerful blow. It was quite easy for him because he believed that the man was an ordinary novice. But at that moment, the powerful hands of the author of the web novel grabbed the man by his head and did not let him miss his blow. Held back the man's head with one hand, and with the other gave one of the hardest blows of his life. After this blow, he broke several of his opponent's teeth and made him cry. But he did not stop there. It seemed that some powerful god had entered his body. He raised his hands in the air and prepared to strike another blow. It all happened so fast that the fellow member of the guild did not have time to do anything at all, so he missed this strong blow. And after this powerful blow, the man's face fell on the ground and destroyed it, forming a rather deep crater. This nameless god had no thoughts. He only had the goal of destroying this man, and that was it. But suddenly, he became an ordinary guy again and remembered that he needed to call Mira because he promised it. But the girl's phone was out of range for some reason. The man was in a panic to do everything possible to find Miri, so he opened his game and started looking for her there. The divine game turned on its geolocation and showed the approximate coordinates of the city where the Empress could be. Also, the suggestion that the man was able to find her exact coordinates, thousands of coins. I don't think for a long time whether the man immediately agreed to this offer, because he really had a lot of coins, and the search for Super Heroica began. Then the events are brought to some man with dark hair from Validol, really very strangely looking somewhere like that. In his hands he held a very large and sharp sword of some curious lot of fresh blood. As it turned out, a powerful man had just dealt a strong blow to Mira, and it was her blood. Now she was lying unconscious and dying. It was the sword demon. He returned to his opponent and said that she would not be hurt, and that she would die very quickly. The girl lay on the ground. She could not do anything because she lacked it. She only hoped that the master would come and her savior would come. The sword demon raised his sharp sword in the air and prepared to strike the final blow for the girl. He did this, and a lot of warm, fresh blood of Song Mira splashed around. The Hunters Association has already requested the death of the Empress of Lightning because she violated the order and did not fulfill all the conditions and found a great threat to the entire nation. And the Korean police was ready to pay money for her death. Upon learning that the girl died at the hands of some crazy demon, the man was surprised because he added that it was simply not true. But then a message appeared that the man had just seen the possible terrible fate of his girlfriend. These events that did not happen, but they could very quickly become a reality, knowing that the man was happy because he understood that she was alive. But she was in great danger. Then, a message appeared that offered the man to replace Song Miri's fate with the help of God's right. Without thinking for a long time, he confirmed it and clicked yes. He managed to analyze the man and realized that he was a sword demon who was simply mad at all his swords and various weapons. He had one very good idea, but for this idea he needed some kind of sword, so he started looking all over his apartment. The only thing he managed to find was his small knife, which he got after fighting the passionate general. He wasn't sure if his idea would work, but he had no choice, so he decided to take action. The level of a merciful savior and the ability to create a nameless god allow you to create an incredible miracle. The man's whole body lit up, and something very strange began to happen. Then a very strong wind appeared and began to pull everything in this room and all the people into it. The events are transferred there by a man who was confused about weapons, went to the side of Song Miri and was preparing to destroy her. The wounded girl saw a strange demon man for the first time in her life and was asked what he needed from her, but he replied that there was nothing personal here, and he also added that he was only doing his job and getting paid for it, so he should destroy it right now. But suddenly I realized that something strange had happened because I heard some other aura. Then he turned back very quickly and jumped back a few steps as something very large was coming towards him. He saw Ilshin. He understood who this man was, because he sneaked in unnoticed, and besides, he glowed with some kind of magic. The hero held a small knife in his hands. His eyes glowed with red paint, and he no longer controlled his actions. He said that he came here because he wanted to cut. Sun Mira was surprised when she saw her master in this form, because usually he was very small and calm. His opponent was also shocked by this. The demon man looked at the small knife that was in the hands of this man. He wanted it most of all on this planet. In his thoughts, he said that after he entered the path of the sword, he went through many obstacles to get to the current level, and he even fought opponents who were many times stronger than him. Therefore, now he had no problem destroying the Lightning Empress and this mysterious man. But the demon was very frightened, because this opponent seemed extremely strange to him, because of the fact that his eyes were glowing, and because of his small fruit knife. It seemed to him that this man was just some kind of maniac who accidentally got on this earth. The demon was struck by the fact that this unusual man seriously decided to fight against him and had no fear. It pissed him off that he fought him with that stupid fruit peeler. After that, his body changed color and turned purple. He rushed to attack the author of the web novel, said that he was only a native clown and had no right to change him publicly. But the man remained calm and looked at this situation with a cold mind, as long as he still had a lot of strength. The demon understood that even the best heroes of Class S could not do anything against his terrible sword. And if this hero of ours could withstand at least one blow, then he would start to respect him. But the main problem was that he had his small fruit knife in his hands and laughed a very strange laugh. He took a fighting stance and said that he wanted to cut again and deflected a very quick blow from his opponent. When he didn't see him, he was incredibly surprised. You couldn't believe that the man in front of him blocked his blow with only a fruit knife. After that, his partner took a few steps back. He needed to think about how to fight this battle, because he had never met such a did not understand or was really very mistaken because he underestimated his opponent, and he treated him with a cold mind. After that, he improved his sword several times. This time his sword could cut even a stone, and his opponent would definitely not be able to block this blow. He rushed to attack. He wanted to strike his opponent as quickly as possible to knock him out of his position. But the man with the pink eyes only pushed away this powerful attack with the tip of his small knife and said again that he wanted to cut it. Felt like he was a normal zombie. All this attack and the demon just flew to the side, and then there was a big explosion followed by a lot of thick smoke. The man with the black hair didn't understand how it was even possible because it was one of his strongest attacks that ever existed, and his opponent only pushed it away with his small knife. The demon man became even more angry. I don't understand where this man came from because no one in the world could defeat him and could not stop his sharp attacks. The enemy now inflicts many times more and faster attacks to destroy the man, but our hero defended himself with his small knife and remained calm. Then the man stepped back. He understood that the Empress of Lightning called this man a master. It seemed to him that it was some shaman who taught S-class hunters. Because of this, he was even more afraid. It seemed to them that this was precisely why no one had heard of him, because he was top secret for all top-class hunters. After that, he took out a strange bottle and said that he didn't think he would have to use it in today's fight because it took away some of his life energy. The man drank and refilled the bottle and was sure that after that, he would be able to defeat this strong man with just one attack. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. The aura around his body changed. He felt how power filled his blood. At one point, the man screamed regionally. Energy overflowed his body. A lot of strong pink lightning appeared around. In one moment, all these strange effects ended and a demon seal also appeared on his face. Now the evil man was ready for a duel. His match began to emit some dark and pink magic. The man assured that now his opponent will die and no one can defeat him. But the main character was not scared. He just held his little knife in his hands and laughed. He wanted to cut again. These words enraged his opponent even more, who angrily rushed to the attack and shouted very loudly. The evil man no longer controlled his thoughts. His veins began to fill with a magical substance. Everything around him shone with pink magic. It seemed that after a second our pumped-up hero would die, but he only held a small knife in his hand and remained calm. He wanted to strike his opponent with a small knife and did it right in front of his head. At this moment, the evil opponent was very quickly taken into the air. His strength was completely different than at the beginning of the match. Ilshin now did not understand what was happening to the enemy, because he only saw some strange particles of light that appeared in different places. After that, he appeared against them in the high air together with his weapons. He was preparing to deliver an incredibly powerful blow. It seemed that he had just hit Ilshin with his sword. This blow was not only powerful, but a lot of smoke appeared and no one could see anything. After a while, he calmed down and landed on the ground, unable to see anything and not sure if he managed not to win. The man assured that the battle would be completed because after which, no one could survive at all. So he said that it was really very long and good a match. But at that moment, his sword started flying around. The man was incredibly shocked by this situation. He fell to the ground and was incredibly upset. He didn't know how it was even possible because this sword had been with him all his life. When the man looked in front of him, he was even more frightened and realized that his opponent had survived and was fine after such a powerful attack. The man looked at him with his red eyes and his maniacal smile. He only said that he wanted to cut. It practically did not scare his opponent to death. He understood that now he had no chance in the fight against such a monster. Ilshin turned his neck 360 degrees and smiled. He saw that it was an opponent. It seemed that he was fighting with some kind of god, because no normal person could turn his neck so much. But suddenly he began to lose his balance, and some very strange things began to happen to his body. His eyes no longer wavered brightly, but he could no longer walk normally, and it remained that he would fall very soon. The demon looked at him and could not understand what was happening. After that, the man started waving his sword in different directions. It was as if he was very drunk and did not understand what he was doing at all. The demon asked how he felt in general. Now he has new chances to win because this man behaved in a strange way and did not attack him. At this moment, your husband felt a very strange magical light that passed through his whole soul and lamented him. Now it seemed to him that the end had come for him because he could no longer understand anything, and his strength suddenly began to decrease. His body began to break apart and the situation was many times worse, and with everything he did, he was in incredible pain and he screamed. Happened because some blue energy was fighting against some red energy and no one knew who would win. Man, because he was now without a sword and did not know at all what he needed to do, all he could do was run away and hide. He looked at his hands and was very surprised to realize that he was alive and not even wounded, although he saw many blows from this sharp sword in front of him. After that, our hero came out of the big fog that had formed, pumped up. He was in great shape and looked at his alarm clock. Take. The man didn't understand why he didn't kill him with such force because he could have done it very easily. They told him it was even scarier because he didn't know what kind of man it was. He shouted loudly and asked who he was, because the man did not know anything about him at all, but the man only told him that it was very tasty. After that, he took a small watch for his hands in his hands. It seemed that he again became some kind of weirdo who wanted to cut everything around. It seemed that this man was the god of the sword, because he was great with all the weapons that were in his hands. He did not care about the size of these weapons. The god of the sword was called the one who stood at the top and was the best in his field, and this meant that there was no one better than him, and only the one who got to the very top could receive this title. But suddenly the time of action of the elixir was over, and the man's body became normal again, and he was no longer so big, strong, and scary. He wanted to continue swinging his small knife that he was holding in his hands, but he realized that this knife was now also smaller, and it was useless to him. His opponent bowed to him and said that he would admit his defeat. He didn't care now that the man had shrunk in size, but wasn't that dangerous. Ilshin was very surprised and could no longer believe that this opponent was surrendering, because now he had every chance to win over him. We also did not understand why he was called the god of the sword. The man fell to his knees and begged to become his eyewitness, because he also wanted to reach such great heights as he promised to devote his whole life to the great sword god. The male demon also added that he was ready to do anything he ordered, and even scary things that he didn't care about. He wanted to do everything possible to become a teacher and improve his abilities. Then the man looked at the girl who was lying on the ground and was almost unconscious. The sword demon also looked there and forgot about everything he did a few hours ago. He used air magic and very quickly slipped towards her, while Ilshin continued to run with his small steps. The sword demon took some bottle with a yellow substance and gave the girl to drink it. He said it would definitely help her. As it turned out, it was a high-class potion, and it had a positive effect on the body and gave a second breath and excellent health. It could save from death even those who were already doomed. The sword demon looked at his god and apologized for what he did to this girl, saying he was stupid and didn't know she was his student. The man received additional points for completing the mission of saving a believer, and now he had 139 points in total. He remembered all the recent events that happened to him. He didn't understand how much longer this could last, because in the beginning, there were only insects. Then some people from the guild arrived. Now some sword demon appeared. He wanted him and his men to be left alone. My husband replied that the Emperor of Lightning will soon get better health and strength. After that, the man in dark clothes began to beg God of the Sword to forgive him, and he was ready to do anything, even to destroy his stomach or other parts of his body. But the author of the web novel seemed that this man was only crazy, and he did not need such a disciple. He also said that he could complete any tasks, even those that were extremely difficult or even impossible. These words made me think without the name of God, because this man should also be from some guild. Then the man asked the demon sword how strong he was considered. The man replied that there were not many people in this country whom he could not defeat. Hearing this answer, the man was happy and asked him to destroy the entire guild general medicine. But at that moment, the man was very surprised, and his face became very pale, and he received some kind of shock. The nameless god said that this task was extremely important for him. He looked at the sword god and was silent. He was really very scared. He didn't know what to answer. A man without a shirt stood over him and said that he would fulfill any task and any request of his that he only wished for himself. After that, he bowed his head and said that he would fulfill this wish because it was a wish from the sword god. After that, the man was very happy because he realized that he will have one less problem with you and will finally be able to take revenge on those people who visited him today. The man explained that it will be really very difficult for him, but he will still do everything possible to destroy this one and fulfill the task of his god. A message appeared that the man received incredible loyalty to his side, and now he had the opportunity to receive the finger of God that multiplied. This skill already surprised the author of the web novel. It seemed to him that now his finger can multiply his gold several times, and in the end, he will become very rich. After the completion of all these events, the man went to his apartment. He was very tired but could not fall asleep. He had a very important task. He ran and started looking for something in his apartment that he hid very well. He was looking for money that he hid for his rainy day. Considering the fact that he scattered around the room and all the things, he didn't care about this, because his main goal was to find money. He found his piggy bank in which he kept money, but when he took it in his hand, he realized that there were only 100 real coins. However, he was very happy, because this should have been enough to try his finger. He touched the coins with his finger, but nothing happened, and because of this, he became sad. Then there was a message that he could not use the finger of God on physical objects. This news really confused him. The angry man threw the coin directly to the ground. He thought that he could finally become rich and solve all his problems, but instead he had some deadlines again. Silent nightmares in the chat and laughed at the man and his purchase cartridges. 1,000 knives that cut the space were also happy that the man made such a stupid purchase. It all made him incredibly angry. He wanted to attack them now, but he understood that he first needed to become stronger, then I couldn't do it. Shedrick the Generous said that he needed to work well on karma. The Earless Nightmare said that it was a breath of fresh air, and it was better to go and destroy someone and relax. This whole situation made our hero think. He needed to find some new alternative solution. After thinking for a few minutes, a brilliant idea came to him, and he said that he would definitely implement it, and that it was the best. He entered the God Creator app again, and a message appeared that everything depended on his game, and he could become either a good or an evil god in. He wanted first of all to use his thumb, which could multiply, to increase the number of his ants that were in his tribe. Began to do this, and saw how the number of his ants increased. Now it seemed that they would never be in danger, because there were many times more of them, from a larger number of them to several dozen, and after that he directed them towards the army of the Empire, and exactly the next day they were supposed to arrive and start the war. Small insects began to gather around the Holy Muraika. He wondered what these small ants were doing because everything looked very strange. The Holy Virgin held the hand of a small insect, and with the help of her right finger helped her to restore her health and strength because she was very sick. After that, they saw their rich man and were very happy because they had not seen him for a long time and began to miss him. Muraiha explained that she tries to help her insects as much as possible because she was one of the main leaders in the whole tribe. The nameless god didn't like it a little because they thought less and less about him now, but it also gave him an advantage because he needed to collect karma. But suddenly his manager's phone started ringing and it scared him incredibly. He understood that now everything was already worse. A man greeted the author of web novels by phone and asked him from the very beginning when he receives new chapters. I also said that the situation is getting worse because their boss wants to terminate the contract, but Yoo Ilshin said that he needs to take a break for personal reasons. The manager began to shout loudly that Ilshin had just returned from his vacation. It seemed to him that the man was simply crazy but was already letting them all down. Then the man decided to use the finger of God that anointed himself to create another copy of himself and work faster. There was really nothing to lose, so he decided to try this idea on himself and started to activate his finger. After that, I rested my forehead with my finger. Kiev gave off some strange red light that was like a divine light. And after that, strange things began to happen. Magic covered the man and began to strike some red lightning right on the ground. Thick smoke filled the room and the man could not see the result, but he was very interested to see what he had achieved. When the thick smoke cleared a little, he managed to see that there was a man who looked very similar to him. It was clear that it was his clone. A timer appeared that showed that this object would disappear in a few weeks, but Ilshin didn't care about that. He couldn't believe that it really worked. The clan turned to him and said that for the time being, he would write works for the manager because it was the most important thing. Then he hit the real Ilshin said that he should follow and help the soldiers to destroy the empire. The main character was very surprised and could not believe that his copy would tell him what he needed to do. It seemed to him that everything should have been the other way around. The man in the jeans started killing the man in the tracksuit and said that he was just a mistake of nature and was ruining his whole life. After the clone took a few hard hits, he stopped and relaxed. This helped him release all the stress he had built up. But in the meantime, the manager continued to listen. He asked the author if he played it because it was all not funny. Ilshin's clone took the phone in his hands and sent the manager, and after that he ended their conversation. At that moment, the face of the main person with a red light, and he began to activate the magic of mass different. Ilshin's clone also seemed to have started activating his other Mariahs to become stronger and ready for a tough fight. After that, the events are transferred to the game called The Creator, where there were already very hot events. A big green monster shorter than many small insects with the help of his strong arms. He was incredibly strong and very easy to fight. He not only defended himself from these small creatures, but even attacked with his giant friends and put fear into small insects. Despite the large number of ants, they were scared because they understood that their opponents were incredibly strong and they could not do anything against them. The big green monster with red eyes laughed because he understood that this tribe was terribly scared and some of it started to run back. Suddenly he looked at the sky and was very surprised because he saw a red light shining directly into his eyes. After that, this incredibly sharp beam hit the bodies of the great heroes, and they began to scream loudly from the terrible pain that engulfed their bodies. The small insects looked at it with a lack of understanding of what was happening. After all, these terrible masses had just threatened them, but now they screamed in pain. Then a column of men appeared in the air, and a message appeared that the skill of the mass variety was improved by a level due to its successful application. The monster who managed to survive, looked at the man and realized that he was the holy god that everyone talked about and about whom there were many legends. After that, the events are transferred to the headquarters of the Imperial Army, where everyone was very angry at everything that was happening. One monster came back. He was incredibly damaged and said that he was very sorry because he wanted to do his best and help everyone. The damaged monster replied that all the soldiers who were sent on the offensive were completely destroyed, and only they managed to return after the terrible struggle that took place there. Arachne stood up just crazy. She couldn't believe that one single god could destroy so many monsters in such a short period of time. The dying monsters said that they better not go against this terrible god, because he was more like a demon and spared no one in the fight. After that, his body completely disappeared, and only some gold coin remained. The other monster that was next to him could not believe that after death, the body could just disappear like that. The green monsters insisted that they must contact the highest leadership and inform about the situation. But Arachne was told that the emperor was now alone and did not have time. Arachne ordered the last 10 swords and heavy equipment to be called into this fight, but some of the masks were against it because it weakened them in other directions, and their neighbors could attack them. Arachne insisted that they needed to get the head of the golden god, and then they could solve other problems. Nabu interjected into the conversation. She asked for forgiveness for saying something. She said that she would get the head of this evil god with her own hands, and they would win this war before. Meanwhile, Chief Ilshin was in his room and was very beaten up. He couldn't think normally and concentrate like that. After some time, his consciousness came to him again, and he was surprised because he does not remember what happened during all this time. All he remembered was being stuffed by his own clone. He felt really sorry for himself as even his own was humiliating him. Then a message appeared that Generous Happiness was asking where his handsome colonel was because he wanted to meet him, but Ilshin was not ready for that. He was more interested in who called him 120 times. Angelina expected no call, and it seemed that everything was fine. The manager wrote to him that they were terminating the contract, and his contract was now cancelled. This message shocked Yoo Ilshin the most. Various messages began to appear that talked about the success of his little insects on the battlefield. But he didn't care anymore, because it didn't play any important role in his life. He shouted so that you could hear it from Ilshina Street. Now I didn't care to write what happened in the game, because it was all a game, and everything was as good as possible. But in reality, everything was bad. However, the successes continued to appear because the little insects continued to fight even harder, and with them was their strong god who helped them in the fight. But the man did not care at all, because it was your game. It seemed to him that his life was destroyed because he now had no job for which he had worked so hard. But it was just some stupid game. Everything only made me understand that he didn't sleep many nights and felt bad because of stressful work. But now, they refused him, and he didn't have any contract. I wanted to write and send them very quickly, and maybe after that they will reconsider their decision. A message appeared with a new task to save a believer. It was extremely important. A large text asked the man if he is going to save his fanatical believer in the topic of swords. If the man does, then it can help his talent blossom. But the man pretended that he didn't care because he had a lot of work and a lot of things that he had to solve. However, these messages continued to appear, and each time they more and more pissed off the man with their great appearance. After that, this message became several times larger. The man could no longer see anything except the giant text that appeared in front of his face. The author of the web novel was really indifferent to this, but the big message offered the nameless god to look at what his believer thinks and where he has been. The sword demon was tied to the front of the other woman who stood next to them, only laughed and beat him. Her name was Sello. She was also a participant in its action and was under the protection of the god of chaos. She turned to demons and asked to tell at least something. She promised the demon eye that she would kill him very quickly if he started talking, and gave her very useful information. Ilshin understood that his guild was incredibly strong because they caught the sword demon and he couldn't do anything. Then the man was very scared when he saw a big man standing behind them. He did his analysis and realized that it was another man, not the one who passed by him today, came to him. His street name is Cheol-du, was also 31 years old, and was also under the cover of the god of chaos and had quite strong muscles. Demon sword to do, because these people were stronger than him. Now it was clear why the man was so worried when he heard about this task. Then the Kiss web novel author is transported into the sword demon's mind and into his thoughts. The man recalled that when he was still very small, he was sold to a black house and raised as a murderer. After some men saw his abilities, they began to use him for his purpose, and he began to take on various tasks. After some time, he managed to meet Cheol-mi and Cheol-du, who were in the Magnificence Guild, understood that these people had the same past as him, and because of this, they quickly became opponents. Realized that he did not have a normal future like they had, and he left hoping that when his life would improve. The man remembered that he followed the path of the sword to become stronger, and after some time, he came across someone who knew how to master his weapon perfectly. He remembered the man he met today. He was very sorry that he did not complete his task, but now he could not believe that he would die just like that under such terrible conditions. The woman asked loudly who ordered the attack on the guild Velopedia, and how could he leave them at all because they were very good friends. The big man said that he has no business dealing with all this, and he only wants to destroy this cattle. But the woman started to stop him, and said that the apostle Johann promised 100 million if they took him alive, because he wanted to sacrifice him. But the stocky man didn't really care. He started threatening the woman too because they were just wasting a lot of time here. The sword demon understood that this was probably really the end. He apologized to his god a long time ago for not fulfilling his promise. Chiel, you prepared your big fist and said that we make the man try as hard as he has never suffered before. It seemed to the man that he was forced to save this hero because he made a lot of effort to get here, and because he was a very good man with a difficult past. He subconsciously turned to his powerful warrior who was in the tower and asked to transfer energy to him so that the sword demon could survive. A large, bald man joked to deliver a powerful blow, but at the last moment his victim ran away and tore off the heavy chain hanging from his neck. As it turned out, the main character took the body of his friend and began to heal him. When other monsters saw this, they were surprised or did not understand who this man was. Ilshin was very angry. He squeezed his hands and said that it was impossible because now I will not be busy. After that, he decided to use Sun Miri's lightning while he was inside the body of his only warrior, who was me. He really liked all his strength and power. He felt like right now he would destroy his enemies with one blow. However, a message appeared that showed that the man could not use more than 2 skills because they were too strong, and it was too much for him. He just broke this system and some strange flashes started hitting his body, and the whole game started restarting to start working. The giant monster became even more angry. The veins were visible on his face. It seemed that he could destroy his opponent with just his gaze. He delivered an incredibly fast and strong blow to his opponent, but fortunately the main character managed to avoid him. But despite this, his situation was very bad because there were a lot of errors in the middle of the system. He was no longer in control of his body. The big bald man was surprised, or did not understand how the web novel author of The Man from His Punch and what was happening to him right now. It was incredibly scary because the man's body began to twist and straighten. Some incredible lightning appeared and no one understood what was happening. At that moment, the effect affected the big enemy, but he was in too much pain, and he simply switched off, and a message appeared that the man successfully survived the reboot and passed it on to the enemy thanks to his successful body skill. The giant man could not fight. He simply fell to the ground and was unconscious. His girlfriend was confused and scared because she did not understand what was happening, and it seemed that her good friend had died. She asked him to get up, but he did not respond to her words, and the main character meanwhile stood aside and wondered how he managed to do it. The woman began to cry and became angry. She looked directly into the eyes of her opponent and asked how he even dared to do this. Then she inhaled a great deal of air and her whole body began to increase rapidly. After that, she blew on the man and strong fire and terrible wind effects began to appear. It was an incredible power. It was very difficult for the man to restrain it, despite the fact that he drank the elixir. He could not believe that he would die like this. His feeling changed, now he felt calm and comfortable. It was a message that said he managed to win because of Il's steel body hoe. Now this fire seemed, on the contrary, pleasant and relaxed him very much. It seemed to him that he was in some kind of sauna. He was tired because she spent a lot of energy on this powerful blow, and I wanted to believe that her opponent had died because it was one of the strongest attacks she had ever made in her life. However, when she saw the nameless god, she was scared to death because not only did she not destroy him, but on the contrary, she made him stronger because his body began to increase in size. The nameless god was incredibly glad that his only warrior had such a strong body. He understood that it was a very good investment, 9. The fiery lady had no choice but to continue her attack. She promised to burn him forever. However, the man did not care. He was not afraid of this fire. He was very pleased, and this fire warmed his body. It practically scared her to death because now she realized that she had no chance because it was her main strength. Then the man approached her and hit her hard with his right hand. After this blow, the man's body began to shrink because time ran out, and the body returned to the owner. Ilshin was infinitely grateful because he understood that if this had happened a few minutes ago, he would have burned. The mission to save the fanatical believer has been completed, and as a reward, the man will receive his talent, which will now be many times stronger. He was very interested in how strong his talent would become now and what new opportunities he would have. Despite this achievement, nothing began to happen in his body. He was puzzled and did not understand why. The main character was upset because he was expecting something really good, but in reality there was no effect. It seemed to them that all this magic and all the messages was some kind of trick because he put a lot of effort to save this demon. The sword demon was incredibly grateful to his god. He said that he had never seen such strong and powerful people who could so easily destroy opponents. But this man, as at the beginning of their meeting, annoyed him greatly with his look. They really didn't have much time because the opponents could get back on their feet and start attacking them. So he turned to the sword demon and asked him to help him get back home. But suddenly they felt some very strange aura near them and looked in some other direction. This place was really very dark and there was a lot of smoke, but what a terrible voice said that the nameless god was as he imagined him to be. Johann came out of this dark place and said that he was very glad to meet him. When the sword demon saw this, he was very scared and asked the sword god to be very careful because it could be really dangerous. Johann was naked as always. He said that he had been waiting for this meeting for a long time and finally they managed to see each other. Ilshin made an analysis and found out that this man was 29 years old and he was the same god of chaos. He just didn't care about it. He was shocked because he understood that it was also some maniac who wasn't wearing any clothes. The naked man bowed, but said that it was indeed a great honor for him to meet Yoo Ilshin, but the man was only very puzzled. This stranger approaches him even closer and instills more fear. Ilshin did not want him to approach him because he did not know his ideas. A naked man would call the family god his brother and say that he was very hot and wanted to hug him. But the main character did not want this stranger to hug him, so he stopped his body with his hand. The sword demon also addressed this conversation and said that the god of chaos should not take a single step towards them. A brave man would be in big trouble. The man looked at the demon sword with his strange gaze, but did not know what was happening to these strange warriors. Then, with just one light stroke of his hand, the chaos god pushed away the demon's body in his hands. Was truly incredible strength. This blow was so powerful that the demon's body flew very far up the mountain, although chaos did not add much union. The demon's body continued to fly very high far away, and after a while it fell to the ground. Ilshin was very scared. I already understood that the sword demon was strong and almost destroyed the Empress of Lightning, but now he flew very far. But the man came closer. I asked the man which god he followed and in whom he believed in general. Ilshin understood that the situation was terrible for him. He started muttering something under his breath, but Godhouse did not understand what he was talking about. At this moment, the nameless god unexpectedly rushed to attack. He wanted to use the unexpected to attack. God also combined his attack together with the Lightning Empress's power and used a lightning storm. His whole body was destined to be lightning. His entire blood was filled with energy. This blow was supposed to be fatal. The god of chaos was clearly surprised because he did not expect this weak man to attack him with such great power. Then the events are transferred back to the great palace of the emperors where Arachne and Nabu were. The green monster was already going to leave, so he said goodbye to the hostess. After that, with the help of her big wings, this girl flew very fast and high and was ready to fulfill her mission. She swore that she would destroy without the name of God. She understood that it would be a really difficult task, but the force and diseases overwhelmed her, so everything had to succeed. The next day was very warm, and the events are transferred to the Hayami tribe. Adult insects worked and small children played. Everything was really wonderful and calm. But suddenly one ant looked up and was very frightened when it saw Cyril's big green eyes. The man was scared to death because he understood what it could be, and now the whole tribe was in mortal danger. It was Nabu. This time she was many times stronger, and this one was filled with evil magic and her eyes glowed with hatred. This evil monster woman wanted to completely destroy this village, so she started to activate a wave of poison to poison the whole tribe. After that, all the insects started coughing. Green gas started entering their lungs and destroying their organs. Meanwhile, the main character delivered a really good and powerful blow to his opponent. The god of chaos flew very far, his body because of the power of the hand of the god. The pain of the empress's lightning was engulfed in his body. This blow was indeed very successful because after that the naked god fell to the ground and was wounded. Ilshin was very proud of himself because he managed to deliver such a powerful blow to such a powerful character who easily stopped the sword demon. The electric current continued to hit the man's body lying on the ground, due to which smoke appeared. Johann could no longer control his body. It was controlled with the help of these terrible lightnings that were inside his body. Ilshin liked it very much. He played with the man's body like his doll because he could control it with his fingers. But Ilshin did not want to play with his opponent for a long time, so he began to increase the electric current to finally end this stupid fight. After several more powerful lightning strikes, he left the Chaos God's body. Now he just lay on the ground and did nothing. But after all these blows, God still remained alive. This frightened Ilshin, and he understood that the skills of the Empress of Lightning did not work against his opponent. It seemed to him that this man's body was simply immortal because he began to stand up after all the technological blows. Then, the terrible god of chaos looked at the man and said that it was all useless because no matter what he used, he would not die because he could return to his life. Ilshin was scared to death because he understood that he had used almost all of his strongest abilities, but nothing helped. This bowhouse seemed simply immortal, and Ilshin had no plan how he could destroy it. He didn't want to die at the hands of this strange man, but the god of chaos didn't stop asking the enemy if there would be continuations of his attacks. The god of chaos wanted to have a good time and have fun with a very distinguished guest. These words instilled even more fear into the main character's body. He wanted to come up with something faster to survive. In this, he had a brilliant idea. He understood that he had no other choice. Therefore, this was his last chance. The master activated the thumb of God that could multiply on his head to create a copy of himself. Everything went perfectly like last time, and the same evil clone that hit the original appeared in front of him. The original Ilshin was scared. He hoped that his pendant would help him and not fight against him. But when the god of chaos saw this, he said that it was really incredible. And it showed once again that the nameless god was very strong. The clone looked and looked his original straight in the eyes, not understanding the whole situation that was happening. The main character was scared because he didn't know what his clone would do now. Then the man in the shirt said that things were really bad. Then he explained that things were bad because their tribe was attacked and many ants began to die en masse. This information even surprised the god of chaos. After that, he unexpectedly became very angry. Some purple magic appeared around him, and he turned to the two gods. What pissed him off the most was that no one was listening to him, and because of that, he activated his hand and his chaos magic. Men understood that they needed to defend themselves, so they did everything they could because this magic was really very dangerous for them. However, only the clone managed to dodge this blow, and the original fell to the ground. He understood what was the point of all this power if he could die right now, and after that, his clone would also die automatically. The clone landed next to the god of chaos and turned to his clone. He asked to burn it all around, but the nameless god did not understand what it was all about and why this clone was so strange. After that, his clone started to turn into red magic and enter back into the virtual world. I will still help the little insects. The nameless god was scared to death because his clone just took him and left him in this extremely difficult situation. The god of chaos was only happy about this. He started to activate even more of his magic, and became even more angry at his opponent. Ilshin was in a panic. He did not understand what his column was talking about and what he should burn because he did not have fire magic. And then he remembered that he had his holy finger of God that had something similar with fire, and that was a pretty good idea. Then he activated his God middle finger. His hand started glowing with divine power as always. He was happy even more when he realized that his talent was improved, and now this finger could also be stronger and could help him a lot. His opponent was not very surprised, because he did not understand what it was and why his field was glowing. So strange. Now the man became many times sure that it seemed to him that it would definitely help him, and he began to direct his power. The god of chaos only looked at it as an incredible force when standing on him. He did not know what to do because he could not appreciate it in any way. Then the man's whole body became stronger. His eyes glowed and he became brave and self-confident again. Some very powerful fire appeared around, which was not there before. The god of chaos looked at it and did not understand what was happening. But after that, this big, powerful fire went out, and only a small fire appeared, which was on the finger of the nameless god. It took away our hero's confidence. He forgot that it was just an ordinary lighter that didn't have much power. His opponent laughed at him and asked if that was all he was capable of. After that, he activated his chaos magic and moved towards the man with the lighter again. It seemed like it was definitely the end. Ilshin gave as much to his people as he could, but he didn't succeed in anything. This fire was still as small as at the beginning. Then he decided to use the thumb of God, which I could multiply. He thought it could increase his fire. After he did this, several lights appeared and they merged into one big one, so his plan partially worked. The man defended himself as much as possible because he did not want this naked stranger to approach him. God Chaos was surprised and realized that the fire had become really bigger, and now he was in danger. But as it turned out, it was only a joke because the nameless god was throwing small particles of fire at him that did not harm him at all. The games were over. Johann became serious and said that he didn't have much time left, so he needed to finish it all. Now he used his magic really seriously and increased in size several times. It was clearly the end. It seemed to the author of the web novel that it was the worst death that could happen because he died at the hands of a naked man. But at one point, all of his strange purple magic began to disappear. Johann was surprised because it wasn't planned. Suddenly the fire hit his body, causing him a lot of damage. The men with long hair didn't understand why the regeneration didn't work. After all, he was supposed to be immortal. As it turned out, the merciless fire was taking away strength from the enemy. The frightened Ilshin, the new ones, believed that it was really true. It seemed to him that the god of chaos was just playing him as usual. But this time it really hurt him. It was like a sign of fate. Johann became enraged. His eyes began to burn with chaos magic. He simply could not believe that some insignificant ability was destroying his body. The magic created by the god of chaos began to fly towards the protagonist and stay near his head. After that, the man fell to the ground. He began to feel very strong pain and screamed very loudly because of this suffering. For him it was like some kind of prison, because at one point he felt an incredibly strong headache. This pain was so sharp that he could not even see with his head. Johann, he put a lot of effort into his attack. He wanted this attack to be the last and end their stupid duel. Events continue in the Hayami tribe, where a terrible green monster continued to poison the peaceful population of insects. The small creatures could not do anything because their enemy was in the air. She wanted to weaken the evil god through this tribe. The strong girl turned to the small insects and asked to pave their god because it was all his fault. After some time, it landed on the ground. After all, there was no place for it anymore, since most of the insects were lying on the ground and suffering from pain. At one point, a red light appeared behind the monster. She was incredibly scared because she had some terrible premonitions. As it turned out, it was a clone of the nameless god who wanted to save his tribe. Nabu understood that it was the same evil god that she had to destroy. Activating her magic, the monster girl turned to God and promised that very soon nothing would be left of his power. But the angry god didn't say anything. He just enlarged his hand several dozen times and flew straight at his opponent with great speed. Saw that this big fist, all the confidence of the monster went somewhere. She understood that now things were really very bad. The unnamed owl god gave a powerful blow to the monster. This blow was so powerful that the girl flew very far and her terrible body was completely burned. Realizing this, the man in the shirt landed on the ground, because now there was no home for his beloved tribe. He stared at the small insects lying on the ground and not moving. He had one question in his mind. Were they dead? Yoo Ilshin, meanwhile, was lying on the ground in such pain that he had never been in such pain that all his bones were completely destroyed. At that second, a message appeared that warned the man that his strength might decrease because a lot of believers died, and because of that, the population decreased. However, the nameless god was so hurt that he did not care about the population and his tribe. But then the question arose whether the nameless god wants to save his believers using the healing finger of God. If he does this, more than 5 million coins will be written off. But the wounded man was only interested in whether he could save himself with God's healing fuel in the same way as he could save insects. Touching his head with his finger, the protagonist wanted to activate the healing magic. Then some green magic began to appear around. Johan was surprised. He did not know at all what was happening, and his opponent, due to the fact that the nameless god used this finger on himself, only 10 coins were deducted from him. After his mood and health improved, he began to think about his believers and decided to save them because it would give him a lot of strength. Surprisingly, not only was the amount not written off, but on the contrary, it fell into his account, and now the main character was many times richer than he was before and saved many lives. Johan looked at it all together with wonder. How was this even possible? So he asked Yoo Ilshin what was going on. The most beautiful village is that the nameless god could stand, so Johan again activated his secret magic. Chaos magic was moving towards the frightened hero with great speed. What to save himself? He used energy transfer magic again, and after that lightning appeared in his eyes and around his body on. The body of the only warrior also came to him, and now incredible power overwhelmed him, and thanks to this he managed to stop the terrible magic of chaos. Now it was his turn to attack, and his divine power finger was activated and directed at the chaos god who was puzzled. The nameless god had a clear tactic, so he and you began to create a lot of fire and direct it at your opponent. Johan was scared by this fire because it caused him a lot of damage, so he started to run away to survive all these attacks. Unfortunately, the evil god of chaos stepped aside and dodged the fire. At that moment, he laughed somehow and said that Ilshin was really a very good apostle, and at the beginning of the battle, he thought that only a stupid victim would come out of him. The apostle did not listen to him at all. He told the man to shut up and quietly prepare for his death. But Yorikon only answered that 999 victims were already ready. Ilshin was surprised. He did not know what this madman was talking about. The long-haired man pointed his finger at the enemy and said that he would be the last sacrifice for the ascension of their god. The main character began to understand that they lured the demoniac to them only as a bait, but in fact he was the main target because they needed his power. Crazy Yorikon laughed loudly and thanked that Ilshin came here himself, but fell into their trap. Suddenly the ceiling just started to move and some kind of strange red light appeared from it, which made this atmosphere even creepier. Then a giant eye appeared. It glowed with its hatred and destroyed the stones that were around. A lot of evil energy came from this eye. Now it became even more angry and looked at one point. It was looking directly at a frightened man in a tracksuit who was shocked and did not understand what was happening at all. He pointed his index finger of God at him because he thought he needed to destroy him first since he was a true god of chaos. However, he failed to do so was the message that the index finger of a god could not be used on such a powerful god. At that moment, some very strange things began to happen to Johan. He began to scream loudly from the pain that appeared inside his body. Blood appeared in his mouth. A long-haired man looked at the giant eye and said that they did not agree, and this was all the reason. The man's condition worsened, and for a few more minutes he completely fell to the ground, losing consciousness. After that, the dark, powerful magic moved straight at Ilshin. The nameless god could only watch it. Now this could definitely be the end for him, as he was practically nothing against this monster. Events take place in some other world. The main character remembered that he had a dream about the future. Every morning he wished that the world would be cleansed and that good would finally defeat evil, and that there would be peace in the whole world. He wanted to be a merciful god who could rule all this and help. But now this whole idea has lost its meaning. Now a giant monster of chaos has appeared on the planet. All people have lost hope that they will be able to survive. After God lost his beloved, his world split into parts and he began to destroy everything around, everyone who was guilty of it. He completely lost all control. All that ruled him was hatred and a great desire for revenge. He was a god who wanted peace to reign throughout the planet. But now the events were different. Now his dreams and desires have changed, as he has disillusioned and realized the bitter truth about this world. Good and peaceful ideas had completely left his head now. His body consisted of revenge and hatred, and so did his thoughts. The main character was standing in front of some giant stone sword that was hundreds of thousands of times bigger than him. Now there was one desire for revenge. So he turned to the great god who came to this planet. The god of chaos heard the man's prayers and the giant sword began to glow, giving a good sign for the man. Ilshin was full of strictness and confidence that he needed to realize all his ideas and desires. The giant eye of the god of chaos was incredibly angry. All she wanted was to seize power and destroy everyone around her. Hatred filled him. He wanted to destroy everything around him. The sword demon understood that he needed to help his master. But he had never been so scared because now he could even move his finger. But there was no fear in the protagonist's eyes. He unexpectedly turned to the sword demon and addressed him. The man asked where he could watch how he would now destroy this gigantic god who had invaded their world. But suddenly some very strange voice turned to him and asked for a date. It was Johann. The snakes completely tied his body. He couldn't do anything. He only said that they didn't agree like that and it was dishonest. He was filled with fear. He felt that death was very close. So he shouted loudly that the god of chaos could not take the life of his faithful servant. Ilshin and the sword demon looked at this. They all understood that Johann had really difficult problems, but he created them himself. After the snake bite, the man's body turned pale. There was despair in his eyes. He understood that the god whom he served his life simply rejected him. The main character said that he had guessed from the very beginning that it was not necessary to believe in these stupid ideas, and asked the giant eye if it was true, and also added that this eye was very stupid and weak and could not do anything against him at all. After that, the giant eye became even more angry. Yorikon, with just one look, he did not understand why the sword god was not afraid of him at all. At that moment, the main character somehow created a golden sword. Seeing this, the sword demon was very surprised. Never again saw someone be able to create some kind of divine sword from an ordinary finger. This once again confirmed that this man was a sword god. Johann looked at it with his cold and dead gaze, unable to believe that the nameless god could be so brave against. The giant creature became even more enraged. She wanted to destroy this terrible man as well as Johanna. But Ilshin was not afraid at all. He just wanted to activate the Ultra Dagger to start fighting. It was an ability that was given by the same unknown man who was called the Sword that cut through space. This Ultra Dagger was one of the best swords on the planet, and together it increased the melee potential. The giant eye was very scared when it saw this giant sword. Now this ordinary man has changed very much. A light began to shine from his eyes, and he began to smile with a kind of maniacal smile. The giant creation was very scary. They understood that he had no chance against such a giant sword, and such a man who possessed limitless magic and the blessing of God. The man flew into the air holding an incredibly heavy sword in his hand, but he had enough energy to do it. He just wanted to end this fight once and for all and destroy the giant creature that appeared. He began to shout loudly and ordered the giant eye to return to where it came from, and at that moment he struck with his sword. Despite all his power, the god of chaos was frightened because now he had no chance and he saw his death. Events continue in the destroyed territory in the 12th district. There were a lot of soldiers in this place, and the man in the middle ordered him to thoroughly search the whole place with a weapon. The men who were behind were scared. We understood that they were waiting for a march in which their entire country could be destroyed, because even soldiers could not cope with them. Suddenly he did not understand what was happening, and was very worried because there were many military units that were destroyed. His name was Ho Kanchol, and he was the head of the Hunters Association. I understand that not everything went according to plan, but their project had to be implemented, so they went to the extreme. At that moment, one of the soldiers standing behind him said that they had survivors. The head of the association came closer to the man who had no clothes. He did not understand how it was even possible and how he managed to survive in such a terrible place. He turned to the old man and asked with long white hair what happened in this place and why everything was destroyed. But after a few minutes, the head of the association realized that this long-haired man was out of his mind and was behaving very strangely. It seemed to him that the stranger was crazy, so he ordered the military to send this wounded man to the hospital so that his condition would improve. It was Yorikon. He was incredibly scared, remembering all the last moments that happened in this terrible fight. Yorikon remembered it as a snake sword demon, and he looked at how the nameless god with the help of his sword wanted to destroy the giant eye of chaos that was on this world. And after he did it, the giant eye was really destroyed, and a lot of fire appeared around it, which began to fly in different directions. Fortunately, the main character managed to survive. He held a giant sword in his hands. Pay attention to the fact that there was a lot of fire around. Yorikon. After seeing this, he realized that Yoo Ilshin was truly the best god of all the gods he had ever known. Events continue in a completely different place, where there were many hunters, and there was a dead giant monster over which the Empress of Lightning was standing. Her older sister was incredibly shocked because she understood that the girl destroyed this giant monster only with the help of her telepathy, and it seemed that it was practical. One hunter walked up to the woman and asked if she was really an Observation S-class hunter. It was indeed, as others below the collapse could not act so quickly and powerfully. However, the woman is benevolent. She said that the man should not care about this and ordered him to clean up in this place and give her his return stone. The hunter did not understand what was happening to her and decided to give her his return stone and asked her not to be so angry. The hunter also added that this stone was incredibly expensive and cost more than 100 million, so a woman should be very careful with it. But the super Greek replied that she did not care about it, and she was no longer small. She was divorced from the fact that this is not a simplification of a dragon, but was only a large lizard, and because of that she just wasted her precious time. She used this stone to teleport to another place, and the hunter who was standing on the side was angry with her because she spoiled everyone's mood. In 2 days, she will be transferred to the hospital where the main character was and his niece could be. My little niece helped her husband put a band-aid on his back, and really liked this job because she wanted to be a doctor in the future. The little niece said that the husband's body crunched a lot after she put the patch on. The main character used the little hands of the niece because in the last fight, he used not only his heavy match, but also used a very large amount of his muscles, and because of this he had a lot of damage in his body. Then the little girl pointed to the man who was on the side today, and I asked my uncle who this terrible man was. She pointed at the sword demon. He had his black hair and his dark clothes as usual, because he had to match his work style. At this moment, a serious man bowed and asked what the god of the sword wanted. Ilshin and his niece were very surprised. They did not expect this. The main character did not know what other work to give this man. Angeline did almost everything, and even helped him with repairs. The sword demon said that he was ready to fulfill these wishes of his god, because he saved his life and the power of humanity. Besides, he was his teacher. It was very difficult for Ilshin to get used to this very strange man who was ready for himself. Then he offered the demon to rest because he had completed all the tasks. But at this moment, The demon said that there is no point in cleaning the remnants of the Magnificence Guild. After these words, he became puzzled. He explained that the S-Class hunter Xiong Min and the Hunter Association are dealing with this issue and ordering all these monsters, so this issue will be resolved soon. Ilshin, he did not understand which Song Min we were talking about because he only knew one that was shown on TV. The demon's sword explained that she was a really fantastic superheroine, and because of that, she was taken as a model. Then the nameless god realized that Song Mir and Song Mina had exactly what kind of connections, and maybe they even belonged to the same family. But in appearance, they were different. At that moment, he invited his little niece to go back to her mother in his mind. He was thinking about the Empress of Lightning because he hadn't heard anything about her in a very long time. He also wanted to try the treatment with his new ability because it could make the result in the council faster. There was a message saying that a man gets 1,000,000 coins for good deeds because he managed to destroy 1/100th of the god of chaos. This information scared the man so much that he understood that this giant eye was already a small part of the whole god who was supposed to come to Earth. He didn't even want to imagine how big this monster could be and how strong it would be if all body parts appeared at the same time. Then, a mission appeared to improve the rank of this god. He needed to either gather 1,000,000,000 believers or he needed to convince 10 S-classes to worship him. And because they were all slaves for a very long time, and the man did not know if he needed to accept them. His mood worsened. He began to understand everything that was happening. Then he began to shout very loudly because in his opinion it was simply unreal that it would take thousands of years to accomplish this. They were difficult for him to know because he did not know where he could gather so many believers or how he could worship S-Class. It was my world that bothered him very much. He wanted to accept them, and then he wanted to get a reward and become several times stronger once again. In general, he wanted these strange stalkers to quarrel among themselves, and then they themselves would bring him a lot of believers. His genius had no limits. Ilshin began to laugh loudly like a layer of genius and did not scare his little niece. She did not know what was happening with his uncle. After some time, the man left his room and went to another room where there was number 505. Sure, she was leaving him. He wasn't sure if it was the right ward. He wanted Sun Miri to be there in the middle. He knocked and asked if she was inside, but he got no answer but heard some very deep breathing. Therefore, the main character decided to go into the ward himself and find out what happened inside, and what he saw shocked him. Sun Miri was lying on the floor of the theater, nervous and did not care that her body was not completely healthy. When she saw her master, Miri quickly jumped up and was surprised because she did not expect that he would come to her. The superheroine was happy that the master decided to visit her, but the frightened man asked why she was not in bed because she still had a lot of wounds. The smiling girl replied that she can no longer play in one place and wants to improve her abilities and strength. Then she said that her body felt great, and most of her wounds had already healed and asked the master to look at it. She started filming her riots for herself and showing her body, but the main character turned away. It seemed to him that it was too much for him because they were not a couple. At that moment, another girl in a dark cap came to the ward and started shouting loudly at her sister for what she was doing. Yoo Ilshin did not expect this, so he was very scared. A woman in glasses and a cap raised her hand. She was incredibly angry with her sister and her actions. After that, she gave Miri a strong blow on her back. It was only painful that the Emperor, this lightning, started to cry. Yoo Ilshin does not understand that it was a woman at all and why she hit the superheroine so hard. But the woman continued to scream. She could not believe that her little sister could take off her riots and show her body to some stranger. Then she cast her stern gaze upon the man and asked aloud what he was doing in that chamber. The frightened, nameless god said that he might ask the same. Heard that this woman scattered even more. She grabbed the man by his clothes and began to ask loudly who he was, so that her younger sister would show her body. The elder sister did not stop with her words with a look at the man and ordered never to come to her sister again. Brave man, he will deal with her and her power. Sun Miri intervened in the conversation. She began to shout loudly for her older sister to let her master go. The woman could not believe that this bum could be a master. She really didn't like the look of the man, and she wondered if it was some kind of trend to dress like a homeless person. Frightened, Ilshin did not know what to say to such a strict sister because she was actually very strong and could easily destroy him. Miri was behind and motioned with her hands for him not to tell the whole story and just be silent. But her little sister insisted. The man replied that he was really at the academy and a physical education teacher, but the woman didn't believe him. She said that only very strong hunters were taken to the academy and she didn't see him there. She continued to ask questions and wanted to know what rank the author of web novels had, because he looked very much like a weakling. Song Miri decided to defend her master and said that her master was actually very cool, but Kivstar's sister was surprised when she heard the word Mai. The hunter girl was really surprised that this man did not take care of himself at all, and wore some very dirty and cheap clothes and generally did not look like a master. Miri got even more angry and said that this apparently weak man could turn out to be many times stronger than her terrible sister. The woman took off her cap and was surprised to think it was all very funny indeed. When she took off her cap, Yoo Ilshin realized who this girl really was and was shocked. After all, she was a legendary female S-class hunter who was shown on TV because of her beauty and her strength. Now he understood that she was Song Mira's older sister. Song. Mina looked at her sister, looked at her stern look at her sister and asked if she had lost her fears. Suddenly her eyes lit up and she activated mind control all around, did a lot of blue magic, and she told her sister to repeat it. Miri felt very strongly that the waves were acting directly on her head and telling her to obey her old sister. Son Miri started screaming in pain and said that her words were a mistake and apologized to her older sister. But the elder sister did not stop. She spoke very loudly and said the words so that the girl would kneel before her and worship her. Miri seemed to lose control of her body. She was in incredible pain and screamed loudly, asking her sister to stop it all. Miri actually knelt down and her older sister, watching from above, ordered her never to say such a thing again. Meanwhile, Yoo Ilshin was scared. He didn't know what he needed to do and what Mina would do with her younger sister. Master interrupted the conversation and told her to stop doing this because it could harm the Empress of Lightning. At that moment, she told the physical education teacher to just go away and activated some more sound magic and started screaming loudly, and it all affected him as well. But the man asked why he was shouting so loudly because he could really go deaf. This surprised Mina because the physical education teacher should have left this building a long time ago. Then she started to activate magic called mind control and her eyes glowed again and many lightnings appeared around her. But the author of the web novel was indifferent to this. She did not act on him. He stood and looked at how Song Min tried very hard to control him together. The woman was incredibly surprised. She did not understand how the man managed to control his. Then Ilshin, I asked her if it is best for her relatives to solve problems verbally. His eye socket was really impressed by his master. She said that he had just managed to counter one of the strongest attacks. The angry girl asked the man what his rank was, but the main character did not know what to answer because he thought that he was still a G rank. He was really ashamed to admit it. The hunter girl was really interested in this, and no one in the world could resist her attack. After that, unexpectedly for everyone, the big and strong sister bowed down and began to see herself in front of Yoo Ilshin. And she also added that the man should continue to help her younger sister. She added that she brought her little sister food because she complained that they were not well fed here, and Miri thanked her for that. After that, the man scanned her and found out that she was 24 and was under the influence of a curse. This surprised the main character. It seemed to him that because of this, she could have such a terrible character, and he wanted to tell her about it. Then he asked how her hunt went and whether someone could put some kind of curse on her. After hearing this, the woman was surprised for me what the man was talking about, but she stopped when she heard from the master that someone had put a curse on her. At that moment, she did not lower her head down and did not say anything. It remained that she thought very hard in her head. After that, She sent out an incredible message, and her eyes lit up with a red light, and she asked how the author of the web novel managed to find out about this. The frightened main character said that he simply had the ability to see various objects and see what was inside people, and because of that, he managed to scan her. After hearing this from the master, she just smiled and said that everything was fine. You scared her husband. He did not understand how a girl could have such a terrible character. After that, she said goodbye to the master and said that they would definitely see each other again. The surprised husband did not know what to answer, and therefore also said goodbye to her. He looked at her and thought that she was really very dangerous because she was the strongest hunter, and she must have had a lot of good abilities that she could use in battle. But at this moment, all his thoughts were interrupted by Sun Miri. She asked what the master was thinking about so much because he looked very strange. He was really uncomfortable. So he offered to go out on the roof and talk to the student about everything that was happening. The girl was very happy, and therefore agreed. She was always very friendly and smiled at her master. She treated him with respect and love. Suddenly appeared some very strong lightning combined with a magical yellow light. Glowloon Hero looked at the same magical tiger that was in the middle of the girl and did not understand what was happening around. And why did he use his mighty finger but nothing happened, and he failed to destroy the big chains that were on this tiger? Because of this, he decided to try his mighty god index finger once more. Despite all his efforts, nothing was happening, and he was just wasting all his energy. It scared him incredibly, because in his opinion, everything should be easier, because he became stronger and got new abilities. He hoped that he would be able to free this tiger, and he would get the first rank, but everything was not as expected. They both stood on the roof. The man did not understand what he was doing wrong, because he used too much elixir and energy just for nothing. He understood that it was necessary to clearly change the circumstances in which they conducted this experiment, so the man asked the girl to move a little further. After the girl took a few steps forward, a message unexpectedly appeared that only Ilshini could read. It was your information about the Lightning Empress. I will be with the casting as well, so currently her best power has been blocked, and even the electric abilities have also been partially blocked. But the main character didn't care about this. He just wanted to use all his abilities and release the best power of the girl, so he used all his powers. However, his student was very surprised, and she did not understand why the master was such a miracle. It had been looking at her for so long, it caused her a feeling of fear. He had a message in his head that the girl's best power was blocked. Because of this, he wanted to concentrate and deliver the strongest blow. But suddenly he stopped and looked at the message that was in the air. It seemed to him that he did something wrong. He asked himself who blocked all the abilities of the Empress of Lightning. Meanwhile, the girl was not on him and understood what was happening. Then it was her turn and asked where her older sister could have gone. This scared her, so she asked why he needed an older sister. In fact, he had a great idea inside that he thought was a good opportunity to improve their performance. One version was that the older sister could block the power of her younger sister so that she could improve herself and become stronger. The man was sure that he needed to talk to this superheroine because she definitely had some useful information. Then it continues in another city, where there was a big, deep ocean, and it was raining heavily. It was the same giant prison from which no one could get out yet, and there was one very dangerous criminal in this prison. There were a lot of guards around him. They carefully watched him, because he was the safest among all the prisoners. It was Yorikon. He was on his knees, and I believe that God's salvation will come soon for all planets, and all that needs to be done is to wait. But now he did not understand that all his thoughts of effort and hope were destroyed. The salvation in which he believed so strongly turned out to be a strong evil that controlled his body. That he believed in the God of chaos too much, and the Almighty God only used him as his puppet. He remembered this giant eye that appeared a few days ago in an abandoned building. It seemed to him that this was salvation, because he also made a lot of effort to appear and for the God of chaos to have a chance. On this day, I did not hear any energy that began to enter his body, but it was not the energy of kindness. It was the energy of hatred and disgust. Now he screamed, It was all good what he wanted. In fact, he felt too terrible and wanted to destroy himself. It seemed to him that he had lived his whole life for an idea that turned out to be false, and now his worldview began to change. Yorikon remembered that on the same day in the building, he felt an incredible power coming from that strange hero of ours. This god was really powerful, and fought for good ideas because he destroyed the god of chaos with just one blow of his giant sword. It seemed that it was the same unique god whom no one could defeat. Now Yorikon was turning to the copperless god and asking him to give this world another chance and change it, and he was also asking for his forgiveness. He began to pray to God without a name. He asked to become a servant. He was ready to do everything that God would command him. But suddenly I was very surprised his eyes became normal and all his thoughts changed very quickly. A message appeared in the air that he managed to become a believer of the nameless God. Seeing this, the man was incredibly happy, because now he had all the chances. Tears began to flow from his eyes. He thanked God endlessly for giving him a chance to become better and improve his soul. Then a very strange man appeared behind him. The frightened Yorikon realized who it could be. It occurred to them that it was the same god Ilshin. However, this is a completely different man. He had a strange doctor's mask and his eyes glowed with hellish paint. He looked incredibly creepy. When Yorikon saw him here, he was very scared. He asked how he managed to get here because it was one of the most secure prisons in the world. But the mysterious stranger didn't answer anything. Then Yorikon realized that hunters below S-class definitely didn't get to sit. That's why it was probably the Hunters Association. He was still scared because this strange stranger was just standing over him. He did not understand who could be hiding behind this scary mask of a doctor. It began to seem to him to destroy him. Yorikon began to recognize that he had done a lot of damage in his life and slightly corrupted society. His eyes suddenly lit up. He said he was no longer the apostle of evil, but despite that, he had enough power to kill this stranger. Hearing this, the angry stranger only asked not to make him laugh, because Yorikon was not even in the abyss. But Yorikon did not understand what it was all about. After that, the strange stranger became very angry and said that he came to take revenge for the attempt to kill Songmiri. Suddenly, his heart suddenly began to beat incredibly fast. He began to feel terrible, not understanding what was happening around him. An evil stranger touched the man with your finger, and after that he began to feel even worse. His organs began to enlarge, and because of this, Yorikon began to suffer even more. He shouted incredibly loudly to the whole prison, but it was not heard because he was in a secret cell that was very deep. Events returned to the main character's apartment. How can he meet his older sister Sun because she was always busy and never had time? That's why he wanted to just be about it because Songmin was really on the money and she didn't have time for such an ordinary man like him. He unfolded the letter lying on his table and learned that the sword demon had left him and wished him much happiness. But Ilshin was indifferent to this man. He was only glad to get rid of him. Then he threw away this piece of paper. At that moment, a message appeared that surprised him very much. It was a message from the creator of the gods. In this message, it was said that Ilshin successfully obtained that one servant named Yorikon. After reading this, the main character did not understand why this strange man accepted his faith. Then the message showed that he had an S-class follower. Ilshin was surprised because he realized that Yorikon was the best class. But in general, he was very happy with these ideas because they did not harm him, but on the contrary gave him more advantages. Ilshin was interested in how the man came to get his faith, and where last time Yorikon wanted to destroy him. However, all his thoughts were stopped again by a strange message that came to this house. The message that Yorikon died. Ilshin was perplexed and did not understand what was happening, because the S-class hero could not die in just 1 second. Another message appeared, in which it was said that everything that this strange fan possessed would now belong to God. Then there were a lot of sirens and a lot of messages that had some very strange danger. The main character understood what was happening because a text appeared in which it was said that the death of this hunter was not ordinary. It will be filled with incredible pain. something very strange began to happen. No one understood what it was, because a very strange red light began to appear from the phone. After that, the main character began to scream loudly from terrible pain, and his body lit up with red paint. It was an incredible pain that he had never felt in his life, and an incredible amount of red energy appeared and began to spread around. Then his hands were covered with red paint. The man was surprised. He opened them to the fact that he had just received the abilities of his servant. The man did not understand why it was so painful. He was happy that now it is possible to use the abilities of even those who are dead. He was interested in how this strange hero died because he was in prison. Besides, he was a very strong hunter. The message said that he died of a heart attack, but Ilshin refused to believe this, and it seemed to us that everything was many times more complicated. It was all wrongly confused. After all, despite all these events, his progress still remained, and it lifted his spirits. But in his thoughts he said goodbye to the fallen man. It was all very confusing indeed. He wondered how this strange man had even thought of becoming his servant. The man was also interested in whether he could put on this information at all, because this man used to believe in the god of chaos and was his fan, and this could bring some terrible consequences. Complex thoughts filled his head. He did not know what was happening at all, and because of this he felt incredibly terrible. However, he decided that it was better not to think about all this at all. It was incredibly difficult, and he might never even know the truth. It also seemed to him that he had entered too deeply into this whole game and all these processes and had completely forgotten how he was actually there. It's bad that he didn't understand his laptop that he was the author of many web novels. I want now he didn't have much work, too much money. The thought of becoming one of the best authors of web novels, then proving to the manager that he will succeed. After that, he got his laptop and started working diligently, and worked for about 3 hours on your new job. He wanted all readers to appreciate it all. As it turned out, Ilshin wrote his story in this web novel. In his opinion, it was a really beautiful story which, moreover, was based on real events, and it could bring him many believers. But at one point he was incredibly frightened, and a cold sweat appeared on his face. These were comments from new users. They were all incredibly disappointed with this work and wrote that the man had better stop writing web novels. This incredibly disappointed the man because he put a lot of his strength and energy into this work. Besides, everything was based on real events. He just couldn't understand why it was like that. He felt like it was just like a knife in the back now. He wanted to look for another job. Suddenly, someone knocked on his door. The man was surprised. Jim was not expecting anyone at all. It seemed to him that it could be the same sword demon. That thought wouldn't break him. He promised to destroy him if it was really him to the door to see who it really was. The main character was so angry that he was now ready to completely destroy this sword demon. But when he opened the door, he was incredibly surprised to see in front of him only the frightened dream of Maria. She was so frightened that she fell to her knees and began to beg for something. But Ilshin, I understood what was happening to her. With her hands folded, the Empress of Lightning asked for help in an incredibly difficult case. She also added that she could not solve this case alone. Then she made a very cute face. In Ilshin's opinion, it was just a forbidden trick, and now he simply could not refuse. It seemed to him that if he refused these beautiful eyes, he would become the worst person on the planet, and frogs would start falling on him and all his luck would disappear. Although he doesn't want to do it at all, he said he would help. The girl was very happy when she saw something coming. Then the man's trust with Sun Miri increased by 10 points. He is the main character with you because he simply agreed to help his student. Yoo Ilshin understood why such a strong girl needed his help, but Miri did not tell him anything. She was only incredibly happy. The next day, all events continue at the Hunter's Academy, where there were a lot of people. As it turned out, Miri wanted Ilshin to play the role of her guardian, and he came to the Hunter Academy because she missed many classes, so he as possible wear a good suit. The main character also thought about other options, but understood that if he called her older sister, the situation would be many times worse. Now it became clear why he received 10 trust points for this, since this task was incredibly difficult for them. remarked that the master had a really nice suit and said that it would be nice if he wore this suit every day. But the master replied that he only had one suit and he valued it very much. The Empress of Lightning offered to buy a new suit or a new sports uniform. She also added that she had a lot of money and was incredibly grateful for everything that the master did. These proposals were really strange for Yoo Ilshin, because never in his life could he have thought that his student would ever buy him some clothes. In his opinion, the girl was simply crazy, and some ant or monster demon bit them because no normal person in her place would make such proposals. But all these thoughts stopped when the main character noticed that she was not late, and because of this they need to hurry to their meeting. After that, she went to the big building of the Hunter Association, and the man asked who Yoo Ilshin was to Miri. The girl understood that she needed to take control of the situation, and said that it was her older cousin. She was not sure if she would be able to do it because of this. She was very scared. A big, strong man was surprised when he entered, because they both did not look like close relatives and looked very strange. After hearing this, son Miri was very relieved. She said that they were very similar to her brother. These words scared her husband. Ilshin was behind and full of cell phones. He was frightened. It seemed to him that no one could lie so terribly, and how this girl lied. Ilshin made an analysis of this man and found out that he was 33 years old. Meanwhile, Miri was very scared, and in her opinion, this big, strong man called her brother. The guard explained that he didn't want to offend anyone, but he just hoped that her older sister Songmina would come today. After hearing this, the master said that everything was fine. The guard asked the man if he was also a strong hunter because everyone in this family was incredibly strong and had incredible abilities, but Ilshin said that he was just an ordinary. The Empress of Lightning quickly turned around and said that her little brother was really powerful and not everyone knew about him. After a while, they finally got through security and went to the principal's office. On the wall of the director's office hung a shield on which there was a horn attached to gold. The director of this institution was an incredibly large and strong man with white-gray hair on his head. He looked at the clock and realized that too much time had passed and the student had not appeared. Then it continues in another place. The soldiers stood and looked at how an incredibly gigantic gate of monsters opened in the middle of the place. They were very undaunted because they did not know what to do. After that, an incredible giant S-class demonic orc came out of these subors, powerful and strong, which could easily destroy the entire country. The soldiers started shouting loudly at the civilians to run away quickly from the scene and not look at this giant orc because he was very dangerous to everyone. Hunters started to fight against this giant orc, but it was too strong even for them, so things got worse. Then the soldier was scared to death. He called his commander and pointed his finger in one direction. It was some incredibly strange man with blue energy all around him who wanted to strike this giant orc. This man looked really powerful and had no fear against this terrible monster. He only thought about his victory. After this impact, an incredibly large explosion remained, and a lot of energy flew around. No one understood what was happening because everything began to shine with blue light. Suddenly, the gigantic head of the monster fell to the ground, thereby very much scaring the soldier who was standing nearby. After some time, the superhero himself landed. He was very happy that he managed to do all this and destroy this giant monster. The soldiers who were nearby were incredibly surprised. They had to believe that this strange man could single-handedly destroy such a giant orc that many strong hunters could not destroy. She had never seen such an incredible hunter in her life, who was also very handsome, and it seemed that he was some top-secret hunter. As it turned out, it was the same director, and this was the beginning of his whole story. And with the hunters and the fight against monsters, I want at the very beginning he was just a normal janitor. The man understood that he was already too old for all these things, so he wanted to train the youth to fight against these terrible monsters. In his opinion, it was his duty. He looked from the window at the students who used their magic, that is, their abilities to fight. But the director understood that he had one problematic girl named Song Miri. The director realized that only the best in this academy knew that her powers were blocked, and all she needed was to train constantly and wait for a small growth. Then he was happy because he understood that today she should enter his mind. He was forced to explain all this to her, and it was also his duty. The events continue at the beginning of this building where a guard who was surprised to learn that Sunmiri's cousin was the author of web novels. After that, they went further. The guard said that he really liked to read all the web novels. He was interested in what genre Ilshin writes, and the man told about all the genres he has written recently. After hearing about the ants, which were incredibly strong, the guard was very surprised. In his opinion, this was one of the best stories written by this man. After some time, they came to the headmaster's crematorium, and the guard said that the man started to attack him inside. Then he knocked on the door and said that Sunmiri and her guardian had come to him, and the old man's voice told him to go inside. Yoo Ilshin's plantain is comfortable. He was worried about the fact that you can succeed in theirs. He felt as if he was at some kind of interview. When they entered the office, Ilshin introduced himself as Miri's cousin and guardian. The old man was happy and also greeted. The old director said that they don't need to worry about all that Miri did. This really surprised the man because it looked very strange. But at one point he was very surprised and pointed his finger at the man because he understood who he really was. Yoo Ilshin was also shocked when he realized that it was the same man he had met a long time ago, and now their whole plan was revealed. The main character understood that it was the same grandfather whom he met recently, and with whom they began to fight against the monster. And this is director Chu Haekang-san, who was S-class and had the surname Janitor. He looked at the man and remembered all these events that happened. He also remembered the giant rose that he was so afraid of. The director ordered that this same man come here to his office together with Song Miri. The man said that he was very glad to see this grandfather, and was glad that I was with him. Everything was in order, because the last time he did not look quite because of the giant rose. It was just that all this scared the man to death. He shouted that you, the man, do not approach him. Ilshin did not understand what was happening, because he was just very happy to meet. After that, the guard intervened in their conversation and asked the man to be careful because the director was very scared. The old director remembered all the terrible moments that happened. He got into a combat position and was ready to start attacking. Ilshin did not understand what was happening and asked the man why he behaved like that. In their whole conversation, the Empress of Lightning, she said that you both men stopped and explained to her what was happening and how they knew each other in the first place. The scared old man said that at any moment you can see some scary monster just like it happened last time. The guard did not understand anything because he saw that the director was really very scared at first. This man looked very nice and was, of course, the author. Ilshin came closer and asked what was happening with the director, because a few seconds ago he was very friendly, but the old man was even more scared because this man approached him. The master was very shocked by the behavior of the old man. It seemed to him that he was ready for a deadly fight right now. But at one point the author of the web novel got very scared because director Kang started doing some negative things. Khan began to become somewhat stronger. A red magical light began to appear around him. He began to scream loudly. After that, he very quickly and unexpectedly jumped out of the window, and the men standing outside were very shocked and did not understand what was happening. But the director had great strength, so he managed to land successfully on the ground and was safe and sound. At that moment there was a lot of smoke, and the old man started running somewhere very fast, and scared the author of web novels who were doing sports on the street. The guard looked out the window to understand what was happening. Ilshin was worried and did not know what he should do. Everything was very strange. No one knew what they had to do and what was happening to this old strong man who was an S-class hunter. Because this big man shouted loudly, you ran very fast to escape from this Yoo Ilshin and his crazy creatures. The guard understood that it was necessary to take the situation under control, so he apologized for all this, and meanwhile Sunmiri was very surprised because she could not believe that their director could be so quick. The strong man wanted to find some reason, so he said that all this was happening to the director because of his profession, because lately he had been thinking too much about her. Although deep in his soul, He did not understand what was happening to Khan. Meanwhile, the old man continued to run. He did not look back. He only wanted to find a secure place and calm down, but the guard assured that he would definitely return. Several hours passed. The old frightened man returned to his office and held a warm cup of tea in his hands. Everyone sat at a large table enjoying warm tea and sweets that were nearby, and it seemed that everything fell into place. At one point, some very strange things started happening to the master's student after she ate one cookie, because she turned to the words of her cousin and said that he had to try it because it was incredibly tasty. But the husband was not hungry. However, the girl did not stop and insisted that the man was forced to try it. Meanwhile, the director sat and looked at Yoo Ilshin. The man was perplexed. He did not understand why this old man looked at him so strangely and did not say anything. The main character to try this cookie given to him by son Miri, and after that it was reported that these were Kansan's favorite cookies. This message surprised the man. He did not understand how these ordinary cookies could be related to this game. But what did it even mean? Meanwhile, the old man continued to look at cousin Song Miri with his stern gaze. This frightened Ilshin. He did not know what could be the reason. The main character asked the director what he wanted to tell him, and also added that if necessary, they can go out and talk to each other. But the old man said that this was not necessary, and cousin could sit down, and they would discuss this topic all together. The atmosphere is worse. After all, everyone understood that the conversation would not be pleasant, and it would be about son Mira's studies. Good mom started a big, strong man. He explained that they were forced to turn to them because Song Miri began regularly skipping classes that were very important to her. The guard explained that she was really a very strong and talented girl, but she needed control and regular training to improve her results. But Ilshin assured that everything would be fine, and he would take care of this problem. Then the guard thanked for understanding and said that this was the end of their conversation. It seemed to him that this was enough for today. Miri and her cousin were about to leave. They were really happy to spend, but suddenly the director shouted loudly for them to wait. It really surprised them a lot, and surprised the guard so much that they understood what was happening and why the director should just wait for them. The old man said that he couldn't just let them go. He was really sorry and he couldn't look them normally in the eyes. Ilshin was surprised because it turned out that it was about him. He did not understand why the director did not want to let him go just like that. The old man shouted loudly that he had been looking for him for a long time and it was all a sign of fate. But the shocked man did not understand what was happening. The director added that their Hunter Academy was one of the best and had the best equipment in the world. It seemed to the man that he was some kind of movie star. He added that the man needed to follow him and write several tests. At one point, the old director shouted very loudly and asked the man to give him powerful strength. Meanwhile, the main character was standing on the side and was shocked. What was it all about, and why did Directo Khan-R want his power? The old man said he was willing to do everything possible if this man wrote a test and passed it. Ilshin liked, this is all he said, that he will do this test if the director does not pay attention to the axis of absenteeism liked. This is all he said, that he will do this test if the director does not pay attention to all absenteeism. Song Miri Kong was very happy and said that everything suits him. The security guard wanted to say that it was illegal, and no one had the right to do such a thing. But the director said that it was a great opportunity, and he had no right to let it go just like that. After that, they left the director's office and went to do the same test that Khan was counting on. After some time, the main character entered the capsule. The director and one woman stood outside the window. They were preparing an unexpected qualified test for a hunter. The woman said that the preliminary results showed that the man had a G class, and because of that, one could not expect much. But the director assured that this man was not ordinary. He remembered these moments with a big rose and understood that all this was definitely true, and the man was definitely of the highest class. The protagonist, meanwhile, made an analysis of this sphere in which he was. As it turned out, it was a sphere for hunters with the help of which it was possible to find out the level and number of believers. The man was scared. He thought that everything could go really wrong as he planned. and because of this, many people could be in danger. Then a message appeared that the man had to put his hand on the sphere for the test to start. Ilshin did not expect this, but still understood what needed to be done. After that, he did everything as it was said in the instructions and placed his hand on the hunter's magic sphere. As soon as he did this, he felt an incredible energy that passed through his whole body, and a magical glow appeared around him. After a few minutes, all this stopped and the sphere began to make some very strange sounds. It was clear that this was the end. The woman outside the window said that the test was completed, and Yoo Ilshin should leave this cell. The woman scientist received the results that the pencil capsule showed, and was very surprised, but did not say that it was really interesting. Yoo Ilshin, that finally all his dreams had come true, and they would finally know about his magical power. He could be a hunter of the highest rank. He was very interested in what class he had, and he was preparing for the fact that it was clearly S-class. However, the woman said that it was the same G-class as it was at the beginning of the test. Then she showed the husband a piece of paper with all the results, and also explained that there could be no mistake, and that this test was unequivocally correct. Heard that it was a man, he became incredibly weak. He could just believe that it was all really true. In his opinion, it was all a big lie because he is definitely stronger. The school principal also couldn't believe that it was real. He asked Yunbi if everything was in order with this car, but the woman replied that the chance of a mistake was practically zero. Yunbi was, and if she couldn't have purposely made a mistake so that the man would get bad results. Yoo Ilshin did an analysis and found out that Choi Yunbi was the head of the academy's medical team, and she was also Choi Kang-sang's daughter. Yunbi asked. Even at the workplace, the director called her an assistant. Besides, there were other people present. Kang was confused, but still agreed to do it. All these results really surprised the man. It occurred to him that this strange machine should also measure the divine power that was in his blood. The director of the academy could not simply believe that this hero of ours was of the lowest class. He once again asked his assistant if it was even possible, and the woman confirmed it. This incredibly impressed the director. He understood how it was even possible because during their last meeting, this man showed incredible abilities, and he remembered that it happened when the man turned off his consciousness. He thought about all possible solutions. It seemed to us that it was simply impossible because this hero of ours definitely had incredible power. The idea came to his mind that this character needs to lose his consciousness, and after that his superpower will be activated and a terrible rose will appear. In that case, he needed to add some effort so that Yoo Ilshin could lose his consciousness. Yoo Ilshin was already about to leave and offered his student to go to a cafe and have lunch. Song Mira liked this idea very much, so she happily supported her. At this moment, they have a big, strong director. Now he was angry and told the young people to stop. They haven't finished yet. This surprised Ilshin very much. He did not understand what else the director needed. The strong man said that he wanted to fight. Khan said that he did not trust science, and this machine must have made a mistake, thereby making his daughter very angry because she had contributed a lot. Yoo Ilshin was told that he really did not want to do this, and asked the old man if he had any other plans for his. But then Ilshin realized that the demon of the mosque was the same strange man who began to believe in him after he began to fight against them. The main character believed that if he defeated this strong man right now, he would get another servant of his who would believe in him. After that, he was very happy and fulfilled his jacket. Now he was definitely ready for this match. However, the director's daughter was not happy about it. In her opinion, it was all a big misunderstanding and she clearly could not do all these studies. Then Khan offered to go to the training hall to hold their duel there, in which they would show all their strength. Suddenly, the guard became many times bigger. Some red energy appeared around him, and he offered his candidacy in the fight against this author of web novels. He cleared his face. He was incredibly strong, and his rough voice, and said that it is impossible to allow their director, a legend of Korea, to fight against such a man. After that, the events continue in the Great Training Hall, which was also located in this Hunter Academy. Yoo Ilshin looked at this entire cage and was incredibly surprised, because it was the first time he had seen something like this in his life. This whole cage looked incredibly powerful about you. I wasn't sure if this cage would be able to withstand all the divine power and all the magic they were going to use. The big guard turned to the author of the web novel and offered him to wear protective clothing so as not to injure him. But Yoo Ilshin refused and said that the man did not do it either. The strong man was unequivocally sure that he had to win because he was several times bigger and stronger and had enough combat experience. But despite this, the nameless god just laughed and said that everything will be fine and there is no need to worry about it. After that, the guard's eyes lit up. The man became even more angry and said that Ilshin would regret it. Looking at this little man, the director of the academy was already not bad in the fact that he would be able to win and also offered to wear protective clothing. He explained that Ginnock was among the best B-class hunters, and besides, he had incredibly great experience in fighting, because of which he could defeat even an S-class hunter. But after hearing this, Songmiri said that despite this she would definitely handle this giant in a few seconds. But these words did not motivate the fighter in any way. It seemed to him that all this was becoming many times worse. Suddenly, the other students of the academy saw that there were two fighters in the cage. They were incredibly impressed, and it seemed to them that this man in the shirt could be their new teacher. Yoo Ilshin didn't like it. He didn't want the whole hall to watch their match because he wasn't ready for it. He just wanted to finish this match quickly before too many people gathered in this hall. It was a really good idea. So he turned to the big guard and asked him to start attacking because now he was definitely ready for a duel. Ginnock looked at his opponent and was surprised, but did not understand why this weak-looking hero of ours was beating him so much. He understood what was so special about this weak boy. He saw his director, who was one of the best hunters in the whole city. Because of this, he wanted to prove that he would identify his opponent right now. Ginnock said that he was also ready for the fight, and would attack because Yoo Ilshin himself wanted it. The guard was incredibly large and angry, and very quickly rushed forward to deliver his blows. But despite this powerful blow, Yoo Ilshin survived because he somehow managed to dodge quickly. This surprised Ginnock because his shots were always very accurate and powerful. It seemed to him that all this was just the luck of this newbie. So Pumped Man decided to continue his attacks until he completely destroyed his opponent in this cage. This time he was more focused and was now certain that the man would not be able to escape from his blow. Hynek looked his victims straight in the eyes and prepared one of the most powerful blows in the history of his fights. Yoo Ilshin to lie down, as if he understood that this time he would not be able to take it from the blow, and this could really be the final blow for him. At this moment, Ginnock hit his victim, and it was a really incredibly powerful blow, after which a lot of energy appeared around. All the students who were in the hall were amazed at the strength of this guardian. In their opinion, he was one of the most beautiful fighters of all time, who also possessed great strength. It was really a very powerful blow, after which the guard himself was incredibly pleased. But at one point he was incredibly surprised that all this was really real. Ginnock saw that everything was fine with his opponent. He stood unharmed and was now ready to fight. Ginnock very much, and why he did not understand at all what was happening to his opponent. Then the main character started to use the divine index finger in this fight. After just one touch, the big man started to feel incredibly horrible. His whole body started to hurt a lot, and the man himself started to scream very loudly. Divine dot appeared on his face, which began to take away all his strength. The frightened man did not understand what was happening. It was all so painful that the giant man began to fall to the ground. The shocked guard simply believed that a person of the lowest rank defeated him with just the touch of one finger. When the work of a giant man fell to the ground, everyone felt it and everyone saw it, because everyone was attentive to all the events that took place. Yoo Ilshin was also very happy when he defeated your opponent, because now he did not understand that he could be at least A-class. Meanwhile, Miri stood behind him for his good fight. The giant man was so tired that he could not even say anything. It was finally clear that the battle was over. All the people who were around could not believe how this was even possible. What was this strange man in a shirt? The assistant also became very worried because all her research showed that it was just an ordinary man. She also could not understand how this could be possible. Yoo Ilshin really defeated his opponent with just one punch and knocked him out, so the medics had to take his body away. Now the main character was scared because he didn't know what would happen to the big guard. Suddenly the director of the academy entered the ring. He said that now it was his turn to fight against Yoo Ilshin and test his strength. The old man took off his shirt and prepared for the duel despite the fact that Yoo Ilshin did not answer anything. Without a shirt, the old man looked more courageous. There were many scars on his body which he seemed to have received in the fight against terrible monsters. The nameless god did an analysis and found out that his opponent was 58 years old and that he had a very large amount of muscle. But this pissed him off because all of his opponents had a large amount of muscle, but they still lost. It was generally very funny to him because he understood that his opponents were incredibly large, and it seemed that they ate a lot of steroids every day. Ilshin then laughed his demonic smile. He hoped that this old man would be worth using all his divine powers. But considering the fact that this young man had easily defeated his strongest bodyguard, Khan was sure that this was not Ilshin's best chance, because on the same day when they met, the strength of this thin man was greater, and this rose that appeared incredibly scared him. Khan fills himself in that he is forced to defeat this author of short stories to prove that he was the strongest in this city. Then he suggested Ilshin to start, but suddenly the main character laughed and said that first they need to make a bet, which surprised the director of the academy because he did not understand what it was about. The eyes of the nameless god lit up with magic. He suggested that the loser fulfill one wish of the winner. Khan was not against it. He just said that the desire should be normal and should not be illegal or something else because after all, he was the director of the academy. Ilshin laughed and said that there will be no such wishes because all he wants is just one small, modest wish that he will guess after you defeat your opponent. This young man was beaten by an old man. He was sure that he should punish him for this. As it turned out, the main character wanted to defeat this old director so that he would then become his servant, and this would help him complete his task. Khan said that these conditions were somehow already strange, but still he was not against it. But there was one, but the pumped-up man explained that if he wins, then the author must be forced to complete one task for him. Yoo Ilshin assured that this will not be a problem, because he will definitely win this battle, and he will not be forced to do anything. Then the old man said that they were ready, and now their duel could begin. At one point his whole body began to enlarge. His eyes lit up with blue fire magic. It became clear that he was using his superpower. This really scared Yoo Ilshin a lot because he didn't expect this at all. Besides, the old man looked quite nice and wasn't dangerous. The man realized that this employee will be really harder than the previous one, despite his rather old age. Then he began to enlarge his body as well and use all his divine magic and power that was within his blood. When Khan saw himself, he was very scared and already understood that his opponent also had his secret abilities with great power. The people who were around could not understand what was happening at all. Who was this stranger because he seemed incredibly powerful and could stand up to the director of the academy? The old man succeeded and said that all his guesses turned out to be true, and Yoo Ilshin was the same man from the legend. The director explained that one very strong girl hunter felt that one day an incredibly cruel and at the same time benevolent hero would appear. These words made the main character think because he understood that the attempt was supposed to be about a good and evil god, and it could really be him. In the legend it was said that if he appeared, he was obliged to tie him to the academy. But Yoo Ilshin did not like these words, because he wanted to become very popular and very rich and did not want to study in some academy and be an ordinary poor teacher. He thought about all this, but suddenly some very strange light began to appear, some strange fog under him. As it turned out, the big old man decided to strike his big hand directly at his opponent. Yoo Ilshin was not ready for this gift at all, so he missed this blow right on his face. This one is yours. She is only strong that these people who are around you heard it. Songmiri was now very aware that the academy was incredibly strong, and that they would really destroy her master with this blow. The director's daughter was also very surprised and did not understand what her father was doing. But the old man does not stop. He continued to deliver very fast and strong blows to his opponent. Khan turned to his opponent and asked him to start fighting for real. And these were all just ordinary toys. Despite all these powerful blows, the man stood confidently and had no fear in his eyes. He only thought about the annoying old enemy. Then the man rushed to attack, because the old man asked him to do so very much. Khan was also not afraid of the enemy. He only stood in a fighting position and was ready to take heavy blows. But at this moment, he even fell upon his adversary and dealt him a great and powerful blow right on his face. Unfortunately, this blow was really very painful for the man, because he did not expect that the old man could hit so fast and hard. Battles did not end there, and luckily the boy managed to deliver one strong blow to his opponent. The whole audience was generally what was happening because this fight was incredibly brutal and no one knew who would win. Nameless God made really a lot of effort. He wanted to do everything possible to defeat this pensioner. Old Khan continued to attack his opponent. He would like more than anything to defeat this genius from the legend of the hunters. But at that moment, Yoo Ilshin struck an incredibly good blow with his foot directly on the old man's stomach. Pumped up man definitely did not expect this strong blow to his stomach, after which he had a case of blood. He spilled really hard and hit his opponent in the stomach with his big long leg as well. Yoo Ilshin is very hurt because it was an opponent of the same class as him, and he felt such strong pain for the first time in his life. The old director said that it was a really good fight, and he expected this from Yoo Ilshin. In his head, he thought that this person was definitely S-class. Despite this very high level, the old man wanted to defeat his opponent so that he would succeed. Besides, he managed to land a few good blows on this genius and legend, and now he wanted to use all his power. Khan pointed his finger at the man and said that the academy needs people like him, and because of that he will be bound to defeat him in this fight. He wanted to do it at any cost, even if he used all his strength, even though it was quite dangerous for his health. But Yoo Ilshin did not give up so easily. He was sure that this man would not defeat him just like that, and now this fight would be really serious. The young fighter decided to strike first to take the initiative in this fight and delivered some painful blows to Khan. With each step we got closer to our opponent, but then he saw something very strange that surprised him greatly. Khan's legs were very strange. Some strange smoke began to appear around them, and the ground began to crack from the heavy load. The old superhero began to use all his power that he kept inside his body. His eyes were blazing with power, his body had grown in size, and now he was many times stronger than he was at the beginning of this whole fight. Khan was ready to do anything to defeat his opponent. The students who were in the academy were incredibly scared because they realized that the director was now fighting with all his strength, and some of his body parts had increased in size and filled with energy. The students were scared. They thought they needed to intervene in this fight to help this stranger win. But already, their principal was incredibly angry and out of control. Despite all this, an enraged Yoo Ilshin rushed to attack his opponent. He wanted to finish this match as quickly as possible. Sun Mira understood that it was really too cruel, and she wanted to do everything possible to stop her master. Everyone wanted to stop these two incredible monsters who possessed incredible power. It seemed that at this moment this match was simply decisive, because both opponents were planning to deliver really powerful blows to each other. The nameless god was afraid that he saw in front of him a giant hand filled with incredibly great energy that flew straight to his head. A message appeared that his only warrior had passed another level of the Tower of Challenges and was currently on the 11th floor. Through this, Il-ho gave his gift to the nameless god, but Ilshin could not believe that all of this was happening right now. The main character understood that every time his warrior receives an award, he sends this award to him as a sign of gratitude. However, at this moment, it was really a very good gift because he needed to defeat this old pensioner. Khan was sure that this blow he was carrying right now should be incredibly painful for his opponent, and he should at least break his arm. It seemed that right now an incredibly powerful blow because two incredibly strong hands filled with divine power and magic were about to collide. It was a true confrontation of different energies and different strengths of one goal to win this match. The crash took place, but nothing happened to him. Only some very strange smoke appeared, and it surprised Ilshin. The old grandfather also looked at his opponent. He wanted to hear that his opponent surrendered after this powerful blow. But at this moment you are all some strange bouquet of roses that surprised the main character because he understood what he was doing here. When Khan saw it, he was incredibly scared. He just couldn't believe that it was the same giant animal that appeared last time. Yoo Ilshin threw this bouquet into the air. He did not understand why his only warrior would send him such a stupid reward, and such an extreme moment. This bouquet of roses flew right into the old man's face, and it seemed that the situation was even worse. This bouquet began to draw this energy from the man, and the old man began to feel all this terrible aura that he felt last time. He had such a monster want to swallow him alive again and destroy him, and he just felt powerless. After that, the old man very quickly left the site screaming. He screamed very loudly and called his mom to save him. This fight was incredibly important to him, but he couldn't fight against this giant animal that swallowed him last time. Yoo Ilshin looked at the old man running away and didn't understand what was happening. After all, Kang had just promised to destroy his opponent, and because of that, he used his maximum energy. He looked at the same bouquet of flowers and did not understand what could be happening with this man, because it was just an ordinary bouquet of roses that everyone liked. But he didn't care about that now. The master understood that all this meant his victory, and meant that the great man should become his servant and believe in him. He looked at his phone, but there was no message that Kong had become his believer. Considering this, the main character was exhausted. He promised that sooner or later, this old grandfather will become his servant, and he will succeed in completing the task. A message appeared. It was a message from the same seas who needed something from their nameless god. In this text, it was said that more than 4 million did not want to settle in the tribe, and without a name, God had to choose or do. This news was really very good because these beings who will join his tribe will definitely become his believers, and this will help to fulfill his task. Then he turned back and forgot that he was in the ring, and a lot of people were watching him, including Song Miri. He wanted to escape from the scene as fast as possible because now many students would start asking him questions. Then Go continues in the sunny day where the man will continue to pump the infrastructure of his little ants. Nameless God was walking around some building and building new houses in the tribe of ants. He wanted to make this tribe as strong as possible. Thanks to all the buildings and infrastructure, the number of believers has increased and now stands at 10 million. Despite such a good figure, the master was not satisfied with this. He understood that it was really not enough and that a lot still needed to be done. Bad thoughts filled his soul. The main character could not even understand how he could gather so many believers, so he needs to do 100 times more mruka. Meanwhile, all the small creatures who were on earth looked at their god, but they did not understand what he was talking about. It seemed to them that it was some kind of appeal to them. Suddenly, one black ant said that this strange text could be a prayer, and because of that, the insect offered to pray to them all together. The black ant supported this idea. The husband received a message from the ant on his phone. It was very suspicious because he did not understand what the ant was writing to him. All the ants began to look at their pregnant god and began to use bad words as prayers. Tens of thousands of small ants began to say terrible words. They thought that it was a really good prayer. But Ilshin was calm and understood that now he better not say bad words in front of these small insects, that now he was a little indifferent to this game. For now the voice task was to find the same great director who comes in. Suddenly they began to turn to their god again because they had some problem. Nameless God opened the world with insects and carefully looked at the whole situation. What he saw surprised him very much. He saw that in the middle of the forest there was some very strange dark creature that was not like the others and did some very strange things. As it turned out, it was the same sword demon who was preparing to end his life using his small dagger. The criminal hero was asked if he thought to save his faithful sword demon from a terrible death. Ilshin was very scared. He did not understand what this crazy man was up to and why he wanted his death so badly. Suddenly, a lot of strange fog began near the sword demon, which was not there before, but the demon himself did not pay attention to it. Then, a large portal appeared behind him, and from which came out the frightened, nameless god, who would do everything possible to save his believer. The nameless god did not understand what was happening and was a very strange character, so he turned to him. The demon of the sword did not expect that his god would appear outside him. He began to cry and scream very loudly. He was completely hysterical. Then he began to plead with his god for salvation. For now he was in great trouble and was not in control of his actions. Yoo Ilshin approached him and took the same sword that the man wanted to put directly in his chest. And at that very moment he threw that great sword straight down on the ground so that the man would do no harm. When the sword demon saw this, he relaxed because now he was not in danger. The main character began to shout loudly at his servant for such a stupid idea. He did not understand how it could even occur to him, but the demon said that it was not so. Yoo Ilshin even more angry. In his opinion, the man with the long hair just wanted to play a prank on him. The sword demon assured that he did not intend to harm himself. This surprised the hero, and he asked why he did it at all, and was he in control of his body. At that moment, the same strange stranger who was in prison appeared. The nameless god turned to him and realized that it was all his hands. But the creepy stranger didn't answer anything. He just looked at his victims with his big red eyes and was silent. As it turned out, it was Song Min. She again did not feel any strength from this hero who was standing right in front of her. She looked at him and wanted to understand where such a hunter of such an incredible level that she was not even came from. At that moment, the sword demon asked his master to be careful because this strange man was using a technique he knew absolutely nothing about. The sword demon explained that this opponent was somehow incredibly strong because he could listen to his ear for some strange actions, and his brain did it. It seemed that this strange stranger could control all thoughts. The main character was shocked because now he understood that it was not a man at all, but the situation was completely different. Then he told about his guesses to his servant, and it surprised him incredibly because he did not understand who it could be then. Yoo Ilshin explained that it was Song Min. He turned to her and asked what she was doing in such a place, what was required of a sword demon. The woman began to worry because she understood that her superpower was revealed, and now she was in danger. So she did not give any answer to the young hunter's question. The demon will be surprised to understand at all what such a strong superheroine needs from him, because they have never seen each other in their lives. She stood and was very scared because she did not understand how her true identity was revealed. In her opinion, it was practically impossible. Yoo Ilshin explained that he has a sensory skill that he had already told her about when they first met. Meanwhile, the man with the long hair was very shocked that the sword god could become so many popular and powerful people. Then the stranger decided to finally remove his mask so that you all could see his true identity, because now it was no big secret. Sun Mina was very angry, as always with her harsh look at her opponents. She did not understand how the man managed to do this in the first place. When the sword demon saw her here, he was very surprised. He had never seen this strong female hunter in his life. He fell in love right away and said that she was incredibly beautiful, so he surprised everyone very much. But at one point he got very angry and said that even such a beautiful woman would not let him destroy himself. The man thought that she was a little crazy because she was engaged in such things. Minavona said that the mask she had on her head had the ability to hide a person's true identity, so a man would not be able to reveal it. The hunter became even more angry and began to shout that no censor could defeat this powerful artifact because it belonged to Class A. This incredible anger surprised the sword demon because after that he felt a very strong aura coming from the heart of this woman's soul. But the man didn't care about all that she was saying. He asked her what she was doing in such a place, that she needed anything at all. The superheroine even more angry because she wanted to show her husband all her strength and power. But as it turned out, he didn't care. This woman was going crazy. Then she pointed her finger at the demon and said she was here to kill this bastard. But Ilshin still remained calm and asked her if it was necessary to kill this sword demon because he had done nothing wrong to her. Then the demon turned to his god and asked if he remembered what he told his god about the people he could never destroy in the world. Then the man pointed to the woman and said that she was one of those powerful people because she possessed incredible strength and energy. But God was still just surprised he couldn't think that the demon was so weak and couldn't destroy this woman hunter. In how many of us my appearance, he looked quite powerful. Yoo Ilshin turned to the high-ranking woman and said that he had no idea at all why this dispute had arisen between them. He suggested to just forget about it all. The sword god said that this demon in appearance was really very dangerous and did a lot of harm, but in reality it was very good and did a lot of good deeds. And Min Min was incredibly surprised. She did not understand what this hunter was talking about and why he wanted to forget all their old conflicts. Then she got even more angry. Her eyes lit up with blue color and she asked Yoo Ilshin in her scary voice if you want her to forget that the sword demon tried to destroy her younger sister. This scared Yoo Ilshin a bit. He didn't know what kind of girl possessed all the information. But despite this, he still suggested that she forget about the whole situation, because in the end, everything was fine with her younger sister. The author of the web novel also added that for now he takes personal responsibility for her younger sister, so he can deal with the sword demon himself. Really interested the woman. She didn't know where this strange man came from, but she said that they need to figure it out first. Then they can do all the other things. Ilshin later. He didn't understand why the woman wanted to destroy him, and Mina replied that Yorikon mentioned his name because of that he was clearly involved. It surprised me a lot without me. He now understood that it was this superwoman who was involved in all his problems and the death of Yorahan, but he understood why she did all this. Then Mina calmed down a little. She said that Ilshin was always around her younger sister, and she wished that you were also one of those evil people who wanted to harm her. She asked what he planned to make her a younger sister, but at this moment the main character asked why she blocked the powers of her younger sister if she cared so much for her. Hearing this, the woman was incredibly surprised. She did not understand how this boy managed to find out. She realized that whatever abilities he had, in her opinion, he was really very dangerous for her and for other people. And it seemed that she was sleeping. What husband was she necessarily, or could carry really a very great danger for the whole society and for the whole country because of his powerful abilities? Appeared that it was a blood seal imposed by Song Min in exchange for the life she promised in the abyss. And the man realized that she had forgotten to begin with, which blocked all powers. The man wasn't entirely sure what this superheroine had done for the exchange, but he didn't care that she created this power blockade. The man said that he did not understand anything at all, because no normal person would exchange his life for the blockade of the power of his younger sister. Yoo Ilshin, that this popular model specifically did this so that her younger sister would not become stronger than her, because then she would lose all control over her. All this information angered the woman, and so she began to use the power of her apostle to strike with lightning. This powerful blow flew straight into the face of this innocent man. He was surprised because he did not expect this blow at all. Then the beginning demon entered the game. He wanted very much to help his god and asked him to be careful and took out his sharp sword. He jumped high into the air and prepared to deliver a powerful blow straight at Song Min so that she would stop attacking his master. But the angry woman continued to use all her apostle power and directed it at Yoo Ilshin and ignored the demon. When we saw him, we just laughed because in her opinion this demon was incredibly pathetic, and with one hand she began to create other magic. Then, with just a flick of her finger, she sent this red energy straight at the long-haired opponent. The demon sword definitely did not expect such a large amount of energy to be directed at him. Because of this, he began to feel incredibly terrible. Due to the almighty blow, the sword demon flew very far, and after a while fell to the ground, and already he did not establish any Zagtroyanda for this evil woman. It was really very painful for the sword demon, because he landed on the root of one tree, and now there is nothing more to do. When the main character saw this, he began to worry if everything was okay with his servant, but he also understood that even bigger problems were waiting for him with this woman. He had never seen such incredible abilities in his life because Song Mina only pushed her one finger and pushed her opponent very far. Then he turned to his servant and asked if everything was all right with him, but he only replied that the sword god should be very careful against this woman. The man explained that there were various rumors that Song Mina was not S-class, but even SS class, because of which she was one of the strongest on the entire planet. Now the man became really scared because he was only the lowest class, and against him the woman was the highest class on the whole planet. After that, the angry woman laughed. Now she was in the fact that she will not die, however they directed the same red energy at him that was directed at the demon. At one point, she squeezed the red sphere that was in her hand, and this was basically her plan, because it was not just red energy, it was several times more important. As it turned out, it was a heart that belonged to the main hero, and now the situation became many times worse because she completely destroyed it. He began to scream loudly because he felt that his heart was completely destroyed, and he did not know how long he could live now. Why, the man was in incredible pain, incredibly hurt, and the heart simply stopped beating, and it seemed that it was the end for him. When the demon saw this, he was very scared. He did not know what could happen to his god now, because it was mortally dangerous for him. In the man's hands was the same dark magic that controlled the man's heart. He wanted to do everything possible to save this heart, so he began to connect it. But the divorced woman didn't stop there. She continued to use all her magic and concentrated on breaking his heart once and for all. The man was incredibly scared. He understood that this could be really deadly, because without a heart, he would not be able to live long and something must be done. The demon of the sword understood that if his master died, the family would come to an end. Therefore, he asked that the god of the sword not die, because it was very important. But all this made the hero angry. He shouted to his listener to stop shouting so loudly because it all bothers him, and he also added that he is not going to die. He said that it was all just very funny and his heart started to beat just a little bit harder. But in fact there was no difference, and everything was perfectly fine. When Mina heard about this, she was incredibly surprised that she invested an incredible amount of magic in this attack. She was sure that she managed to break the man's heart. The demon became incredibly happy. He began to cry because he understood that now they had every chance to win and new hope. "Teacher seconds," the man said. That finally the full effect came and everything became better than it was, and now he felt even better. Mina was getting up just crazy. She didn't understand where this young hero of ours came from with such a powerful force, because she put all her strength into this attack, and the man was just funny. So the woman stopped and calmed down. She said she recognized that her opponent was actually incredibly strong, and she underestimated him. But she did not want to give up, and said that mental abilities were not her only strength, and she still had many different abilities because she was a very strong hunter. Suddenly, her whole body glowed with blue magic. It seemed that she was now using some other ability of hers, and it was many times stronger than a normal mental ability. The demon was sure that the end was not complete, because it was one of her strongest abilities in the fight against terrible monsters. They both felt that her blood was filled with incredible power. Her eyes shone with lightning, and her hands were filled with incredible fire that burned. The man with the long hair asked his god to be careful, because this ability belonged to the SS class, so no normal person could survive. These words made the main character think, because he was looking at how this incredible woman used some powerful magic that they had seen for the first time. And besides, there were officially no SS class hunters in their country, so Mina could be the first. The hunter realized that this girl is many times stronger than the old director with whom he fought some time ago. Because of this, he was afraid. But now the angry girl's eyes burned with an incredible flame, and she seemed to no longer be in control of her body and her emotions. When the main character saw this, he was incredibly scared. It was clear that now he had many times fewer chances, because the girl became many times stronger. The sword demon was also very angry. He didn't know what he had to do because he couldn't stand up to this powerful superwoman at all. Then the woman sent some incredible giant fire straight at her opponents. This flame was incredibly big and burning. Yoo Ilshin was an ordinary person, so he was incredibly hot and burned his hand. The demon was also incredibly hot despite being a demon because this fire was one of the most infernal in the world. At the water moment, there was an incredibly gigantic explosion right between the two hunters, and now no one knew who won. The main character was scared to death now. His hand was burned by this terrible fire, and he knew what he had to do. Both men looked at the ground and saw that there was a giant crater, but they could no longer see Song Min. It seemed that she had simply disappeared somewhere, but at that moment she reappeared in the air with her superpower. Both men looked at her with a giant fuck because they understood that it was some kind of divine power, realized that her enemies were afraid of her hellfire. She rejoiced because it was only the beginning, and now she wanted to create even more hellish fires and more magic. Raising her hands in the air above her, a giant sphere began to form around which a large amount of energy and magic swirled. Then she is very loud for her Vorgs to die and release this giant layer right at her opponents. Luckily, people managed to avoid this blow, but they still felt the effect of this magic sphere. But Yoo Ilshin suddenly felt incredibly cold. He felt the temperature change very quickly and everything began to freeze. Meanwhile, the demon was completely frozen and turned into just plain ice. Now he couldn't do anything at all. The main character didn't like this situation. He didn't know how much longer. And that's how it was with this superwoman. They thought that she was really too strong for her level. Mina was just an ordinary mental hunter who also possessed excellent magic and was one of the strongest in Korea. Suddenly, the elite that was on his feet began to unexpectedly disappear and crash. Now the nameless god had one great idea. He told his servant that all this was an ordinary illusion because this superheroine possessed mental strength. The main character was convinced that all this was untrue and everything was just a trap that they perfectly believed. Angry Mina laughed. She confirmed that it was really an illusion. It was a mental sphere. It seemed to the sword god that there must be some other way to fight against this mental force that he had guessed. At that moment, his opponent shouted that the illusion was no different from reality, and Mina laughed loudly and eerily. The demon was confused. Some stones started flying in 8 directions. He didn't know what was happening. Besides, he couldn't do anything at all because he was frozen. Now all the confidence and optimism disappeared somewhere. The nameless god realized that all this was really a reality and he was now flying stones and Mina's superpower only increased. She easily lifted giant rocks into the air and threw them at her opponents to destroy them. However, at one point, she picked up an incredible giant stone that was 10 times bigger than her. In her scary voice, she said that even if it's all an illusion, everyone can die for real. After that, she sent a giant stone in the direction of your opponents. It all looked incredibly scary. The female hunter wanted you to know who Yoo Ilshin was, where he came from, and what he wanted from her younger sister. She began to threaten him to tell her everything. The situation was incredibly terrible for him because he understood that this woman might not believe his story, but he still had to try because he had no other options. Therefore, he gathered his strength into a fist and said that he was just an ordinary graphomaniac. To tell all his biography about writing web novels and about ants, while Mina looked with her stern gaze and did not understand what he was leading. In a frightened voice, he explained that he wanted to help her younger sister reach her full potential and become an S-class hunter. Because of this, he did not understand why her older sister blocked all her powers, then asked her to remove the blocking seal from her younger sister, and this surprised Song Min a lot. I expected that in such a situation a man would ask her for this. It was clear that she was not going to listen to her opponent and said that everything he came up with was very interesting, but she would destroy him. Concentrating all her gaze, she wished this master a good death. Then she threw this giant rock right at him, and the sword demon, it seemed like this match would be over. A demon who had never been so scared in his life because he was watching a giant stone fall on him. They really had no chance to escape from the scene because the stone was too big and it gave way too fast. This fall was followed by a giant explosion and a great sound wave that traveled tens of thousands of miles. Mina was very happy to destroy these wretches. In her opinion, they were only worms in this world. Suddenly she was surprised. She already saw something very strange and did not know what it really was. Some kind of divine energy appeared again, and the man's hand destroyed the stone with the help of divine energy. The steel body was activated. The divine energy filled the man's body. Now he became some kind of god who easily crushed a giant stone that was tens of thousands of times bigger than him. Mina was shocked. She couldn't believe that it was really a reality because it seemed impossible. With only one hand, the man managed to stop this stone from falling at great speed. Now he easily controlled this entire giant with some brilliant energy that filled his fist and his body. After that, with his other hand, he completely crushed the giant rock and a great sonic explosion occurred. It exploded so gigantically that it even hit a shocked Mina, who did not understand what was happening right now. There was an incredible amount of divine energy that flowed from this young writer. Then small pebbles began to fly around. They were the remains of this giant stone that was supposed to destroy everyone. A very pumped-up hero with divine power in his body emerged from the thick. He was no longer an ordinary skinny guy. Now the evil woman was scared to death. She couldn't believe that he managed to destroy the giant sphere with just one blow of his own. At that moment, the ice that was on the demon's body began to fall away, and the man with the hair was very happy that she managed to survive, and said that he never doubted the God of the sword. But our God returned to his servant yesterday and said that he always doubted his God, especially when a giant sphere of stone flew at them. At that moment, a man in dark clothes fell at the feet of his master and began to apologize for not believing in his God. And the wanted woman was in the air and could not understand who Ilshin was. She understood that she had never fought such a strange opponent in her life. Besides, Ilshin only had an ordinary G-class. Meanwhile, both heroes were arguing with each other. The sword god wanted the man with the long hair to let go of him and stop apologizing. He wanted to deal with Mina first and then deal with his servant and all his apologies. Mina was in the air and did not know what he should do now because, in her opinion, he was a hunter who was not at a completely different level. The pumped-up hunter approached her and asked if they could just talk quietly without fighting. He approached so quickly that he scared his opponent very much. She did not expect this from an ordinary, thin writer. Now she was confused and didn't know what to do. But she didn't want to just give up to her opponent. Her eyes lit up again and the desire to continue fighting for power in her head. It would be too humiliating to just give up like that. This caused confusion in the main character. He just wanted to talk to his opponent and solve all their problems. Cold sweat broke out on his face when he saw what Song Min started to do, so she started to activate some new power. Her eyes simply disappeared somewhere and magic began to fill her mind. She began to activate the mind of the entire universe.